Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter went to find Hermione married her? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Alright, I won't, Harry said. I swear, that marriage of yours, Kevin began. I know. Believe me, it gets worse, and if I could figure a way out of it, it would be over. We could always arrange for her to have an accident, Kevin quipped. Harry looked shocked, until he realized it was another of Kevin's mob jokes. Women, Kevin began. Can't live with him, can't kill him, Harry finished and chuckled a bit. So how are things in a normal home? Forget normal, mate, Kevin said, with the move coming up after Christmas. Marie is about to have kittens. The kids, well, Michael and Christy are upset. They don't want to leave their friends. Erin? Harry asked. Erin was the youngest of the 3 Malone children. She was just a baby when we came here. She's actually a little excited about the new adventure, as she calls it. I'll miss you, mate. Likewise. Any idea who your new partner will be? Harry shrugged. Probably some rookie fresh out of the academy, all full of ideas. Full of shoot, you mean? Yeah. And harder to train than you were. Probably, Harry said. Actually, Harry had been easy to train in Kevin's opinion. Then again, Harry had come straight from the battlefield to the police work. Unlike the academy grads, Harry knew he knew nothing and soaked up every bit of knowledge Kevin provided. Potter. A female voice boomed. Everyone knew its owner. Amanda Savage was the head of the aura department. Kevin looked at Harry and whispered, "What did you do to buzz off the boss lady?" Not a clue. If this were home, I'd guess I left the toilet seat up. Kevin chuckled as Amanda arrived in front of them. Your presence is requested in the minister's conference room, Amanda said to him. When? Harry asked. Now. Harry stood. Yes, ma'am. Any idea for what? Not a clue. Harry nodded and hurried out of the office. Even though he considered Kingsley Shacklebolt a friend and had dinners with him and their wives, he knew that during working hours it was unwise to keep the minister for magic waiting. Bloke can't even enjoy a decent cup of coffee around here, Harry quipped as he left. Thursday, December 20th, 2001, Office of the Minister for Magic for Britannia, London, UK. When Harry entered the conference room, there were already several people seated around the large wooden table. He knew all of them. Some he had gone to school with. He took his seat next to Draco Malfoy, now a senior prosecutor with the chief prosecutor's office. He nodded to Ernie Macmillan from Magical Law Enforcement. There was also Justin Finch-Fletchley, Muggle Relations, Katie Bell, Wisengamot Services Legislative Affairs, Zach Smith, International Affairs, Susan Bones, Court Services, the same job her mother had once held early in her career, Terry Boot, Magical Transport Office, Parvati Patil, Magical Board of Education, Pamda Patil, Magical Board of Health. The others he had come to know recently. They were from all over the ministry. They all were about the same age. Many had gone to other magical schools in the British Isles. Guess this is a meeting of the Charter Committee, Harry noted. Master of the obvious, as per usual, Malfoy chided. Someone has to be, Harry quipped, getting a chuckle from the assembly. Any clue as to what this is about? The charter goes to the Wisengamot in 2 weeks, Malfoy noted dryly. Probably has something to do with that. Probably, Harry agreed. The minister entered and took his seat at the head of the long table. So, he said, my guess is you are all wondering why you are here. Everyone chuckled. As you all know, the charter shall be submitted before the full Wisengamot for consideration as the only legislative item during the next term after the new year. While I am confident that in the end it shall pass, I do expect lengthy and heated debate, both in the assembly and in the press. I also expect that inevitably pressure will be brought to bear to defeat the charter by those who stand to lose the most by its passage. Muggle haters and blood maniacs, Draco Malfoy said. Exactly, the minister agreed. You know as well as anyone, Draco, what that Bill of Rights for all mankind you wrote would mean to them. All too well, sir. Wouldn't be surprised if one of those nutters tried to off me for it. Unfortunately, I would assume that is more than mere speculation, the minister said. I expect enormous pressure will be brought to bear to defeat, undermine, or alter to the point of uselessness all the hard work you all have done over the last 2 years. I would expect pressure to be brought to bear on each of you to renounce this work. Never, several voices said. But, the minister continued, as you all are aware, this charter is not the end, but the beginning of the reformation of our country. With its passage, most of our old laws will be obsolete. All of our governmental institutions will be changed. I still need the Young Turks to come up with the ideas and flesh out the detail for that change. So, in light of the potential threats of political intrigue and the need for a core who can turn this charter into a reality, and after consulting with our liaisons and some trusted advisors, I have decided that all of you need to go somewhere and learn about the details we will need to implement. Are you suggesting we are going into hiding? Harry asked. Not exactly. You are all being assigned to new postings in your current fields in the United States. There were gasps from around the table. The charter was based largely on the charter and laws of that country, even though few of them had ever been there. While there, you will all also attend university studying in your fields. Sounds like we may be there a while, Draco said. 2 years, the minister said in reply. This is voluntary, of course, but I would strongly recommend your agreement. I'm in, Draco said. The others all followed suit, leaving only Harry. He nodded as well. Ginny's going to kill me, he thought. Then again, 2 years away from her might be a good thing. I am pleased, the minister said as all 30 agreed, even if reluctantly. You will move just after Christmas. You may bring your families and housing has already been arranged. While your belongings will be moved magically. As part of this process we will expect you to use Muggle transport. Great, Malfoy moaned. It's not all that bad, Harry said. Planes do fly. Unless they're flown by some nutter who wants to destroy a building, Malfoy added. The attacks on New York and Washington happened only a few months earlier and were well known in magical Britain. I just got married, Draco sighed. Some honeymoon flying into a building. I'm sure that won't happen, Harry said. Yeah. While I agree, I'm sure I'll have to sedate my wife for the flight. At least she will go, Harry moped. Ginny? First thing she'll do is demand I resign for the millionth time. Then she'll throw a fit. Finally, she'll kick me and Teddy out. No way she's coming. I'm sorry. I married her, Harry shrugged. Teddy? Not about to leave him with her, am I? No. He's coming with me. Apparently similar conversations were being held all around the table. When the din finally died down, the minister began to tell each of them where they were going. One by one each got their new assignment. Draco Malfoy, the minister said eventually. Sir, you will be assigned to the U.S. Attorney General's Office Magical Section in Austin, Texas. You will study law at the University of Texas, sir. I am told Austin is a wonderful city, the minister added. Well, it seems I will soon find out about that, Draco replied. After a few more assignments were handed out, the minister called Harry Potter. Sir, Federal Bureau of Investigation's Magical Section, Atlanta Field Office. Atlanta? That's where my partner is being reassigned to as assistant agent in charge. It seems there is a method to my madness, the minister chuckled. Wow, at least I will know someone. That and aren't the Malones Teddy's favorite babysitters? Draco noted. Yeah. He's gonna love it. Harry, sorry minister. You will attend Georgia Tech University in Atlanta to study political science. What's that? The study of governmental systems, I am told. But what's that got to do with criminal investigations? Nothing. But I am sure the FBI will fill that void nicely. Yes, sir. What about my votes in the Wiesengemot? Legislative Affairs will contact you in regards to your proxy votes, Potter. I assume you'd vote in favor of the Charter, Bill of Rights and against debate or amendment. Yes, sir. Your houses control over a quarter of all votes. I think it's fair to say we would like those votes on our side of the aisle. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Atlanta? Hermione gasped. You were there how long? 2 years. Teddy and I moved back in January of '04. And Ginny did not come? Harry shook his head. She was livid, as you can imagine. While I was away, I wrote her constantly. She rarely wrote me. In America, I learned 3 things. First, my marriage, what there was of one, was over. Second, she never loved me, just my name. And third, I learned how to end it. It was there that I learned about the annulment procedure. Apparently, the books that would have told me of it are banned in Britain, or at least they were. Did you, wait a minute. If I am not mistaken, your annulment would have happened while you were in the States. Harry nodded. I went back twice. First time was in late '02 to hire a solicitor and get the ball rolling. The second was in the spring of '03 for the hearing. I'm sorry, Harry, Hermione said. Harry looked and saw she was crying. Hermione, all I've ever wanted was for you to be happy. To have the family you always wanted. And, hey, Harry said in a comforting voice, it's not your fault. It is. No, love, it's not. Before the war ended, I lived a life that was not mine. I had no choices to make and no consequences to live from my choices. As much as I wanted otherwise, I knew I was destined to die in that war. Knew it since age 12. Then the war ends and by some miracle, some twist of fate, I survived. I now could make choices. I chose to get back together with Ginny. I chose to ignore how I really felt about you. I chose to let you go, even though I probably knew what I was losing. I made those choices and paid the price for them. My life since the war has been my own, however flawed and unsatisfying. It is not your fault, Hermione, but it's not. I don't know what would have happened if you had told me what you did in your letters when we were together. I really don't. I had never truly known love before or had a life of my own before, and those were both things I should have had much earlier than I did. Maybe things would have been different. I don't know. I don't know how I would have reacted to your letter that first told me I was going to be a dad. I'd like to think, had I seen it, I would have been on the next plane to Australia to find you. I don't know if I would have done what I now know would have been right. I just don't. I don't know if you would have come back to me had I told you then what I told you in my letters and today. I do know you would not come back if I married her. I knew that even back then. Hermione? Yes? When that door to that jetway closed, when that plane pushed back from the gate, it took a huge part of me with it. A part that I knew I would never get again. Until today. Harry took hold of her hands. Harry? She whispered. You asked me why I kissed you earlier? She nodded. I need to know. What? Whether the feelings I've had since you first spoke to me this morning were real, or was I in love with a memory? Anne? I lost you, Hermione. I lost you a long time ago. Now that I found you, I am never going to lose you again. I still love you, Hermione. For the first time in a long time, I feel complete. I feel like I have finally come home. I never want to lose you again, Hermione. Harry? Unless what? Unless there's someone else. Harry said with pain in his voice. Harry, there's no one else. There never has been. I have had dates, but most were turned off by the kids. Men, it seems, do not want instant families. The few who did not dump me after the first date, I always told my date about the children immediately. Those few failed to live up to you, to what I had lost. When we kissed, Harry, I knew. I knew then, as if dreaming and thinking of you all the time for the last 7 years was not enough of a clue. I knew I still love you. Darn it all. Hermione began to cry. What's wrong? Harry asked with concern. I want this to work, Harry. God knows I've not had much luck in romance. I have dreamt of you for years. I knew it was foolish, knew you had gotten married and did not know your marriage had ended, and I thought, I was certain that you were happy and finally had the life you deserved. I had wanted to be the one to give you that life, but it had not come out that way. I was happy for you, but you still haunted me. Now I see that I was wrong and that I can be the one for you. When you sat down with me at breakfast, I was worried, scared even. I had tried to hide my past because of all of the pain I had suffered. I was worried you might hate me for leaving, and I wondered why you even bothered, considering I thought you were married. I was confused as well, because I thought you knew about Harry and Luna and did not want to be a part of their lives for some reason. Then, I learned you were no longer married. I learned you had not received my letters and did not know out our children. I learned that you had the same feelings for me that I had for you. We both were fools not to tell each other back then. Had you told me you loved me and would wait for me, I would have come back. But you never did, albeit because of a jealous redhead who shall go unnamed. Naturally, I thought you didn't really care about me. Now, I come to find that you did, and you do. I want you back in my life, Harry. I want you to get to know your wonderful children. I hope we can become a family, the one you deserve. But how? Hermione, I want you to. I hope we can have all of that. I don't know how. Not really. But if we really want it, it can happen. It's hopeless, isn't it?
No, Hermione.
Not anymore. When I woke up this morning, a part of me hoped by some small miracle I would run into you today. Every time I am overseas, I hoped that. I hoped that when I was in Australia, when were you there? September 2000. A bunch of us were sent to augment magical security for the Summer Olympics. Really? Harry nodded. Were they wonderful? Harry shrugged. Didn't see much of them, to be honest. Still, I did manage to see a couple of events and the atmosphere was electric, to say the least. So you did not go there to find me? Harry shook his head. Never really went looking. I did have a secret hobby, though. What's that? Harry pulled out his laptop and turned it on. Almost from the day you left, I have collected Hermione clues. Basically, if I ran across or found any information about you, I kept it. At first, because I was concerned about you and wanted to know you were safe and happy. After my marriage ended, there was a part of me that hoped to find you again and prayed that if I did, you would still be, well, available, I guess. I thought maybe, if I found a good lead, maybe I could find you again. Never got one. What kind of clues? Newspaper articles mainly, Harry said. I know the Daily Prophet is hardly a leader in the field of investigative journalism. Most of the stories about you are tabloid material. Still, there were some articles where some witch or wizard had been traveling abroad and claims to have seen you that I considered potentially credible. I've kept every article about where you might be. Rita Skeeter's first article about your disappearance, where she opined that you operated off the flight, is the first one I kept, even though I knew it was rubbish. I had received your first letter and knew you had made it to Sydney, but I knew that even before I got your letter. How? Did a little investigating on my own, not days after you left. I was convinced in my mind you might not be coming back, but was still curious. So, on my own time, I worked a fugitive trace. Magic? Hardly. Standard law enforcement stuff we learned from the FBI. I verified you had purchased a one-way ticket to Australia on British Airways. Given that you had no idea how long your search for your family would take, this was not alarming. I obtained the passenger manifest from the flight. Although it does not say you got off in Sydney, it was obvious the flight was not one passenger short on arrival and that you had not gotten off in Singapore. I then learned you were traveling on a British passport and had obtained a resident Australian visa that would allow you to remain in Australia indefinitely. You had arranged the visa through Gringotts, as in all probability you could not have obtained one through normal channels. Suspicious, but again not alarming, as again you had no idea how long you had to be there. The real clue came from the money trace. What's that? The easiest way to track a fugitive is to follow their money. Money leaves a trail unless the fugitive knows the one way not to, and apparently you did. I have no idea what you are talking about, Hermione said in mock innocence. The war had left you practically penniless. I know you wanted to leave in search of your parents right away, and I know Ron was against it. But you were delayed anyway since you could not afford to. About a month after the war ended, you received a 50,000 galleon reward from the ministry for your part in the final victory. As did you. But I used all of it for charity. What charity? I'll tell you later. More questions, Hermione thought. You did not use yours for charity. I thought you might, but you did not. You opened an account at Gringotts and paid for your final year at school and such. A couple of days after you broke up with Ron, you transferred almost your entire Gringotts account to the Bank of London. You did not exchange it for pounds at Gringotts. Rather, you traded your galleons at the market rate for gold at the Bank of London. This netted you an account well in excess of £1 million. Exchanging galleons for pounds was not surprising. Australia does not trade in galleons. Most countries outside of Europe use the same monetary system as their Muggle counterparts. You needed Muggle money for your trip. What was a little odd was that you traded the galleons rather than exchange them at Gringotts. Most witches and wizards are not that swift and are content with the fixed 5-to-1 exchange rate. But a galleon is 1 ounce of pure gold and trades at 30 to 40 times the Gringotts rate. Then again, that could have been attributed to your keen intellect and inherent practicality. But the red flags then went off. Once you confirmed your Bank of London account, you made some purchases, such as your plane ticket and deposit on a hotel in Sydney and such, then wire transferred the remainder of your account offshore. Your entire account was transferred to a bank in Zurich, Switzerland, a numbered account and therefore untraceable. Although it is still possible to follow the money, to pick up the money trail again is both a case of a lucky break and a mistake on the part of the fugitive. That transaction told me you probably were not coming back. Hermione. Not bad work, Chief Inspector. Hermione chuckled. Did you do any follow-up? When I was in Australia, I picked up the trail for a bit, Harry replied. I verified that no one named Hermione Granger had cleared customs on the day your flight arrived, but that a Jane Granger with a resident visa and British passport had come through customs from that flight. I figured you were traveling under your middle name. I then was able to learn that Jane Granger had made a doctor's appointment in Sydney around the middle of August. But the doctor was on holiday, so I could get no information about that. Seemed routine. Next I learned that Jane Granger booked a flight to Perth at the end of August and that the ticket was used. I then checked if Jane Granger, British passport, had ever left Australia. She had not, so I figured you were still there. But, as I was married, that ended my search, as there was also no record of Jane Granger being dead or anything else to cause concern. I also checked to see if 2 British subjects had left the country. Rose and Robert Granger or Wendell and Monica Wilkins. Again, no such records existed, so I figured you had a lead on your parents, but had not found them yet. Not bad, Potter, Hermione said. And you were not really trying, were you? Hobby, as I said, Harry replied. I am certain that, if it was a legitimate investigation, I would have caught you. But I was already long gone, super sleuth. Let me guess, your mum, sister, and you were traveling under Australian passports, yes? Hermione nodded. Had I been running a real investigation, I would have followed your trail to Perth, verified you were not there, and that you had not traveled elsewhere in Australia, which would have led me to check other sources, such as whether you had managed to procure an Australian passport, as well as checking security footage for you if the paper trail failed to provide a clue. But I was certain you were still looking for your folks. I was just checking to see if you were okay. Hermione, what about when you lived here? I had no idea you might even be here. Hermione. Not until after I got back, and even then it was a long shot. What do you mean? As I said, I collected any clue I could find about your whereabouts. That includes every article written about your disappearance. This includes all the ridiculous, speculative ones, such as you're being abducted by privacy slavers, you're being an extraterrestrial, you're being a conjured spell used to confuse the enemy during the war. There are loads of those, quite amusing really. But there were also scores of supposed eyewitness stories about how Mrs. Smith of Cambridge thought she saw you while on holiday in France or India or Japan or some such place. There were 3 articles that I thought might be relevant. Let me read them to you. Hermione nodded. By Rita Skeeter. Daily Prophet, August 20th, 2000. I am pleased to report that finally one of my many loyal readers has answered my request to provide any information regarding the possible whereabouts of our heroine, Ms. Hermione Granger, who has not been seen in over a year. Unfortunately, her tale is over a year old, so maybe it is of no moment. Still, loyal readers, I shall report it, for it is of interest. Mrs. Hannah Bolton of Liverpool writes, my husband Wilbur and I were on holiday in Australia a year ago in July. We were visiting Sydney and had decided to spend a day shopping. We went to the Billabong, Sydney's version of Diagon Alley, and had just finished checking out a shop that specialized in Aboriginal magic when we saw a young woman leaving a shop that sold Muggle devices, such as pewters and fellitones and such. Recognized her immediately and pointed her out to Wilbur, saying that wasn't that young lady the famous Hermione Granger? He agreed it had to be, and I wanted to get her autograph, but Wilbur said she was probably on holiday herself, and we decided to leave her alone. Had I known that she was on the run, well, maybe I would have stopped for a chat. That article, Harry said, I was certain it was you. Now the next 2 I was certain were the same person, but until today that was all I was certain of. I now know it was you again. By Rita Skeeter. Daily Prophet, September 15th, 2000. Yet another loyal reader thinks she may have run into the elusive Hermione Granger. Mrs. Amelia Dinkins of Dublin writes, my husband Ian and I were on holiday last September in Perth, Australia. One lovely morning, Ian proposed we take a stroll along the beach, so we went to a small town called Shoalwater south of Perth. There were few others on the beach that morning, but one young woman caught our attention. I was sure it was the famous Hermione Granger, although she looked more pretty than in the photos I remember. She was carrying a baby girl with her in her arms and pointing out shells and things to the little one. The girl was the spitting image of her mum. We walked up to her and introduced ourselves. She said her name was Janie and did not give a last name. She told us she had come to Australia to escape the war. There were many expats in Australia, we learned. She introduced her daughter Daphne, although she never used the word daughter. Daphne is an adorable child, and it was clear her mum was quite proud and taken with her. The young woman had a British accent, so we thought it might be her. But she told us her daughter was born April 10th, 98, so that can't be her. Can it? I mean, April 10th, 98 was just a few days after the Golden Trio was captured and brought to Malfoy Manor, according to the official history, and Hermione, lovely girl, was brutally tortured by that Bellatrix. The official history was vile enough. It was clear that poor Hermione was to be gang-raped and murdered after Bellatrix was through with her. As horrible as that history is, how much worse would it have been had Hermione been expecting, or had she just recently given birth? No, could not be her. But we did enjoy a pleasant visit with the charming young woman and her lovely daughter. I remember that couple, Hermione said. I never told them Daphne was my daughter, but I know they assumed she was. I figured they'd then think I was someone else. Harry nodded. They did. Rita did not. She figured it all made sense. The Malfoys had gotten off light for their role in the war, and Rita wrote article after article accusing the ministry of being as corrupt as ever and covering up the truth about your torture, and even suggesting that you were snuck out of the country because you were about to expose the whole scandal. That's just silly, Hermione chuckled. It was. But people believed Hermione. Ginny believed it was true, and I had a time for a while as she accused each of Ron and me of fathering the love child. I asked Ginny flat out, how could she assume this was true when you had roomed with her at school all the next year? She said you never told her everything. I then asked what you had done with this supposed child, and she said relatives must be caring for it. She could never say who, but she was sure it was true. That's just mental. Harry nodded. That was Ginny. What was your take on that one? Did you think it was me? At the time I thought it might be you, but I had no way of explaining the baby. Most likely I thought it a case of mistaken identity. Hermione nodded. Several years later, Janie appeared again. I was certain it was the same woman as the one in Perth, but not certain at all that it might be you. By Rita Skeeter. Daily Prophet, February 2nd, 2005. Yet another loyal reader thinks she may have run into the elusive Hermione Granger. Mrs. Anna Marie Torelli of Bath writes, my son Ferdinand and his new wife Gloria fled this land during the war. I had not heard from them in years and feared the worst. Last year, my son wrote me and told me he and his wife had settled in the United States in a city called St. Louis. They were doing very well. I went for the Christmas holidays. I arrived several weeks early and enjoyed an American tradition called Thanksgiving. The next day, Gloria took me shopping for Christmas presents for the children and for my son. We went to a place called Soulard, which is the Diagon Alley of St. Louis. It's actually quite a lovely shopping district, and I swear Weasley's has a store there. Anyway, I noticed this fetching young woman with 3 children on her own, and I swear it must have been Hermione Granger. She looked a lot like Ms. Granger. I could not help myself. I walked up and said hi, and she seemed a little flustered, although it was hard to tell if it was because I had said hi or because of the 3 little ones. There were 2 little girls and a boy. She introduced herself as Janie and said the older girl was Daphne and the younger 2 were twins, Harry and Luna. She said the younger 2 were named after heroes in the war. I asked her why she named the lovely, blonde-headed girl Luna, and she said it was because she was blonde and also because she really did not like the names Hermione and Ginevra, the other 2 heroes. She was an expat who had fled the Muggle-born registration, just as my son had done for his wife. I asked about her husband, and she said she had lost him some time ago. It was sad, really, but they seemed like a happy family. I don't remember that one, Hermione said. I'm not saying it did not happen. The day after Thanksgiving is a huge shopping day, and Mum and I usually take the kids along. My guess is Mum was in a shop and I was more concerned of keeping the kids nearby than about a conversation with a total stranger. What did you think at the time? I was certain the St. Louis Janie and the Perth Janie were the same woman. I wondered about Harry and Luna, though. Harry I could understand. Became a bloody popular name after the war, you see. But Luna? She was famous in Britain for her part in the war, but not elsewhere. She's better known as a naturalist and wildlife conservationist abroad these days than for what she did to win the war. Chapter 12. And yes, that implies that Draco is likely to yell out hook 'em horns and inappropriate times. I've been doing some minor editing on the early chapters. The only significant changes are, I cut the paragraph in Chapter 2 where Harry described how he could get an annulment to make Chapter 6 seem less repetitive, and I am going to change Luna's hair and eye color in Chapter 7 to be consistent with the rest of the story. A few of you caught my goof. Odd that, 'cause it was fixed in 2 minutes. I accidentally reposted Chapter 1 as Chapter 11. Told you this was my first time. Chapter 12. Saturday, June 17th, 2006, New York City, NY. So, Hermione said as she and Harry were looking at the menu in the restaurant, "What are you going to have?" "I'm thinking the barbecue spare ribs." "Really? Not the steak?" "I will have an opportunity to try that some other evening, won't I?" "Well, I am going to have a steak," Hermione said. The waiter arrived. "Are you ready to order?" Harry waited for Hermione to order first. "The 9 wants bourbon steak," she said, "medium rare. Baked potato with butter and sour cream, the house vegetables and a side salad. Dressing? Vinaigrette. Drink? A nice glass of Merlot, I should think." "An excellent choice, ma'am." "Sir?" "The blackened catfish, baked potato with butter, sour cream and chives. A bowl of your onion soup, Cajun veggies and a salad. Blue cheese dressing, please. And to drink? Guinness?" "Yes, sir," and the waiter departed. "I thought you were going to have the ribs," Hermione said. "Changed my mind. I might try them, but I still think I make the best ribs around, so there you go." "You make the best ribs?" "Indeed. Many think so. Look, I know you cook. But ribs? I mean, you are talking slow smoked, right?" Harry nodded. "When did you learn that?" "Atlanta. Fell in with the wrong crowd practically off the bat. One of the agents I knew from the office competed in ribs competitions all over the South. Did quite well, really. He taught me because I loved his ribs. Course, he never told me the details of his spice rubs or sauces. No self-respecting ribs chef ever does. But I built a pit out back of my house and came up with my own recipes. Teddy and I loved them, as did our guests. When I moved back, I started hosting an annual picnic at Potter Manor, my grandparents' place I inherited. Most of us who went to the States cook for all the guests. I do ribs and brisket. Ernie and his wife, who were in Boston, do lobsters and flounder, cod, chowder and such. Michelle Martin was in New Orleans and does some nice Cajun dishes. Draco and his wife do a mean Texas chili, and there are others as well. I invite my friends and, of course, the Severa school families. It's always a wonderful time. There's music and dancing into the night. I have a Quidditch pitch, a football pitch, and a baseball field for games and such. Teddy is a huge baseball fan, as am I. My marriage to Ginny pretty much ruined my interest in Quidditch. In Atlanta, I went to baseball games as well as college football and basketball. Even on a bad year, Georgia Tech is usually better than the Atlanta pro teams in those sports. Teddy is a huge Chipper Jones fan. Guess we'll have to work on that, Hermione laughed. Your son Harry is a huge Albert Pujols fan. As far as he and Luna and Daphne are concerned, it's the St. Louis Cardinals and everyone else. Could be worse, Harry quipped. At least they're not Yankees fans. Hermione laughed. Heaven forbid. Their salads arrived and Harry decided to change the subject. So, what are you here to sell this week? Why are you changing the subject? Hermione asked. "'Cause I want to be able to justify this meal as a legitimate business expense," Harry deadpanned. He was not totally serious. Really, he wanted a less emotional conversation during dinner. Hermione chuckled. "Good point, but if that's the case, this meal is Dutch. I am on an expense account as well. Deal. Let me ask you this, Harry. What are you here to consider buying?" "We are looking for things that could enhance our capabilities that we cannot get from our usual suppliers." Plus, if there are things that are substantially better than what our usual suppliers carry or offer, we might be interested. What sort of things? We get most of our magical equipment and supplies from Weasley Enterprises. You are familiar with them, right? Of course. And I can say we are not in direct competition with them. Not really. They are one of the best in the world. Although for some reason they have yet to make a dent in the US market, aside from their joke shops and retail stores. Even then, Mortenson Products based in Bristol, Connecticut makes similar product lines. As a marketing type, I purchase those products and help evaluate whether we can come up with a significant improvement. We are working on some, but should Weasley ever cross the pond, we doubt we could compete. We have our own niche, however, where we feel we have no competitors. Well, not any good ones. And what's that? In general, we develop magic/technological hybrids. We take the best of both worlds, combine them in creative ways and come up with products that are better than you might be able to find anywhere. Most of our equipment is in the medical field, but we have other products specifically developed for sale to magical law enforcement and researchers. We might be on the same page, Hermione. I am here to recommend to my superiors various technologies that would enhance our investigative abilities, provided such technologies exist. Such as? In general, we are shopping for top-of-the-line, cutting-edge laboratory equipment for our forensics lab. That shopping list can be quite extensive as we are looking to add or upgrade across the board. We are also looking for surveillance technologies. Optical, acoustic, electromagnetic, communications, magical, and so on. We may have things you'd be interested in. You understand, of course, I am here merely to recommend purchases. The bean counters and tech types would make the final recommendations before a contract was actually let. That's not all that unusual, Harry. It works that way here whenever we seek a government contract. Still, the FBMI is one of our major customers. Really? She nodded. If you do up a proposal, you will need to include that information if you can. If it's good enough for the FBMI, that's a big selling point, assuming we don't already have it. You probably don't. Not from us, Harry. While our business is doing well, I am here to try and get foreign contracts. This is our first real foray onto the international market. Could be a big deal for us, and I'll confess a huge feather in my cap if we make a splash here and can expand into the European and Asian markets. Understand, Hermione, I can't promise that we'll actually make any purchases, Harry said as their salads were cleared away and their dinner set before them. But I would like to look over a product catalog between now and Monday, if that's okay with you. No problem. Hopefully, I could have a proposal request to you before this conference even begins, although no promises there. I understand. I do appreciate it. Still. What? Well, what if your boss finds out about me? What if he finds out we have a relationship of a non-professional nature, one I think we both want to explore? Won't that be a deal killer? There are check and balances, Hermione. My recommendations are just that. They will be evaluated independently. If your company's products are the best available, the fact that you and I may have romantic intentions should not be a factor. In fact, should they learn that I was buying from the famous Hermione Granger, brightest witch of her age, and such, that might actually enhance your company's chances. You don't have to do that for me, Harry. Honestly, if your products stand on their own merits, I would hardly be doing you a favor just doing my job. I am here to find the best stuff available. If yours is the best, I would have justified the expense of this trip. For the rest of their dinner, they talked about food and Hermione's company's products. Harry knew he had hit a potential jackpot with Pack Riley. They made most of the products Harry's bosses were interested in, as well as several he believed they would be had they known such products existed. Harry was particularly intrigued by what Hermione had called a pensive database management system. What's that? It's like a computer program for pensive memories. You store the memories in the database and a program organizes all the information and memories in any way you think would be most efficient for retrieval. Say, for example, you want to study all references in the database regarding Voldemort's relationship with a particular crony. Rather than search all memories, you input the retrieval parameters and only those memories that are related to the search criteria are retrieved. Bloody heck! How does it do that? Sorry, Harry. Trade secret. But I can assure you it works. I was one of the lead researchers on that one. Really? She nodded. Research is the reason I was hired. I got into marketing because I proved good at that as well and know these products and who and why they work better than just about anyone. Harry nodded. You have any idea how many man-hours a device like that could save? We've made projections. Not hour by hour, but we figure it would reduce a pensive search time by over 90%, freeing up agents for more productive work. Darn straight it would. Look, that's something I am sure we would want. We waste days on that sort of investigating. We have actually missed some chances because we were bogged down in the pensive search. Even if we buy nothing else, and that probably won't happen based upon what you've told me, we certainly would give that system serious consideration. It's not cheap. Considering the man-hour savings, it's probably worth its price, Hermione. That is our thinking as well. I see you've been taking notes, Harry said. I assume it's about what I have expressed an interest in? Hermione nodded. You have at least a sample of all of those products here, and more besides them, yes. I assume you shall want a demonstration this week? Far be it for me to buy sight unseen. But you can consider that list my initial proposal request. Feel free to add to it, Hermione laughed. I will. Harry continued to ask her about her work for the remainder of the meal. He had forgotten just how much he enjoyed her voice and her passion for knowledge. He soaked up everything she said with a silly smile on his face that she could not help but notice. Hermione had forgotten what it was like to have someone to talk to like Harry. We will make this work somehow. She decided somewhere between finishing her steak and the arrival of her cheesecake dessert. Once they had finished and charged their meals to their accounts, they walked back into the atrium. They each ordered a cup of coffee to keep them awake following their large dinner, and keep Harry awake as it was already past midnight in London, and he was still adjusting to the time change. Harry? Hermione then asked. In your letters you spoke about lavender a lot. Why? Surely you must know how that would have made me feel. Honestly? Hermione nodded. At first it was because I really felt sorry for her. I know Ron and she crushed you, but I was shocked that he could be even worse to her than he was to you. He bordered on cruelty, which was not something I would have believed he was capable of, even if he did not have any feelings for her at all. What I could not for the life of me understand was how or why she put up with that. It was a little after Christmas in '99, and I was shopping in Diagon Alley by myself. I saw Lavender with her new daughter sitting on a bench, crying her eyes out. I was sure Ron had done something else to hurt her and, I don't know. I stopped and sat down with her. We began talking. We eventually became friends, and I learned I had her all wrong. We both did, Hermione. What do you mean? We both assumed she knew about you from the beginning. She did not. That's impossible. She didn't. Our engagement was in all the papers. Lavender left the country not long after the war ended. She and her family needed to get away, so they went camping in British Columbia for months. Never saw a paper. Never read about the engagement. They came back in early September. By then your engagement was old news. She bumped into Ron her first week back in Diagon Alley. She still had a crush on him, you know. More than a crush, really. He asked her out practically the moment after they said hello to each other. She was ecstatic. She conceded she was a little overeager as she slept with him on their first date. Claims she could not help herself. He made the pass, she let him. They saw each other once or twice a week during the fall and usually wound up at Ron's flat for the evening. She worried it was going too fast, but could not help herself because she was falling in love with the git. He never spoke of you around her. He made her feel as if she was the sun, stars and heavens, as if she was his whole world. She must have learned about me at some point. Harry nodded. Right around the Christmas holidays in '98. She wanted to spend time with his family to get to know them and wanted him to spend time with hers. She was certain he felt the same way about her as she did about him, even though he never said so. To her surprise, he said he could not. He had commitments and felt it was too soon and such. She was devastated. To my surprise, Lavender had not seen much of Parvati since she got back and had not spoken to Parvati about Ron. After Ron and Lavi, as she calls our 6th year, she was a bit embarrassed. Parvati had been against the relationship from the beginning and could not understand what Lavender could have seen in Ron. Harry? That was obvious. But Ron? Parvati thought he was a git. Parvati may act stupid, but it's only an act, Hermione said. Anyway, Harry continued. She had lunch with Parvati and spilled her guts to her friend. She kept Ron's name out of it at first, she said. Eventually, though, she told Parvati, who was tearing her apart. Parvati flipped out apparently. I have spoken with Parvati and she says she was livid. She told Lavender that Ron was engaged to you and had been since June. And Lavender did nothing about that. Did she? Hermione said in disgust. On the contrary, Harry replied. She let Ron have it. Told him he was the world's biggest loser, that no man worth anything would string two women along the way he had. That not even Malfoy was that heartless or cruel, and told him he had three choices. Dump you, dump her, or get dumped by both of you. She told him that if he did not make a decision, she was going to tell you, and she knew you would not stand for it, and, get this, out of her respect for you, she would dump him too. She loved him but would not stand for that. Then how come? Ron lied to her. He told her right after you went back to school that he had broken up with you. She did not know he had lied about it until that day you walked in on them. That would mean, Hermione began. Lavender did not get pregnant on purpose. It was an accident. She cannot explain how, except she knows Ron had been away on assignment for a while and they had a huge party when he came back. She barely remembers it. They were both pretty drunk. She guessed that because he returned unexpectedly. She had forgotten to take her daily birth control potion, and she does know it was the wrong time of the month to forget such things and go off the potion even for a day if she is ovulating. Conception is practically certain. Unless he was shooting blanks, Harry added, which it seems was not the case. She did not tell him about it. Part of her hoped he would eventually figure it out, but if he didn't, she was going to go off on another family vacation and have the child anyway. She did not want to tell him about their child unless he made it clear he wanted to marry her. So she was not trying to trap him. Harry shook his head. No. Saturday, June 26, 1999. Ronald Weasley's flat 67B Diagon Alley, London, UK. Lavender sighed as she and Ronald recovered from yet another intense love-making session. That was wonderful. I'm pretty good, aren't I? Ron said with an annoying smugness. The best, she agreed, although she wished he was not so full of himself. She also wished he'd get a clue and figure out her increasing belly was not because she was eating too much. He had noted she was eating more than she used to. She had to, she knew. Still, she wished he would figure out that she was not really getting fat. How can he be so thick? She wondered. If he did not figure this out soon, Plan B, go off and have their child without him, would become necessary. She did not want to do that, but did not want him to think she got this way on purpose either. Lav? Yes, my love? I am expecting Ginny to pop by when she gets in. Oh, I haven't seen her in so long, Lavender cooed with excitement. While she and Ginny were hardly friends, they were not enemies either, and she liked Ginny. But I thought she'd go and see Harry. She will. But Mum insists she spends time with the family first. I'm glad you are beginning to see me that way, Ronald. I do love you so much, you know. What? She asked with suspicion. He's not about to hide us again, is he? Ginny might not be the best way to do that. In fact, I am sure she'll freak out unless we break this to her slowly. I can help do that, Ron. I did not mean we sit here covered when she arrives. That's not what I meant. You are not asking me to leave, are you? She won't understand, Lav. She won't. What's not to understand? You're not with Hermione anymore. Why can't you have a girlfriend? Especially one who loves you as much as I do. She's still mad at me for dumping Hermione, Lav. She wants to throttle whatever tart caught my eye, her words. It's been months. The girl knows how to stay angry, Lav. Trust me. I need more time with her. Okay? Ronald. We are a couple. We are in love. I know, dear, but I told you months ago, I don't want to be hidden from your world. There's been one excuse after another, hasn't it? I didn't mean anything. It's just, she hates me, doesn't she? She hates me for 6th year? I don't know. Ronald, please? Ron pleaded. Please? Just give me time to break this to her gently. Okay? Fine, Lavender said in a hurt voice. I can't change who you are. I'll have to accept it. She started to get up. What are you doing? Ron asked. I am going upstairs, get my clothes and go home. She won't be here for hours, Ron begged. I'm going upstairs. But, she said in a softer voice, if you're a good boy and make me feel special, I might stick around a little longer. I will be. Promises, promises, Lavender giggled. It was hard for her to stay mad at Ron for long. Together, they walked from the living room to the head of the stairs. They were greeted by blood-red words plastered on the wall by the front door. You cheating scoundrel, it's over. I wouldn't marry you if you were the only man left on earth. Burn in hell, liar Hermione. Don't even think I will ever listen to you again. On the floor was what looked like a diamond engagement ring. Ron looked at Lavender, who glared daggers at him. You lying scoundrel, she screamed. You told me it was over. Ron began, but was cut short when Lavender slapped his heart across his face. Hard enough to cause him to tear up. I am not your freaking mistress. Weasley, I thought you loved me. Obviously, I was wrong. Don't lav me, you freaking scoundrel. I love you. How could you? How could you do this to me? Shut up. I told you months ago, Weasel. You had 3 choices. Me, Hermione, or neither of us. You've made your choice. I never want to see you again. It was not true, but neither did she want to be his mistress. Lavender, please, Ron begged. You want me? Then marry me, you scoundrel. Otherwise, it's over. I can't. Have a nice life. She then turned, ran up the stairs in tears, and as soon as she picked up her clothes, disappeared to her flat without even bothering to get dressed. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Hermione knew Harry was telling the truth. Ron might have been able to lie to her, Harry never had. All these years, Hermione said softly, all these years I thought she was nothing but a trollop. Harry nodded. I had a low opinion of her as well, remember? Hermione nodded. It was only later, when we became friends, that she told me what really had happened. She never wanted to be the other woman, Hermione. She hated that and hated him for treating her that way. But Harry agreed. She also loved him more than anything. She wanted him to get off the fence. That's all she wanted, although she hoped he would choose her. He lied to her and to you. Her problem was she was pregnant with his child, and being a single mother scared her to death. That, and she still loved him. The funny thing was that it seemed Ron loved her too, although he was terrified about that. Years later she told me, Ron had fallen in love, but was supposed to be with you. It's what everyone, except Lavender, wanted and expected of him. That makes no sense, Hermione began. You recall you said he had the emotional range of a teaspoon? Hermione laughed, remembering the time she had said that. Not sure if that was true, Harry said. But he was worse at recognizing, accepting, and truly expressing his emotions than I was. And that is saying a lot, I suppose. And he was an immature, insecure little git, and perhaps the most selfish person I ever knew. Not even Malfoy in his bad days was as bad as Ron was then. He thought he deserved everything for what he did in the war and such, and clearly used his fame to satisfy his need for gratification, not caring who he hurt in the process. And Lavender still loved him? Harry nodded. She knew it was a phase. One day he might wise up and grow out of it. As painful as it was, she wanted to be there for him when he did, because she also saw things in Ron that were not petty and would be wonderful, she believed, once he realized he should not care about what the world thought of him and learned to just accept himself for who he truly was inside. She thought that Ron had the potential to be a great person. Not famous, not necessarily rich and famous, but a wonderful person, and that was the Ron she was willing to wait for, and for whom she was willing to suffer the pain the immature Ron could unknowingly and unerringly dole out to those who loved him and were his friends. She was willing to suffer and wait for him to grow up. She truly loves him, doesn't she? Hermione said. Harry nodded. Yes, she does. Probably like you. I thought she was a bit of gossipy, shallow ditz. She can still come across that way. Very few people are allowed to see her for what she really is. Honestly, I think that list is Parvati, Luna, me, and now Ron. She is quite an impressive woman, Hermione. Ron really did not know what he was playing at when he was messing things up with the both of you. No, you hated her, but she never felt that way about you. She felt sorry for you. Ron had no excuse for the way he treated you, in her opinion. She wanted him but did not want him to hurt you at all. She believes Ron saw you as a prize and as what others expected from him, but should have seen you as the friend you had been. She believes that once you and Ron began dating, he stopped seeing you as a friend and stopped treating you as a friend and saw you as an entitlement. She might be right, Hermione whispered. She also believed that regardless of whether he truly had romantic feelings for you or not, you did not deserve that. You were, in her opinion, more of a victim than she was. She was willing to put up with his immaturity and even his infidelity, as painful as it was. She knew you would not and felt he should have known that and done the right thing, whatever that was at the outset. Either pick her or you, not string both along and think he should get away with it. Did she know about his other affairs? I know she suspected, Harry said. She told me not to tell her if I knew, but she suspected. Until he grew up, he was going to be a git, she said. She prayed it would be sooner rather than later. It hurt her that he could be so callous. It hurt her that he could be unfaithful, but she actually felt sorry for the other women as well. They deserved better than Ron, she thought. She's a doormat. I thought so too. Now, I realize she is anything but. What she saw in Ron, I don't know. But she saw something and knew one day it would come and was patient enough to wait. She says it did when she was pregnant with her second child. A little girl named Molly. Something happened. Maybe only Ron and Lavender know what, but during that pregnancy everything changed. Ron seemed content for the first time in his life when Molly was born, and Lavender finally seems happy. Like the man she saw hidden has finally arrived. She won't tell me or Parvati anything. One day, she says, Ron will explain everything. But since I left Ginny, I never see him. And Lavender? We're still friends. Although she no longer needs someone to talk to like she once did. Now it's all about our kids. We get together with Parvati and discuss parenting and such. You ever notice parents seem to love that stuff? Hermione nodded. They seem happy. Or at least she does, Harry said. I think it's genuine, because she did not hide her discontent regarding immature Ron from me or from Parvati. I hope it's true considering. Ron and Lav seem to be giving Ron's folks a run for the money in the baby department. What? What do you mean? Their first child, Gabrielle, was born December 19, 1999, early in the morning after the disaster that was my wedding day. Molly was born July 29, 2001. Rosie was born on Valentine's Day 2003. Arthur was born on Halloween 2004. They seemed to take a little time off for a bit. But now she's pregnant again with their fifth child, who is due early next year. Even before Ron grew up, Lav says he was always a wonderful father, although she thinks he spoils them too much. It sounds like you're impressed with her, Harry. A part of me always wondered why she was in Gryffindor, Harry nodded. Neville, Ron, Dean, Seamus, you and even Parvati were physically brave on more than one occasion. I know Lav fought bravely in the final battle and nearly died. I know that, but it always seemed physical bravery was not her thing. She is brave, though, in a different way. I am not her equal in that category. She will risk a broken heart, something I have never consciously done. My heart has been broken, but not by a choice I knew would lead to it. She is gone where angels fear to tread in that regard time and time again. If we work out as a couple, Hermione, promise me you thank her? Why? It was her example of such emotional courage that compelled me to take the risk and sit down with you this morning. Had I not known her, I might have said hello, but I certainly would not have given you my heart and a chance to crush it. You could have Hermione. I would have expected that to an extent. You did not. If no one this works, thank her for me and for us. You were scared? Terrified? Hermione. In a way, I'd rather have faced Voldemort and his entire army again. But I had to tell you what I felt and what I still feel. She would have if she was in a similar circumstance. Are you glad you did? Harry nodded. I am. I really am. I still love you, Hermione. I really do. I still love you too, Harry. And I am glad you came over. Although, to be honest, you scared the shoot out of me at first. Harry nodded. I thought you must hate me, and I thought you must have hated me. Turns out we were both wrong. In a wonderful way, Harry added. Wonderful. Hermione then leaned across the table and kissed him. He could see her eyes glisten with tears. He was sure he was, and, while bawling their eyes out seemed like something to do, he really wanted to hear about something else. To change the topic, Harry then asked Hermione to tell him about the children. She spent the next couple of hours telling him everything she could think of about their two children. That was the easy part. She was a mother and had every reason to be proud of Harry and Luna. Like most parents, her children were one of her favorite topics of conversation. She did her best to bring Harry up to speed. She told him about their birthdays and each Christmas. She told him that they still believed in Santa Claus, as Father Christmas was known over here, but that they were beginning to question his existence. They were very smart, and there were just enough gaps in the story for them to ask increasingly difficult questions. The only reason they had no deduced he was imaginary was because they, like their parents, were magical. Harry and Luna were a young wizard and witch just like their mom and dad, and they knew it. She told Harry about their first word, Mama, and the first time they expressed magic. Harry was a little over a year old. His teddy bear, he later named Bonkers, had been taken away from him because he was teasing his sister with it. He was angry and wanted Bonkers back. Hermione had left the room to start a load of laundry, and when she came back, Harry was happily hugging his Bonkers. Luna was different, she told Harry. She had manifested at 6 months, and it was not out of anger or fear or frustration as it was with most young magical children. She was also harder to detect, not because she wasn't magical, but because the magic she manifested was rare indeed. Hermione remembered that her sister Daphne had been really upset about something and remembered that she was inconsolable. She remembered that Luna watched her intently with an odd, sympathetic expression, and Daphne had suddenly calmed down and then began to laugh. Luna, it seems, was an empath. She had the ability, without knowing how to use her magic, to make people feel better. She told Harry how their children were reading by the age of 4 and both seemed happier with a book than sitting in front of the television. Unless it was for a favorite movie. They had several favorites. She told him how they had just finished kindergarten at a non-magical school and how they were well ahead of their classmates but had lots of friends. She knew their children differed from the parents in that respect. She told him how they were excited about starting first grade, and explained the differences between primary and secondary education in the US and Britain when it was clear he did not understand the term. She told him that they would start magic school in the fall. She explained that here in the US, magical children start learning magic at age 6 and not 11 as it had been for her and Harry. They would get their wands at age 8. As she understood it, by the time Harry and Luna were 11, they would know as much magic as would an average student at Harry and Hermione's secondary school after their 3rd year, at least in the core courses. And, unlike in Britain, the children could practice magic at home, under adult supervision, of course. Harry was a little disappointed to learn that his formerly favorite sport, Quidditch, was not very popular in the US, although many magical children did play. They learned to fly brooms in 2nd grade and could start youth league in the 3rd grade. Most US magical children also played non-magical sports. Harry and Luna both played soccer, which is what the Americans call football. Americans have their own kind of football that looked like it was even more dangerous than Quidditch, even without the flying. Harry and Luna also played t-ball, a beginner's form of baseball. They were both good at it. They also knew how to swim, a skill Harry had never learned. Luna was also in ballet. Hermione added and explained what that was. Harry asked Hermione what their favorite team was. He was thinking Quidditch, and Hermione knew that. She told him that the St. Louis Vipers were the professional Quidditch team, but they were even more pathetic than the Chudley Cannons. The magical sports writers said the only reason the team existed at all was because the owner used it as a huge tax write-off. No. Harry's children's favorite sports team was the St. Louis Cardinals, just like their Aunt Daphne. Somebody named Albert Pujols was their favorite player, and then Hermione spent time explaining baseball to Harry as Harry and Ron had once tried to explain Quidditch to her. Harry subtle reminded her that he and Teddy knew all about baseball and were Atlanta Braves fans. He agreed with her that he really liked baseball. "Oh my," she finally said. "We've been talking for close to 2 hours." "Really?" Harry replied. He had not noticed. He also really had no plans. "Not really." "I don't mind," he added. "You sure?" Harry nodded. Hermione then began to tell Harry about her first trip to Disney World with the kids 2 summers ago, and how much they loved it. They went again last summer, and Hermione was planning to go again sometime before school started again. "Teddy loves Disney World too," Harry said. I took him there in 2003 and we had a marvelous time. We went back in '04 and '05 and I am sure he'd kill me if we don't go back this summer. Wait a minute. What? You asked earlier how we can make this work, right? She nodded. How much vacation time do you usually take? 3 weeks in the summer and Christmas. 3 weeks. Okay. I have an idea. My annual picnic is scheduled for the weekend of July 29th. Suppose you and your mum and the kids come to Britain and spend about a week with me at the manor? Then we all fly to St. Louis, spend some time there. Gives you a chance to show that Teddy, and I might want to consider changing our allegiance if there's a baseball game or two we could see. Then we could all head down to Disney World. Sounds wonderful, Harry. But I am not sure Mum and I could afford to go to Britain. As my guests, I would insist on paying for that part of the trip. I'll think about it. Sounds like only a maybe, Harry pouted. It's more than a maybe, Hermione whispered. I would love to. It's just not an absolute certainty yet, is all. But for now, I think I have my summer vacation planned. Just not in detail. Okay. Thank you. For what? For wanting to be a part of my life again. It's all I have ever really wanted, Harry. She then leaned in and kissed him. The kiss seemed to have no end in sight. But Hermione's cell phone rang and she groaned as she broke contact. You're early, Hermione said to whomever was calling. Yes, right. In a bit. She hung up. Harry, I've got to go to my room for a bit, but I will be back. Promise me you'll wait here for me? What? Why? It's a surprise. She smiled. A good one. I think you'll love it, she added. Okay. I will wait. Maybe have another cup of coffee. Thanks, Harry. She leaned in and kissed him again. You won't regret it, I promise. Back in a bit. Hermione smiled at him and then stood and seemed to hurry away. Harry's eyes remained fixed on her, and a part of him hoped she wasn't running away. He knew she was not, still. He was so focused on Hermione. He did not notice that someone else had joined him at the table. When she finally disappeared in the direction of the elevators, his trance broke and he regained an awareness for his surroundings. He nearly jumped when he saw he was not alone. He recognized his new companion immediately. The red hair and curious blue eyes were a dead giveaway. Bloody heck, Harry almost yelled. You darn near gave me a heart attack. What the bloody heck are you doing here, Weasley? There was clearly hostility in Harry's voice. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Ron Weasley said nothing, seemingly taken aback at the obvious hostility. Harry saw Ron pale and recognized that Ron wanted to leave fast. Harry noted the hesitation and realized Ron was not alone. Next to him was Lavender, Harry's friend and Ron's wife. Sorry, he said to Lavender. Bit of a shock. This is turning out to be one weird day, Harry thought. Didn't mean to startle you, Harry, Lavender said. It's we who should be sorry. Was that who I think it was, Ron began. There was then an oof as Harry watched Lavender elbow Ron in the ribs. We did not come over to grill Harry on his social life, did we, dear? She said, implying an obvious answer. And no, Ron replied. Interesting, Harry thought to himself. Seems Ron really did get more than he bargained for. Again, Harry said, still on the defensive, is this meeting a coincidence? I'm here for the conference, Ron said. And you? Same. I thought Parker was supposed to come. His wife went into premature labor, Harry replied. The boss sent me in his stead. Ah, I was to remind Parker. And now I guess you Weasley Enterprises is looking towards expanding our markets overseas, not negotiating additional contracts with the ministry. Parker did advise me of that, Ron. Of course, Harry thought bitterly. Parker did not tell him Ron might be here. And you, Lavender? Ron's been all on about New York since he began expanding the retail stores into this country. Bloody heck, Harry, his efforts more than quadrupled the size of the company. Mostly, he's over and back from our American corporate headquarters in Chicago or from someplace else. I've been to Chicago several times. I've been dying to know what he's all on about, so we decided to make a trip of it. What about your kids? Harry asked. They're upstairs. My mum came along to help. While my Ronald is off wheeling and dealing this week, Mom, I and the kids will be seeing the sights and such. Once the conference is over, we're to Chicago for a week and to Disney World. I can't wait. We're going to the Yankees game tomorrow, Ron added. You know baseball? Got hooked on the game over the past few years. You? Harry nodded. Please don't tell me you're a Yankees fan. Merlin forbid. Chicago Cubs. Really? Come on, Harry. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Cannons fan back home. How could I not cheer for the team that has the longest streak without a title game or World Series appearance in the sport and has been without a title for almost 100 years? Good point, I guess. You? Atlanta Braves. They make the playoffs and then choke, Ron said. But they make the playoffs, Harry countered. Boys, Lavender interrupted, although she seemed to be pleased that the two had lightened up at the banter. Sorry, Lav, Ron said. Boys and their sports. But maybe you'll see tomorrow. Who are the Yankees playing? Harry asked. Washington Nationals used to be the Expos. Harry nodded. Worst in the National League. I hope they kick Yankees' ass. Makes two of us, Harry. All right, Ron, that's enough, Lavender said. What? I did not bring you over here to pry into Harry's social life, although I admit, Harry, I too am curious. Nor did I bring you over here to talk about sports, right? I suppose, Ron replied meekly. Why did I bring you over here? I'm not ready. You probably never will be. What if it changes nothing? You expect things to change between you and Harry? I doubt they will, Ronald. But you will feel better about yourself in the end. And that is a change for the better, right? I suppose, Ron sighed. He took a deep breath before he looked at Harry. I am sorry, Harry. God, I am so sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me or even want me as a friend. But I need you to know I am sorry, and I know that everything was my fault and mine alone. I was a stupid, insecure, selfish git, and I ruined everything I ever had. Harry decided not to say anything, yet, after the war ended, I had money, fame, popularity, and two of the best friends anyone could have hoped for. I had everything I thought I wanted in life. I let it all go to my head. I became worse than Percy ever was, worse than anyone I know. Hermione once said I had the emotional range of a teaspoon. She was being ever so generous in that assessment. I had no clue about how I really felt about anyone or anything. I foolishly thought, well, I should have never gone out with Hermione. Deep down, though I refused to admit it at the time, I knew that while we were good friends we would never work as a couple. I did not respect her that way and doubt that I ever would have. I never really listened to her, you know. I never apologized to her after a row. I never once truly thought she was right and I was wrong. I now know I loved her as a friend and that was it. I asked her to marry me without even thinking about it. Deep down I knew. I knew I would break her heart one day, and I knew if that happened I would not lose just her as a friend. I would lose you too. What I didn't know was how I would lose almost everything I ever had, all my friends, my family, my job, the life I envisioned, everything. When I started seeing Lavender, deep down I knew I loved her. I probably had since before 6th year, but when we first started dating during 6th year I really wasn't ready for her or any woman, really. I knew I was in trouble when we got back together shortly after Hermione went back to school. I knew I was engaged to the wrong person, but I could not do what I knew was right. I could not break up with her. I should have. I knew if I had done so, she would have been hurt. I believe you would have been hurt because she was. But things would probably have been so different. But I didn't do that, did I? I cheated on her, lied to you. I got so messed up about it that I even began cheating of Lavender. I began drinking heavily. Anything to kill the feeling of guilt. Except all it did was make me feel worse, which meant drink more, chase more skirts. A vicious cycle which I did not know how to break. No, that's wrong. I did. Come clean. Apologize. Stop lying to myself and others. In the end I did and am doing just that. But back then Hermione caught me with Lavender. I broke her heart. I broke Lavender's because I told her I had ended it with Hermione. Lavender told me months earlier that I had 3 choices. Hermione, Lavender, or neither. But I loved Lav, and everyone expected me to marry Hermione, and I thought, well, I was an idiot and thought there was a 4th choice. I was so wrong. I lost Hermione forever. I lost Lavender. I lost you as my friend. I tried to keep you guys, but you would not. Well, I knew, deep down I had blown it. When you and Hermione made it clear that I was done being your friend, I then tried to get Lavender back. That's when she told me she was pregnant, Harry. She told me she would never be my girlfriend ever again. She told me she meant it when she said she loved me. But she was done waiting for me. She was going to have our child with or without me, and she really didn't care if I was there or not. She made it clear. We get married or we were through, period. So I tried to get Hermione back. I thought Lav was trying to trap me. I brought my mum with me that day. Course, I didn't tell Mum a thing about Lavender. Just that I messed things up with Hermione and she wouldn't listen to me. That went well. Hermione did not waste any time in telling Mum that the reason she dumped me was because she caught me cheating on her in no uncertain terms. Mum told me later very loudly that she was not going to help me out of the mess I had gotten myself into, and that as far as she was concerned I was a total disgrace to my family. Because of my stupidity, in about 1 week I lost the woman I loved, my 2 best friends in the whole world, and most of my family. Only Ginny did not disown me, although later I learned it was only because I got rid of Hermione. I was so desperate. I went back to Lavender, begged her forgiveness and asked her to marry me. At the time, I thought it was just for our child and that I was settling. I now know it was because I loved her and really wanted to, but I was such a mess back then that I could not even feel that I had a heart. Lavender knew I was a wreck. She believed one day I would grow up and was willing to wait and to suffer until that day arrived. You have any idea? Any idea how special that makes her? At that time in my life I didn't deserve her. I didn't deserve anyone. God knows how many times my immature and insecure behaviors hurt her. I still drank too much. I ruined our wedding. I ruined yours. I missed the birth of our first child. I cheated on her and she knew that I was. My stupidity cost me my job. For a long time I blamed you for that. I believed you got me fired to get even for what I had done to Hermione. I now know it was entirely my own fault. You would have fired anyone under similar circumstances, but I was too stupid to see it. I took Ginny's side in your annulment. Well, everyone did at first. Everyone except my wife. We all thought Ginny was a victim or something. We thought that when you left her for that posting in the States. We thought that when you filed for annulment. We believed her rubbish that you must be having an affair. By the end of the hearing, I was the only one remaining in her corner. I have no excuse. No good one, anyway. She had been on my side before. I felt I owed her. The ungrateful brat. What happened? Harry asked. It was the first time he had said anything since Ron had started talking. You remember that interview she gave Rita Skeeter about a year later concerning the heroes of Hogwarts? Harry nodded. Pack of lies, he added. Right. And what she said about Lavender was unforgivable. I can't think of anyone I know who Ginny hasn't stabbed in the back or slandered if it seemed to make her more important. Anyone. She's a real piece of work, Harry. Biggest mistake you ever made was marrying her, and the best thing you ever did was unmarrying her. Harry could not disagree with that assessment. She seems to think her fans are her friends and that they really like her, and those of us who know her and see her for who she really is don't. You know all too well the opposite is the truth. People who like you because you are famous don't like you at all. Took me a while to learn that bitter truth. But I had learned it by the time of the annulment. I grew up a lot. I just wish it didn't have to be so hard. Harry nodded. You'd think getting fired from the Oracle might have been a wake-up call for me. Ron went on. It should have been. I knew why I was fired, but I did not tell Lav. Told her it was you getting revenge for Hermione. She did not believe me, of course. The only thing that changed was that I stopped cheating on her. At the time it was a question of logistics and not desire. I would not cheat on her on home turf. I know I told you when you chewed me out for hurting her that I thought what she didn't know would not hurt her, and so long as my stupidity was overseas, she would not know. She knew. She knew about every one of them. She even knew about the one that cost me my job. I never told her, and neither did you, even though you threatened to. But others talked. She never said a thing to me at the time. She kept it to herself until I was ready to grow up. She waited for me, Harry. Waited when no one else would have bothered. Ron was crying now, so I was faithful by geography if not by design. But I still drank too much. The only thing I did not do was get drunk around Gabrielle. It wasn't until a year later when I realized my whole world was crashing to the ground that I let everything change. Lav was pregnant with Molly. We knew. On day I came home from work and I found Lav lying on the floor in pain. I rushed her to St. Mungo's. She was 3 months into her pregnancy and almost had a miscarriage, Harry. I was devastated, well, she was too. But I was worse. I knew, in a way, it was my fault. Bad karma, they call it, I guess. I had been such a self-centered, heartless prick. Fate or God decided it was payback time. I quit drinking that day. Haven't had so much as a butterbeer since. But God was not done with me. About 3 months later, Lav almost had another miscarriage. The healers told us she would have to be bedridden for the rest of her pregnancy. George, bless him, allowed me a leave of absence to be with her and take care of her. She was not that hard to care for, although changing bedpans is even worse than nappies. I love you too, dear, Lavender said with a laugh in her voice. Aside from the time taking care of her needs or little Gabrielle, there was not much to do really. So Lav and I talked. We talked about almost everything except my infantile behavior. That would come later. I realized there was no one else I wanted to talk to. Not like that, and that I needed to talk to her. I thought about it. I had always envied the relationship you had with Hermione. How you knew each other better than anyone else. How you learned to know what the other felt or was thinking without having to ask. I wanted that. I finally found it with Lav during those months. I was ready to grow up, I guess. Then it happened. Lav went into labor and everything went wrong. It was horrible. Little Molly almost died. Lav, she lost so much blood she slipped into a coma. She then got an infection and nearly died herself. I never left her side except to pee. She was in a coma for 8 days. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I lived on water or juice. I lost a lot of weight. I held her hand and cried like I did not know was possible. I begged her to wake up. I begged to come back. I begged her not to leave me. It was I who woke up first. I saw what an arse I had been. I saw I had the perfect women all along. I saw I had the key to my own happiness, and I saw that I had ignored her and ignored what I felt about her almost from the start. I would not have blamed her if she had died. I deserved that. For every time I had broken her heart over the years before, for every time I had hurt someone I loved through my stupidity, I was paid back with interest. I knew if she died, my life was meaningless. She couldn't die. Not now. Not when I finally realized how much I needed her, how much I loved her and how much she meant to me. I promised her that if she's only come back, I would spend the rest of my life begging her forgiveness and doing everything possible to make her and keep her happy. I promised I would justify her infinite patience in me and give her what she wanted from me. Told that to her day after day, hour after hour. I was about to give up. It seemed hopeless. The healers told me it was only a matter of time. There would be no love in my life anymore, and I had been too stupid to enjoy it when it was there. They say it is always darkest before the dawn. Believe me, they were being mild. In the moment of my deepest despair, she came back to me. It was a beautiful morning, and the sun was shining on her angelic face, and I was crying and pleading for her to come back. I began to tell her I loved her. I loved her more than anything and anyone, and I would love her until the day I died. I barely noticed she had opened her eyes. Nearly died right then and there when she said she loved me too. God had brought her back to me, even though I was not deserving of His grace. I wake up every day now and watch her sleep for a bit. In the morning, like the morning when she came back to me, when she is asleep and at peace, she is at her most breathtaking. I never want to hurt her again. I know you might never forgive me for what happened, and I know the past can never be revived. I just wanted you to know I am deeply sorry for all the pain I caused. Harry nodded, afraid to speak. I also want to thank you, Harry. Thank me?
Yeah.
Thank you for being my friend once. I may have been a git, I may have ruined it. But thank you. I also need to thank you for firing me. What? Harry asked in surprise. Face it, I was a lousy or. And it was not because of my reckless personal life. We both know a couple of really good Aurors as messed up, if not more so than I was. The only reason I stayed on more than a year is that the Aura Corps was all but wiped out during the war. I never learned the job and never liked it, but was too pig-headed to quit. As much as I hated you then, it was the best thing anyone could have done for me at the time. I went to work for George, and I have been happy with my job ever since. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't stand to be away from Lav and our children for a minute, I would actually never want to go home from work. I also want to thank you for being Lavender's friend even if you weren't mine. Those first couple of years when I was an ass, she needed a friend. Thank you. I'm still her friend, Harry said. Thanks for that as well, Harry, Ron said with sincerity. See, Lavender said to her husband, was that so bad?
No.
No, it was not bad at all, love. You were right. You always are. Feel better? Oddly enough, I do. In the hotel lobby, Hermione had left Harry and hurried to the hotel lobby. There at the front desk stood her mother, sister, and 2 children. Hi everyone, she said brightly. Mommy, her 2 children exclaimed. They ran to her as she knelt down to hug them both. She kissed both of them on the forehead. I've missed you two so much, she said. Mommy, Luna replied. It's only been a day. You didn't miss me, Hermione said with a fake pout. I did, Luna whispered back. I always miss you when you're away. Harry, me too, Mom. Hermione hugged them again. You look pretty, Mommy, Luna said as Hermione stood again. Thanks, Hermione replied, winking at her mum. Don't I get a hug too? She asked her younger sister Daphne. I suppose, Daphne said. Daphne sounded indifferent, but they both knew it was a way Daphne teased her older sister. Thanks. I missed you too, sis. Why do you look so pretty, Mommy? Luna asked. I've got a special surprise for you, Hermione replied. Really? What about me? Harry asked. You too. It's for all of you. Can we see it now?
No.
First, we have to go up to the room and get you all unpacked. Then we have to get you looking your best, and I always hate dress-up surprises, Harry moped. I think you may like this one. Doubt it. Can you give us a hint, sis? Daphne asked. It's something you've heard a lot about, but have never seen. Thestrals? Luna asked. I shall say no more, Hermione said. And after the surprise, hamburgers or hot dogs or pizza. Okay? Yay, the 3 hungry children exclaimed. You could tell they hadn't eaten. Her mother whispered as she led the group and the bellhop with their luggage to the elevators. There's a look on their faces when their dinner is late, Hermione said. You really are a great mom, you know that, don't you? I learned from the master. Rose Granger laughed. Who stole you away to teach you your tricks? So I improvise a bit. Don't we all? Granger room. Her mother had adjoining rooms with a view of Central Park, although it was dark out. Hermione's room was a couple of floors higher in the hotel, but did not enjoy the view, which was why she had gone to breakfast in the atrium that morning. Odd, she thought as she unpacked her children's luggage. My extraordinary day may not have happened at all if I had a room with a view. Mommy's not staying here? Luna asked. No, love, Rose Granger said. You mum's here on business, not vacation. She needs a place to work. But she's here in the hotel and we'll have all day with her tomorrow and we'll have breakfast with her every day and dinner, and she'll read to you as always and tuck you in at night. It will almost be like being at home. Gran said we're going to a baseball game tomorrow, Mom, Harry added, changing the subject. We are. Although it's not the Cardinals. Harry pouted. It's the Yankees. Gross, Harry said. Harry Granger hated the Yankees. You can always root for the other team. Can I? Cool. It's not the Royals, is it? Daphne asked. The Nationals. Feudal. Why do you say that? They suck. Daphne. Her mother exclaimed. Sorry, Mum, but it's true. There's always hope, Hermione said for encouragement. It's a baseball game, Harry added with glee. Daphne nodded. Well, since it's not the Cardinals, I am rooting for the Yankees. Derek Jeter is cute. Hermione chuckled. Okay, you 3, she said. Change clothes and get cleaned up. Why? They complained. Because I said so, Hermione retorted. You have not had dinner, and that means a restaurant, and I will not have the Granger name stand for plain rumpled ruffians. Can I wear my Scott Rowland jersey? Harry asked. Is it clean? Mother, Luna exclaimed. Do you think I'd let the jerk pack dirty clothes? I am not a jerk. Yeah, but you would pack dirty clothes. Quiet. If it's clean, Harry. Thanks, Mommy. Harry followed the 2 girls off into the adjoining bedroom. You really are a good mother, Janie, Rose Granger said. Thanks. And I know you didn't learn that from me. I could never get that from you without a discussion. Okay, so I stand on the shoulders of giants. Rose laughed. I guess. So he's really here, she whispered. Hermione nodded. And I still love him. Oh, and he still loves me.
I'm scared, Mom.
Why? I don't know how this will work. You just answered your question. Love. How? You said how, not if. I don't. How can be worked out. If is always harder. I know he lives there, you hear. Still, he has an adopted son. What? Friends of ours before the war. They were a fair bit older than us. The father was Harry's dad's best friend in school. The mum was much younger and was finishing school when Harry and I began, although we don't remember her from school. They got married and had a son. He was born the same day as Daphne. A month later his parents, our friends, were killed. Rose Granger gasped. Harry was Teddy's godfather. Harry was 17 at the time. Too young to be a... Hermione nodded. There was a grandmother still alive and Teddy went to live with her. This was well before I left, so I knew this. Harry visited often. Several months after I found you and Daph, the grandmother died. Teddy went to live with Harry and Harry adopted him. Oh, he's told you about that? Hermione nodded. And Harry sounds like a wonderful dad. Something you've never said about any of your dates in the past. Most left after I said I have kids. Mom. And Harry? I told him about them. And? He cried. He did? Hermione nodded. If you lose him again, Janie, I don't want to. Don't. He lived here a couple of years, you know. He did? When? 2003 and 2004. Where? Atlanta. Braves fan? Unfortunately. Is he still married? Annulment. Really? Oh, you mentioned that, didn't you? Hermione nodded. Sorry. Guess I had a senior moment. So what happened? From what he told me, it was a terrible marriage. How? Who? He petitioned. His wife hated his adopted son and did not want children. He never really had a family growing up. That was all he ever wanted and she did not want that. I understand, love. Did he look for you when he was here? Thought I was still in Australia. Why didn't he write to you? After my first letter, he never got any of the others. He moved?
No.
Then why? His girlfriend then wife binned them. She read them? He doesn't think so. I gave him copies of my first several letters. He was certain she would have ripped his head off had she read them. She just chucked them without reading them or telling him. Mom? Yes, he did write to me. Really? At least once a month. He saved all the letters hoping one day he could mail them. When did he stop? He didn't. You'd better keep him. I want to, Mom. If you want to move back, I'll come too. Mom? I won't lose you again, Janie. If that means England, I am ready. Hermione hugged her mother. I don't know what it means yet, Mom. But thanks. What's going on? Daphne's voice asked. Hermione turned to her sister and smiled. She's my mother. But you're all grown up.
Sis, y Emma.
I have kids of my own. But our mom will always be our mom and we will always be her little girls. Best get used to that, I guess. The younger two then entered the room. All set? Hermione asked. They all nodded. The Granger clan then left the room. The atrium. Hermione could not believe how she felt. She was excited. This morning when she saw Harry sitting at her table, she was terrified. She was sure he hated her for leaving. But he did not. She was sure he would leave her the minute she mentioned children. His children. But he did not. He wanted to know them. Wanted to meet them. She just hoped seeing them so soon would not be too much. But something told her it would be perfect. She held her son, a daughter's hands as they entered the atrium and walked towards the table where she had left Harry. She saw he had waited as promised and felt like she was walking on air until he was not alone. A couple of steps closer and she recognized who was sitting with him. She stopped. She froze. Her heart started racing. This had been the perfect day. The perfect day of perfect surprises, and now? Not them. Not Ron Weasley and Lavender. How could they ruin everything again? Her mind went blank and she did not notice the small figure that continued to walk towards the table with a determined gait. Their conversation, or rather Ron's confession, had ended only moments ago. Ron was spent in a way and Lavender was looking at him and holding his hand. There was love and even pride in her eyes. Harry knew that she knew that had been so hard for Ron and that she was proud he had handled it so well. Most people had, though Lavender was a bit of a ditz in school. Harry had learned she had hidden her intelligence and her courage. He and Hermione had thought at one time or another she was a doormat. Far from it. Lavender was a formidable person under the right circumstances, and, for what she had put up with from Ron waiting for him to grow up, Harry thought she should be a saint, or a martyr depending upon one's opinion of her husband. The couple had focused on each other for now, and Harry looked around and saw the little girl approaching. He recognized her immediately. It was the spitting image of Hermione, but only 8 years old. It was Hermione's sister Daphne. Could that mean? He looked around for Hermione, but did not see her. He did not know it, but she had ducked behind a potted bush trying to collect herself. Harry locked eyes with the little girl. "You must be Daphne," Harry said to the girl who seemed to be studying him. How did you know that?" she asked in reply. "Your big sister has told me a lot about you," Harry said. "Oh," Daphne sighed. "She told me how smart you are and how proud she is of you, and—" "She said that?" Harry nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Ron and Lavender were watching. "You look just like she did when she was a little girl, Harry said. "Well, almost. The mean people at school called her Chipmunk. Her front teeth were a little large." "Really?" Harry nodded. "Never noticed that myself until after she had them fixed." "And what did Sissy say about me?" "You're smart as a whip. And, I believe, a Cardinals fan?" "Of course. Although, Mom, Gran and the kids and I are going to a Yankees game tomorrow. Harry and Luna are going to root for the Nationals." "You're not?" "Derek Jeter is a Yankee. He's cute. You are the first grown-up who did not think my sister was my mother. She told me about you. She also said you hated that Daphne. It's annoying. Honestly. But I do love Sissy. She can be like a second mother, especially when I mess up. But she's also like a big sister, too. Best and worst of both, I guess." Harry laughed. Before Harry could react, the 8-year-old had jumped into his arms and into a hug. "I know a secret," she whispered. "You do? You're Harry and Luna's daddy, aren't you?" "It seems so." Harry put Daphne down. "I only just learned that today, Daphne." "How did you figure it out?" "Sissy gave us a riddle when we arrived. She said she had a big surprise for us and that it was something we've heard all about but had never seen. Eyes and hair. There you go." "You're really smart, Daphne," Harry said. He then whispered, "This is a secret. Sissy is really smart, Daphne nodded. "You are at least as smart as she is." "I am?" Harry nodded. "Thank you," Daphne said with a smile. Harry noticed an older woman had approached. Hermione had shown Harry pictures of the kids on her laptop, and Harry recognized her as Rose Granger, Hermione's mother. "Looking for your daughter?" Harry asked as he put Daphne down and stood up. "Daphne," Rose said, "what have I told you about running off in a strange place? That I shouldn't, right? So why did you?" "Because I figured out what Sissy's surprise was." "She did?" Rose asked Harry. Harry nodded. "It's still a secret, right?" Daphne asked. "I'm not supposed to tell Harry and Luna?" "That's right. Sissy will tell them. They'll be so happy." "I know Sissy hopes so." "Harry?" "Yes? It's been years," Rose said, extending her hand. "Last time I saw you, you were a good foot shorter at least." "Really? I guess it has been a while." "Mrs. Rose, dear. Rose. I was sorry to hear about Robert." "Thanks. So, Daphne giving you any trouble?" "Mother." "No," Harry said. "No trouble at all. She's at least as smart as her big sis." "Janie thinks so too, but she won't tell Daphne." "Why not?" "'Cause," Daphne said, "she doesn't like it when I brag." "Really? She used to brag about her grades all the time." "She did? Oh, she's so gonna get it." Harry and Rose laughed. "So where is my other daughter?" Rose asked. "Oh, here she comes." "I can't believe it," Hermione thought, having hidden behind a bush. "Why are they here?" "Stupid. You knew Weasley's was showing. And that get works for them." "But why Lavender? Where are her children?" "Wait. If what Harry said and wrote was true, it's only Ron. Lavender, well, you were wrong about her. Maybe it won't be so bad. It won't be good. You can't hide. Not now. Harry. He needs to meet them. For Harry." With that, Hermione took her children by the hand and walked towards Harry and the others. Hermione stopped just short of the table. She purposefully ignored the new couple. She did hear a voice start, "Blimey. It is... Oof." Shut it, Ronald. A woman's voice whispered harshly. Lavender is no doormat. Hermione thought as she turned and knelt to face her two children. Where's our surprise, Mommy? Little Harry asked. Patience, she began to reply, is a virtue. Luna finished. Okay, little Harry said with disappointment. Kids, you remember the daddy stories, right? Hermione spoke softly, but just loud enough that all the adults could hear. She was proud of her babies and did not care what the Git thought. They nodded. They had not looked at the strangers nearby. Remember the one about when I came to Australia to find Gran? They nodded. What happened? You found Gran and Daphne, little Harry said. But Grandpa was gone. Hermione nodded. And? You lost Daddy, Luna added. You lost him and could not find him again, right? Well, this morning at breakfast your daddy found me. Two pairs of eyes opened wide with surprise. This is your daddy, she said, pointing to Harry. Harry was trying desperately not to cry. What? A voice exclaimed. Shut it, another shot back. Are you our daddy? Luna asked. Harry could not trust himself to speak. He just smiled and nodded at his two children as he knelt down before them. The two leapt into his arms and he hugged them close. We've missed you, Daddy, Luna said into his chest. So much. Harry held his two children for what seemed like a long time and soon realized they were crying a little too. He loosened his hug so he could look at them. Hey, he whispered. What's wrong? Nothing, Luna said. I'm just happy is all. Harry looked at his son. What's wrong? He asked because it was clear something bothered little Harry. Why you can't be our daddy? Doofus, Daphne shot out. Daphne, her mother scolded. But he is, Mommy. It's obvious this is his daddy. Why? Little Harry asked. Daphne huffed. Let's look at the facts. First, Sissy says he is. Why would she lie to you? I don't know. Second, he doesn't deny it. So? Third, what does Sissy tell you to do every morning that you usually don't do? Look in the mirror? If you bothered to look in the mirror, you would see you look exactly like him, only smaller and dumber. I'm not dumb. You act dumb. Kids, Rose and Hermione said in unison, and the aunt and nephew shut up. He's not our daddy, little Harry said. Mommy said our daddy does not love us and never wanted to see us. Hermione gasped. She told you that? Harry asked appalled. No. But I remember. Long time ago, I couldn't sleep so I went to find Mommy. She was crying and Gran was with her and she said Daddy never wrote to her or nothing and that he didn't love her or us and that if he did, he would have at least wrote her or come to see us, but he never did. And Gran said to forget about him and told Mommy to stop writing and getting sad all the time. You never told me that, Luna complained. Sorry. It hurt too much. That was 3 years ago, Hermione said in shock. That was right about when I stopped mailing you, Harry. Harry, look at me, Harry said. I am your daddy. There was disbelief on little Harry's face. Then why? He began. You mum wrote me all the time. She told me all about my 2 perfect children. But I never got one of her letters. If I had known about you before today, I would have written you. I would have bought you presents for Christmas and for your birthday. I would have visited. At the very, very least, I would have done that. But I never got her letters. Did you move?
No.
Then why didn't you get her letters? Because back then where I lived there was a wicked witch who stole all the letters from your mum and binned them. Binned them? Threw them away, Hermione explained. Oh, you talk funny, you know that? He's from England, Daphne said in exasperation. They all talk funny over there. We'd say the same about you lot, Ron piped in. For once, Lavender said nothing as the adults actually laughed. Why did the wicked witch steal Mommy's letters? Because your Mommy was my best friend and she hated the fact that she was not. Ginny, Ron growled. Remind me, love, when we get home to go over to her flat and knock what remains of her real teeth out of her face. Everyone stared at Ron. Bludgers, he explained. Ron, Lavender began.
No.
Lav, I think I can say this without sticking my foot in my mouth. Ron turned to Hermione and made eye contact. Hermione nodded cautiously. Oh, I know, Lav, and I have loads of questions for you. But that can wait. Years ago I hurt you. I broke your heart. I know that. You once told me I had the emotional range of teaspoon. You were always far too generous a person. I am sorry. I am sorry for a lot of stupid things I did back then. I broke the heart of everyone who ever cared for me and hurt everyone else. I was a stupid, self-centered, jealous, immature, insecure, insensitive, unfaithful, drunken. Feel free to throw in any other derogatory adjectives. Git, King Git, I made all the other Gits look good, I did. For years I blamed everyone but the one guilty party for all the pain I caused and all the pain I felt. I blamed you, Harry, the love of my life, Lavender, the Chudley Cannons, Chicago Cubs, the Queen, you name it. It wasn't until that terrible time, when Lavender lay dying, I thought, as did everyone else, that I finally blamed the one person who created all that misery, me. I promised her and God that if she came back, I would try and undo all the damage I had done. I have been trying. I really have. Talking to Harry earlier was hard as hell, and now I will have to do the same for you, and it will be at least as hard for me, given how I am the reason you left and never came back. But as stupid and uncaring as I was back then, as many hearts as I broke and for all the pain I caused, I never once hurt anyone on purpose or intentionally. There is no excuse for what I did except that I did not mean to hurt you. I just did not know how not to. Ron was now standing and pacing back and forth. Ginny, on the other hand, oh, is she a piece of work? She has hurt at least as many people as I have, usually hurt them more, and almost always on purpose. She had no right to steal those letters. I don't care what she thought she was. She had no right to steal Harry's children from him by not letting him learn about them. I don't know what went on between you two back then. If it was after I broke your heart, it really is none of my business. I admit I am curious, but I have not earned the right for an answer, and if I spend the next 50 years making up with you two, I might still not earn that, right? But bloody heck, no one has the right to do what she did. No one. The only relationship I think I got right from the start was as a dad. I cannot imagine what I would do if someone took my Gabby, Molly, Rosie, or Artie away from me. I think I'm a pretty good dad. I know Harry is. All the kids love him and Teddy thinks the world of him, or so Lavender and everyone else I know say. For my sister to deny these darlings that chance, out of spite, that is truly unforgivable. Truly. Ron stopped, sat back down and meekly said sorry. Got on a bit of a roll. Hermione did not know what to think, except that she did not expect that. She could not help but smile. She then looked at Lavender and the thought dawned on her that Ron had truly found someone. This was not the result of a spell. This was real. Ron was still Ron, but his rough edges were gone and his extremes had been dulled, and Hermione knew that was Lavender's handiwork. She knew she could never have done that. Lavender was no doormat, nor the ditzy, gossipy girl Hermione had known, but someone quite extraordinary. So Luna said, breaking the tension, "You really are our daddy?" "I really am." "He's not yours," little Harry teased. "You're adopted." Luna began to tear up. "Harry," Hermione said, "why do you always do that?" "Why?" "Because it's funny." "Well, let's see how funny it is if you don't get to go to any more baseball games."
I'm sorry.
"I gave birth to her, same as you. If she's adopted, then you are too. Got it?"
Sorry.
"You ever do that again, you can forget about baseball." "I won't," little Harry said meekly. Harry was looking at Luna, who was clearly upset. "Why are you upset?" he asked her. "I don't look like anyone," she whimpered. "I don't look like Mommy, but Daphne does. Everyone thinks she's Mommy's little girl. I don't look like you, but Harry does. I have blonde hair like Gran, but I have blue eyes. What am I supposed to think, Daddy?" "Listen to me," Harry said. "I had a mum too, you know." "What's a mum?" "A mother." "She had an older sister named Petunia." "Like the flower?" Harry nodded. "Petunia had your blonde hair and your blue eyes. The story is that every firstborn girl in that family line was blonde-haired and blue-eyed. You are the firstborn in your generation of the line, well, one of them at least. You have a blonde-haired, blue-eyed cousin as well. It is tradition, for lack of a better word. Your being who you are proves you are my daughter Luna." "It does?" "Yes." Luna leapt into Harry's arms for another long hug. "That was very sweet," Hermione whispered. "It happens to be true," Harry said. "Although whether there is a scientific explanation for it is another matter altogether." "Harry? They haven't had dinner. I guess that explains some things." "Okay," Harry said out loud. "Your mum says you haven't had dinner. Is that true?" "Yes," the children said. "And you, Daphne?" I'm hungry, she said. Rose, could use a bite. Well, you're in luck. There's a place here still open where we can get hamburgers or hot dogs or pizza. Pizza, the three children exclaimed. Right then, Harry? Hermione asked, glancing over at Ron and Lavender. Harry nodded. Didn't know either. Unreal. Harry nodded. Not what I expected when I woke up. Harry nodded. They're doing it again, Ron whispered with a chuckle to his wife. What? Lavender asked. They are speaking volumes to each other without saying much of anything. Really? They were always that way. I always envied that. We kind of do that. With our eyes, Ron agreed. You think? Lavender nodded. So try and be nice. So long as they are finally happy, I can live with anything else. Me too. Scared? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. So was I. It wasn't that bad. She raised her eyebrows. No, not yet. But maybe one day. Better than nothing. Better than before. Harry nodded. He then kissed her gently on the lips. He pulled her into a hug and whispered in her ear. Promise me you'll try and be nice to Lavender? She is my friend. Promise, Hermione said. You think? Lavender asked in a whisper after watching the kiss. For their sake, I hope so, Ron said. They deserve to be happy for once. No caffeine or sugar for the kids. Hermione called as Harry walked away. They'll be up all night otherwise. Don't worry, Harry called back. I've been the victim of that mistake before. Chapter 14. As for Ginny, in this FIC she's evil, or at least not very nice, and remains that way. Still haven't decided if she'll make an appearance or not. Chapter 14. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. The place Harry led Rose, Daphne and his kids to was a late-night diner for all practical purposes. It was set just off the atrium. He had eaten here the night before when he arrived from London. The hotel catered to the magical world, but in keeping with its American heritage, provided non-magical amenities. In addition to the televisions, radios, and telephones all over the place, there were 4 places to eat. There was a coffee shop, modeled after the nationwide non-magical Starbucks. There was the restaurant he and Hermione dined in that evening. There was an even fancier French restaurant on the top floor with an outdoor dining area overlooking Central Park that Harry was thinking about as a place to have a dinner with Hermione, and there was the American diner, which was a traditional diner. It served simple, yet tasty and well-prepared hand-prepared food in large portions. In Britain, at least until recently, witches and wizards cooked mostly with magic. It was good food, but Harry always felt it lacked something. Harry grew up in a non-magical household. He was kind of a Cinderella, ward of his aunt and uncle and treated as a servant. He learned to cook at the age of 5. He hated cooking for them but learned to love cooking. Handmade meals, as the magically crippled called it, was a challenge and allowed for creativity. Magically prepared meals were always the same, flawless and uninspired and unaffected by lack of talent or ability. The American diner was hand-cooked, and from what Harry had tasted last night, wonderful. During their walk to the diner, his son pestered him with questions of all sorts. Harry noted that Rose, Daphne, and his daughter were silent. He knew they were processing what had just happened, and he knew that his son's easy questions would soon give way to the girls' hard ones. Might as well enjoy it while he could. Mommy told us all kinds of stories about you, Daddy, little Harry said. Are they true? I don't know, Harry replied. What stories? She said you played Quidditch? I did. She said you first flew on a broom when you were 11 and made the team the youngest player in a century the same day. True again. You like flying on a broom?
Ido.
It's the only form of magical transport I like. Harry. Mommy won't buy me a training broom. Not until school requires it. Harry laughed. What's so funny? Your mommy hates flying. She flies on airplanes all the time. She hates magical flying. She always has. Mommy said you were a seeker. True. And you once caught the snitch in your mouth? My very first match, Harry replied. I was reaching for it and fell, and it just somehow flew the wrong way down my throat. I did not catch it that way on purpose, and I never want to hear that you tried to do that. It was not fun at all. Okay? Okay. Mommy says you saved her from a troll. True. What happened? Harry sighed. Another boy had said something mean about her and hurt her feelings real bad. She had gone off to cry. I did not know that at the time. I was at dinner and a teacher said a troll was loose. Your mommy's friends, that woman earlier, she and her friend had told me your mommy was off crying because of the mean boy. Your mommy did not know about the troll, so I went to find her, saw the troll and watched it enter a bathroom and decided to lock it in. Problem was, I did not know that was the bathroom where your mommy had gone to cry. She screamed. I heard it and went in to help. I wasn't alone. My other friend was with me still. It was one big troll. But you beat the troll and saved her, right? That's true. And I always will try and save her, he thought. Mommy says you once fought a dragon. Is that what she said? She said once there was this big contest and there were 4 people in it and you were the youngest by years and years. She said that a part of the contest, each of you had to take on a dragon and you won. That's true. Although take on does not mean fight. It doesn't. What we had to do was take something that the dragon was guarding, a treasure of sorts. Really? Harry nodded. But what made it worse is we each faced a mommy dragon who was guarding her eggs and the treasure was with the eggs. Why's that worse? Mommy dragons with their eggs or babies are really, really mean and scary. Why? Because they don't want anything or anyone to hurt their babies, and because until the eggs hatch they can't hunt for food, so they're really, really hungry. Speaking of hungry, Harry and the rest had been sitting for a few minutes and he waved for a waiter. Since each of the children wanted something different on their pizza, he ordered a pizza for each of them with whatever they wanted. Rose orders a salad for herself and Harry another cup of coffee. So, little Harry continued, the dragon might try and eat you? Harry nodded. And there were rules that made it really hard to get the treasure. Really? Yep. You were not allowed to hurt the dragon at all. You also were not allowed to hurt any of the eggs. If you did, you got penalties against your score. Mommy says you used a broom to fly around and all of a sudden you dove right between the dragon's legs and won. That's true. Were you scared? Of course. Wow. Mommy also says you rode the dragon. Actually, it was another dragon a few years later, but yeah. Was it fun? Kind of. Did Mommy tell you she rode the dragon too? She did? Everyone at the table asked. Harry nodded. She never said that, little Harry complained. You said these were daddy stories. Why would she? Was she scared? Not of the dragon, but yes she was. Why? She hates flying. But she always is flying in planes and stuff. Little Harry protested. Okay, she hates magical flying. She hates brooms and dragons and hippogriffs and thestrals, at least flying on them. She's flown on all of those? Yes. Wow. Daddy? Luna asked after a brief pause. It seemed little Harry was done for now. Are you married?
No, Luna.
I was once, but not anymore. Why not? My wife and I did not get along at all. So it ended. Did you have children? We did not. Obviously I do, you too. But I also have an adopted son named Teddy.
Luna frowned.
What's the matter? Harry asked. Do you know what adopted is? She nodded. It's when your real mommy and daddy don't want you, so you go to someone else. Harry looked at her. I suppose that is true in some cases, but not with Teddy. It's not?
No.
Teddy's mom and dad were a lot older than I was, but they were my friends and they loved Teddy very much. Then why? Because when Teddy was just a little baby, his mom and dad died. So you became his daddy? Not right away. I was only 17 at the time. Bit young to be a daddy. But I was named his godfather. And I knew what it would be like for him. You did? Yes, because my mummy and daddy died when I was just a baby. My daddy died when I was just a baby. Daphne added. It makes me sad sometimes. I never got to know him. But Mum and Sissy did, so I know a lot about him. Are you ever sad about your parents? Sometimes, Harry said. And it was a long time before I met anyone who would tell me about them. That was hard, and I knew Teddy would be sad too. When his parents died, his grandmother took care of him, and I went to visit him as often as I could. Then, when he was about 2 years old, his gran died as well. I took him home and adopted him. Is he sad? Sometimes. But mostly not. What's he like? He was born April 10th, 1998. Just like me. Harry nodded. He's a little taller than you, Daphne, and he's also really smart like you. Is he magical? Yes, very. What's he look like? Harry laughed. You never know. What's that mean? He's a metamorphosis. Do you know what that is? Yes. I read about it once. That's someone who can magically change the way they look, right? Harry nodded. His favorite trick is his hair color. He's been able to change that practically from the day he was born. Not long after he came to live with me, he could change into anyone his age. He used to do that at the park across the street from my house in London, so I wouldn't find him to put him down for his nap. It took him a while to learn that while he looked like one of the boys or girls he was playing with, his abilities could not change his clothes, so I always found him. Want to see a picture of him? They nodded. Harry handed them a picture. He looks like my brother, Luna exclaimed. That's him trying to look like me. Harry laughed. Here's what he really looks like, he said, handing them the other picture. He's cute, Daphne said. Most girls agree. Harry laughed. Wait a minute, little Harry said. You said he can look like a girl? The face and hair, yes. Although he has not done that in ages. Why? Why what? Why look like a girl? What's wrong with girls? Luna asked. I don't know, but, well, Harry said, I guess he did that, 'cause he figured he'd be harder to find. You work like mommy does? Little Harry asked. Indeed I do, Harry replied. In fact, that's why I am here. I'm here for almost the same reason she is. Really? Harry nodded. Mommy invents and sells things, Luna added. Is that what you do, Daddy?
No.
Your mommy is here to sell things. I am here to buy things. So buying things is your job?
No.
I'm kind of like a police officer. You are? Little Harry said in awe. Harry nodded. So you catch bad guys? Harry nodded. Are there bad guys here? Might be, but I'm not here to catch bad guys. Your mommy and people like her are selling things that might help us catch bad guys, and I am here to see what they have. If we can use it, I will buy it. That doesn't sound like fun, little Harry moped. It's called work, not play. Makes sense. What is it you really do, Harry? Rose asked. I'm a chief inspector and the deputy director, Major Crimes and Special Operations Department, Royal British National Magical Police. It used to be called the Oars Office or Dark Wizard Catchers, but we reorganized. It's now like the magical section of the American FBI. Deputy Director? Second in command, Harry said. Bit young, you think? The office was all but wiped out during the war. Most of those who survived have either been promoted or retired. I am actually the second most senior agent in the office. There were a lot of US who joined the government right after the war about my age. We are sometimes called the Young Turks and have promoted far faster than our predecessors. They were briefly interrupted as the pizza and Rose's salad arrived. It was clear to Harry immediately that the children were hungry as they all began devouring their pizzas as if it were their last meal. Harry smiled. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. How's the pay? Rose asked. What? The pay? Deputy Director must pay well. Harry recognized this as the mother protecting her daughter kind of question. What Rose was really asking was, can you take care of Hermione and your kids? Although Harry did not know it until after the war, he was wealthy, very wealthy. The Potters were old money, and each generation had been smart with it. Harry had made some small investments before he even finished school that had added to the fortune and had managed his financial affairs with aplomb. In the 8 years since the war had ended, he had practically doubled his family wealth, although most of his new money was being used to support the Potter Foundation, an educational trust set up by an ancestor centuries ago. Honestly, I really don't know. You don't know? Rose asked. It was clear she did not like that answer. Nope, Harry replied. The pay isn't that big a deal, really. How? Last year, through investments and rental properties and the like that I own or inherited, I earned about $9 million. Pounds. I've had better years, but I guess I can live with last year. Harry smiled as Rose's mouth dropped. I generally try to live within my paycheck, but I do have a few minor luxuries. Such as? Well, my Land Rover for one. Not cheap, but if it's good enough for Her Majesty. There's my Aston Martin. I do love that little car. Of course, it only seats two, so Teddy thinks it's a blast. Teddy and I live in London, but I have a manor house near Oxford. I only use it in the summer. Even then, only for a few weeks. I also have a villa in France, although I usually let it out. Minor stuff like that. Minor? When I was a boy, I had next to nothing really. All my family's property was in trust and such. My guardians treated me like a servant. For years I hated them, But that changed. I did learn the value of hard work from them, albeit grudgingly, and learned to be frugal as well. So when I finally took over my family's estate, being comfortable was not something I thought much about, really. I appreciate the value of £1, but cannot fathom 50 million or so. To me it's make-believe, or it would be if I had not also taken over the family foundation. My family has been well off for almost 1,000 years, I learned. For most of that time they have funded various charities, sometimes alone. Your daughter, Rose, she went to Hogwarts thanks to one of my family foundations. We paid for Hogwarts, Rose started. You paid what you could afford. When I learned of the educational foundation, I admit I checked. The tuition prescribed by the Board of Governors for Hogwarts for a child such as Hermione, one of non-magical birth, was 10 times what you paid. At that time there was an institutional prejudice against her. Not from the headmaster or the faculty, but from those who truly ran the school. Money talks even for bigots, so you paid for. I had no clue about any of this at the time. Professor Dumbledore was the guardian of my estate and held a power of attorney over my family's financial affairs and my proxy as head of our foundations. I only learned about it after the war. And you continue to do this? And more. I learned of all of this right about the time I became an Auror, barely a week after the war ended. The office was augmented by people from the American FBI, the Canadian Mounties, the Australian National Police. Many of them brought families, and they all came from countries where magical education began at age 5, not 11, and did not end at age 17 or 18. I opened a school in London about a block from my house based upon the American system of magical primary education. The first students started that fall. It was a lot of work, but we started with a kindergarten and what they call here the first 3 grades. In addition to the foreign students, we found most all of the well children like Hermione in the Greater London area, and most of them attended as well. A handful of magical families started sending their children not long afterwards. When they came of Hogwarts age, they were already at least 3 years ahead of most students. We set up a pilot secondary school program at Hogwarts based again on the American system, but tailored to the British system. Our students took their OWLS after their 4th year, the first class being a year ago, and embarrassed the entire British magical educational system. Our worst student have been in the top 5% of all the others. They took their GSCEs this spring. I got the results just before this trip. They are all well above the national average. What about college? Rose asked. For now, the foundation will pay to send those students to college who want to go. If they want a magical degree, they will come to the States, most likely. Otherwise, wherever they want. But by the time Teddy and Daphne reach that age, I am hoping to have a university open in Britain. Goodness! Why are you doing this? In part because I can. Mostly because I see a long-term benefit. My goal is to put someone like me on unemployment, as it were. I and those like me can't change the attitudes of our parents' generation all that much. We cannot even do that with our own. But the children, they are the future, and if they are taught right, then what happened years ago might never happen again. You know, Harry, Janie always told her father and me how she admired you. She admired you for your idealism and how you saw a world that could be. In my day, people like you were called radicals and revolutionaries. That has not changed. Rose nodded. But most tilt at windmills or watch their dreams wither under the harsh light of reality. Yet you, most lack the financial wherewithal to do something. That's not my problem. Harry, why are you really doing this? You're placing your family's fortune at risk and, Janie told you what we did during the war? Most of it, I think. And you know about me and such? Harry noticed that Daphne was all but staring at him. Rose nodded. As you know, Janie went back to school after the war. I did not. I thought that the end of the war would change things. It did not. The same problems and prejudices existed. We rounded up the enemy, but they were but the symptom that gave rise to the illness. The underlying cause was the system itself. I never wanted to be a part of that war. Never. I was dragged in, along with all of my friends and just about everyone else, kicking and screaming. What child deserves that? I was 17 when the war ended and had been fighting for almost 6 years. Is that a way to grow up? I killed the first time I can remember when I was 11. No child should ever have to do that. Fortunately, I don't remember that all that well, but I know I did it. I, like many others, were soldiers in that war and, well, we could be remembered for that. That's not a legacy I desired at all. Janie went back to school. I went into the Oris office and soon realized that the system and society that made that damned war possible had not changed a bit. I, and many like me, the Young Turks, began meeting. We began talking. We decided to change everything to make sure something like that, something that sent you to Australia, would never happen again. In our numbers were people who had been on the other side and seen and hated what they had been asked to become. The Minister for Magic, a friend of mine, got wind of our, revolutionary zeal and asked us to make recommendations for reform. You ever study American history, Rose? Yes. The Constitutional Convention? Yes. That's what we became. Before the charter we wrote was enacted, the government had not evolved much at all. The ministry controlled the Waisengamat for the most part, which means the minister was all but a dictator. The Waisengamat was both the legislature and the judiciary, and one was born into it. You only got in if you were the heir from one of the original 600 wizarding clans from the original Britain Council of Warlocks formed in the 8th century, even before Hogwarts was founded. Clan lines have died out over the centuries and other lines have been disenfranchised. My family is from one of the original clans and I am the heir. Originally, my house would have had 1 vote. When I first appeared in Chambers, I held 107 votes plus 78 that were willed to me by my godfather. It turned out there were other clan heirs in the Young Turks. Between us, we controlled a majority of all the votes. Enough to change everything, which we set upon doing. We wrote the charter. It was based largely on the Constitution of the United States and the constitutional structure of Great Britain. It called for 3 separate but equal branches of government. The minister would be elected based upon a majority of votes from the legislature. The legislature would be elected by the people over whom they governed. The judiciary would be appointed, provided they were qualified at law and approved by a majority of the legislature. There was a Bill of Rights, written by a son of a former Death Eater, that states that all humans, regardless of magical ability or heritage, are equal under the law. On December 26, 2002, in special session, the charter was sent to the Waisengamat for consideration. Since we Young Turks controlled a majority of the votes, debate was prevented. It passed and became the governing law of magical Britain in 15 minutes. The minister, confirmed for term as the transitional leader, then sent the lot of us off to America for 2 years. In part, he did this to keep us out of the firestorm we had created. In part, he did this so that when we came back we had other ideas as to how to improve the country. It is that and the education. That's what I want to be remembered for in the end. Does Janie know this? Rose asked. Bits. Unless she knows from other sources, only bits. Rose, I haven't seen or heard from her in years. We both wanted to see and hear from each other. Until this morning, while I believed she was safe, happy, and alive. For all I really knew, she was dead. She could probably have said the same thing about me. We've spent most of the day talking about other things. Us mainly. She told me about these wonderful children, and that's been my main thing since. She'll be so proud of you, Harry. Harry nodded. I did what I did in her memory. Rose. I did it for her and for everyone like her. I did it because it was the right thing to do with my life, my memories, and my fortune. I'd say, in a way, I did it also for Daphne, Harry, and Luna, even though until today I did not know of them, as they and the children like them are the future I and the rest of us did it for. Daddy? Luna asked. Yes, dear? Harry replied. Do you love Teddy? Of course. Why? Because he's my son. But he wasn't always that, right? You adopted him. How can you love him then? Ouch! Harry thought. She's a smart one, just like Teddy. Smart means difficult questions. For many of the same reasons your mum loves you and your gran loves your mum and Daphne. You need us grown-ups and you make us feel happy by needing us in the strangest of ways, especially as babies. One day I hope you will truly understand. When a baby smiles at you and needs you, that is special. When all you want is to see that baby and to be sure he or she is happy, that is special. Long before I adopted Teddy, he was special to me. He always smiled when he saw me and I could not help but smile back. Even before his gran died, I was his father. One day, and I remember it like yesterday, as I am sure your gran does about your mommy and Daphne, and your mommy does about you and Harry, one day you said your first word. Fair bet it was mama, or something like that. For Teddy it was Harry. One day you'll have that and it will melt your heart. You cannot not love that child. So yes, I do love him. But do you love me, Daddy? Harry saw that one coming. The answer was a resounding yes. But would she believe a yes? Your mum first told me about you and Harry just after breakfast this morning. She showed me a picture of you too. Do you know what I did?
No.
I cried. Why? Because I missed so much. I never knew my parents, and I missed them. I did not know about you, but when I learned, I missed you so much. I missed your first smile, your first laugh, your first tooth, your first words, your first steps. I wanted to have been there for all of those things. I missed holding you when you hurt or were sick or had a bad dream. I missed taking you to your first baseball game or seeing you first go to school. I missed all of that. You are my daughter, Luna. I wished I had known. I really do. I wish I could have been your daddy long before today. Harry sighed. Your mum chose to have you and Harry as her children. She wanted to tell me, but she could not. Would I have chosen to have you too? Yes. Most certainly. I chose to have Teddy become my son. I would have done that even if I had known about you and Harry. Does that mean I love him or would have loved him more than you? No, it does not. You are my daughter, Luna. Harry is my son. Teddy is my son. You are my children and I have always loved you. Even before I knew you were mine. I love you and always will. Good answer, Rose whispered. Did you love Mommy? Luna asked. Yes. I have loved her for a long, long time. Then why didn't you marry her? Why did you marry someone else? Harry sighed. Honesty always works, he thought. Your mommy and I met when I was 11 years old. She was the first real friend I ever had in my life. I now know that I was in love with her certainly since I was 12. But 12-year-old boys don't fall in love, so I thought it was just that she was my special friend. She was always there for me, always trying to keep me safe and happy, and I was always there for her too. We had our differences, but always when we were trying to help each other. We were there for each other always. And always I thought what I felt for her was because I was a friend. If she was hurt, so was I. If she was sad, so was I. If she was happy, so was I. I thought that was being a friend. It was not until later, until your mommy and I lost each other, that I really figured it all out. I had other friends, but not like your mommy. I had a girlfriend, later a wife, but it was never like being with your mommy. Deep down, I knew. I knew I loved her more than anything. But I was afraid of that. Terrified. Dragons, trolls, evil wizards trying to kill me were scary. But not nearly as scary as your mommy could have been. What do you mean, Daddy? What if she did not feel the same way about me? What if she only just liked me? I was afraid that she did not feel the same way about me as I did about her. I was far less worried about being eaten by a dragon than I was about her breaking my heart. For I now know your mommy is the only one on earth who can do that, and I'd rather be her friend than have had her break my heart. Do you still love her? When I saw her this morning, for the first time since well before you were born, I knew that I did, and I walked over to her table, said hello and told her so. Does she love you? What do you think, Luna? I think she does. You? Harry nodded. Are you going to marry her? I hope you do. We'll see. There are many things between now and then. Harry looked at Rose and she understood. It was more than just a wheel. See, it was an if at all possible. She smiled at Harry. You had better, she thought. Yuck, little Harry said, looking up from his mostly eaten pepperoni pizza. Lovey-dovey girly talk. Perhaps, Harry replied. But maybe one day you'll think otherwise. Gross. Never. Boys. Daphne exclaimed. Why? How can you talk about such stuff? Daddy, Harry asked in total confusion. My parents died, remember? I was only a baby. I was sent to live with relatives who did not love me. Your mum was the first who did. Before your mum became my friend, I did not know what love was at all in any form. Your mum and gran love you and always have. I was a lot older than you before anyone did the same for me. So yeah, it's yucky. But it's not as yucky if you never had it before, Harry. I guess. And someday, if it is the right girl, it'll stop being yucky. As if, fine. Teddy is the same way for now. Lovey-dovey is yucky, little Harry insisted. And I want to know about Harry Potter. Harry Potter, Harry asked. Yeah, Mommy says she knew him once upon a time. Harry heard a gasp and looked and saw Daphne had placed a hand over her mouth, as if she had just said a bad word or something. The expression on her face reminded Harry of a much younger Hermione when she had just figured out something that had been vexing her for ages. Daphne had figured out who he really was, just as she had figured out that he was Luna and Harry's father. He smiled at her and winked and saw Daphne smile back through her eyes as she refused to move her hand. The expression was priceless, Harry thought. Daphne was in on the joke, as it were. I guess you could say that, Harry said. He heard a squeak from Daphne. So did you? Did I what? Harry asked back. Did you know Harry Potter? We were in school together, so yeah. I guess you could say that. Was he as cool as he sounds? Harry thought about this for a moment. Part of him wanted to see if he could get Daphne to blurt it out. Part of him, though, wanted to make sure his son knew that being Harry Potter was anything but cool. How to do both. He thought about it. What bitter irony, he thought. Tell them about Harry Potter from another point of view, he thought. That of someone who was never amazed by his fame, and later became a friend because he saw Harry for Harry. Given them his friend Draco. Scarhead? Some did, Harry said with mock disdain. Scarhead? That's what I called him, Harry replied. He again winked at Daphne to let her know he was teasing little Harry. You didn't think he was cool? What's cool about being nutter bait? Dark wizards trying to kill you from the day you were born? Nothing cool about that. I wanted nothing to do with that nonsense. But he was so brave. You would be too if a third of all the world wanted you dead and you didn't want to die. Nothing fun about that. But he's famous. That's got to be cool, does it? Look, Harry, I don't claim to be Potty's best mate or nothing, but I do know him. He hated and hates being famous. Why? Do you want to be famous? Yeah. You have no idea then. Potty knows. Being famous sucks. But everybody knows you. Few if anyone does. Scarhead knows. He was famous his whole life. He never liked it. He could never truly tell if someone was really a friend. Well, there was an exception. His only real friend was Hermione. But everyone else? He never knew. His worst enemy at school, Draco Malfoy, was one of two people who saw him as he really was and not for his fame. Draco hated him because Potty was famous. Draco respected him because he knew Potty hated being famous. Hermione loved him because he was a decent person, but she hated his fame. The others? You don't like Harry Potter, Daddy? Not the famous one, no. Never have. The Harry Potter I liked you might never have read about. That Potter would have been happy if no one knew his name, except his friends. Why? What's wrong with being famous? For Harry Potter, two things. The first applies to anyone who is famous. Say I was famous. Okay? He heard squeaks from Daphne and Rose, but it seemed Harry and Luna did not notice. I would ask you, do you like me? Yeah. Harry, be honest. I am not famous, am I?
No.
Not that I know of. Do you like me? Yeah. You're cool, Daddy.
Luna? Ido.
You're a good person. Thank you. I try to be. But if I was famous, I might not believe you. Why, Daddy? Luna asked. Because lots of people want you to think they're your friend if you are famous. Lots of people say they like you when in truth all they like is that you are famous and they can say they know you. Do you want a friend who likes you because of who you are as a person? Or a person who says they are your friend because of what you are, a famous person? I'd want a friend, little Harry said. Not someone like that. So did Potty. He had a few but not many. He had an enemy at school too, Draco Malfoy. Draco hated Potty because he was famous, but he respected Harry Potter for hating to be famous. Later in life they became friends. Not best of friends, but friends. Many others have claimed Harry Potter as a friend, but all they wanted was to be part of his fame and not part of his life. He hates that. Still, he did amazing things. Harry protested, not by his own choice. Things were forced upon him. Let's say it was you. You are playing t-ball and the coach tells you now have to take your bat and kill 6 dragons or else everyone you know will die. Would you be happy about that? No. Little Harry answered. Is that what happened? Something like that, but not that. Potter had to kill the most powerful wizard in the world, the wizard that killed his parents when he was just a baby, the wizard that made him famous before he could even talk. Everyone knew that, and he hated it. He hated being famous, and he hated why. You see, Potter was famous not for killing that wizard, which he did and which he hates being famous for. He was famous when he was a baby, and he hated why. That evil wizard killed his parents. It made him an orphan. And, what's worse, they died to save him because that evil wizard did not want to kill his parents. He came to kill the baby Harry Potter. That evil wizard killed Potty's parents and then tried to kill Potty. Somehow, and no one really knows how or why, Potty stopped him. Potty was just a baby, and he beat the most terrifying wizard in the world without knowing a speck of magic. He was famous all his life, almost. But not for a good reason. There's nothing fun about being famous. Throw on it being famous for killing, it's worse. And being famous for something that happened when you were a baby, worse again. Harry Potter has done some things since the war that he should be famous for. But no one sees past his fame for death and destruction. Harry would love it if he had never been famous. He married, you know. He thought she loved him. She only loved what he was, not who he was. What he was famous. Only Hermione, his great friend, and Malfoy, his worst enemy in school, really knew who he was. He lost Hermione. He became friends with Draco. To this day, Harry Potter would rather be unknown rather than famous. If he had kids, Harry Potter would tell them to do great things, but to do their best at never becoming famous like he was. You don't like Harry Potter, Daddy? Little Harry asked. Not the famous one, and neither does your mum. Oh, little Harry replied, disappointed. We do like the real Harry Potter, though. The one who is not and does not wish to be famous. What happened to Hermione? Luna asked. No one really knows, not even her best friend Harry Potter. A lot of people like Hermione left Britain during and after the war and has never come back. Like Mommy? Harry nodded. Hermione was a witch from a family without a magical heritage, Harry said. The war was hard on everyone, but particularly hard on people like Hermione. And Mommy, Luna added. And your mommy, I suppose. Most of us who lived found we pretty much had to start over and rebuild our lives. I guess for many, like Hermione, that was too hard. It would be easier to do it somewhere else, like here in America, far from the memories and reminders of that war. Mommy came here because Gran did, Luna said. Harry nodded. And because she could go to college here. Everybody who left had their reasons, Luna. Did Hermione leave right away?
No.
She missed her last year of school because of the war. So she went back and finished school. We think she left right after she finished. What do you think happened to her, Daddy? Well, first of all, I don't think she left because of the war. Not really. If that was the reason, she probably would have finished school somewhere else. No, I think she left because of a broken heart. You do? Yes. While she was in school after the war, the whole magical world learned that Harry Potter was getting married to another girl. Deep down, I like to think that Hermione really loved Harry and really hoped she might one day marry her best friend. When she learned that was not to be the case, I think she thought there was nothing left for her in Britain. That's sad. Daddy. Harry nodded. It is a sad story. But I always like to think even a sad story will one day have a happy ending. I like to think Hermione found what she was looking for. That she has a family she loves and a nice home where she can live her life in peace. Do we have to talk about love again? Little Harry said. It's icky. It is not, Luna said. Boys Harry's age think it is, Harry said. But Harry, you are outnumbered here and girls do like those kinds of stories. What happened to Harry Potter, Daddy? Little Harry asked. After the war, he became a dark wizard catcher. He works in my office in London. Really? Really? Is that why you call him Scarhead? It's his code name, although he does not like it much. He got it when he was at school and it stuck. His nickname is Sparks, which only his really good friends can use. What's your name, Daddy? Harry heard Rose and Daphne suppress a giggle. Doofus, Daphne finally said. What? Little Harry complained. Who were you named after? Oh yeah, I was named after Daddy, so he's Harry too, right? That's right, Harry said. Is your middle name Robert? Mine is. It was Grandpa's name. No, my middle name is James after my daddy. Are you a Granger too? No. What's your last name? Harry smiled. Potter. Daphne burst out laughing. Little Harry and Luna stared at Harry in surprise. You're Harry Potter? Luna asked in amazement. I am, Harry replied. The Harry Potter? The Harry Potter we read about in books? I wouldn't believe everything you read in books, Luna. But yes, I am in a lot of books. And Mommy was your best friend in the whole wide world? Yes, she most certainly was, and is for that matter. But that means that Mommy is Hermione. Little Harry finished in shock. She is, Harry replied. Little Harry then jumped from his seat and ran off in the direction of his mother. Harry could not help but chuckle. I am impressed, Harry, Rose said. Really? About what? Took you well over an hour and a half to get to that point, and you've been talking the whole time. Still, it would have been fun if I could have avoided it a little longer. Harry chuckled. Well, Daphne said I knew much earlier. I know you did, Daphne, Harry replied with a wink. Sissy told me you were really smart. Chapter 15. I really have appreciated all the reviews, and yes, I do read them all. I even respond to some of them. Anyway, and oh, they are not getting married in New York. Too easy. Yes, the last chapter was a but fluffy. We got through the worst of the angst bits. Not that there won't be any others, just not as bad and not in the next few chapters. Remember, Harry is hardly a first-time parent. He has been raising Teddy for the last 6 years practically by himself, so he definitely knows how to deal with kids. That, and he's really involved with his schools, so no surprise he could deal with little Harry and Luna so easily. And Daphne for that matter. I still want Ginny to make some kind of appearance in this. Probably not in front of Harry and the kids, however. We'll see. And no, she entered this piece as a brat and she will leave it as one. I don't hate that character. But hating her in this FIC was necessary for the story. Regarding the letter chapters, I know the Hermione letters were long. I really wanted Harry and you to feel like he went through what she did. I really thought she was a good writer and could make Harry feel like he was there with her. Chapter 15. Saturday, June 17, 2006, New York City, NY. Hermione watched as Harry left her with her 2 children, Mum and Sis. He looked so comfortable with them, she thought, as a smile crept onto her face. She could see and hear that little Harry had started pestering his daddy with questions. Hermione sighed. He has no idea what he's in for. Hermione laughed. What? Lavender said. Harry. My little Harry is going to talk the poor man's ears off. Hermione finished as she took a seat facing Ron and Lavender. She smiled briefly at Lavender just before Ron began to talk. Ron told Hermione most of what he told Harry. He lay out in detail practically every dumb thing he had done since the war had ended. He made no excuses for his behavior and appeared sincere and contrite. Hermione was saddened and touched by the story of Lavender's second pregnancy and how that brought Ron back to reality. There can be redemption after all, Hermione thought. I don't expect you to forgive me, Ron began to conclude. I really did not expect you to listen. I know I was a big reason why you left and never came back. I understand that. But can I ask one small favor from you? What's that, Ronald? Please see if you can find it in your heart to forgive Lavender. I already have. You have? They both said. Hermione nodded. I'll be honest with both of you. Until today I hated you both and never wanted to see or hear of you ever again. If I had seen you this morning before I met Harry, well, I know we would not be talking. But Harry found me first. I honestly did not know what to expect when I realized Harry had sat down at the table with me. I certainly did not expect what happened. Ron, I know you blame yourself for my leaving. I admit it was a part of why I did not choose to return. But it was only a small part. The biggest reason I never came back is because by the time I boarded my flight to Australia, I knew I was in love with Harry. I still am, it seems. I was in love with him, probably for years and maybe since the day we first became friends. I just refused to admit it to myself. It wasn't until the night following that lovely meeting with you and your mother that I realized what I should have so long ago. I must have spent hours crying in Harry's arms following that. Finally, when I was all cried out, he kissed me and I knew. I did not come back because although I was sure he loved me too, he did not give me the reason to come back. I would not come back if all I had to come back to was being Harry's friend. Maybe I should have told him that before I left. But I didn't. At that time in my life, I thought that if a boy really loved you, you would not have to pry those words out of him. I now know I was probably wrong about that. Anyway, today got pretty emotional in a good way. I told Harry about our children and showed him pictures. We then agreed we needed a little time. We both had to call home and check in and such. I had copies of every letter I ever wrote to Harry. I always kept them with me. Although I can't really say why except they remind me, I once had a perfect friend and there was a time, however brief, when I was truly happy. Harry wrote to me as well, hoping he would find me one day and be able to deliver his letters. We exchanged our first year's worth and spent time in our rooms reading them. Harry's letters, well, it was obvious almost from the first that he felt sorry for you, Lavender. Mainly because of King Git here. He could not understand Ron at all. Later, it seemed that he had become your friend, and I knew that spoke highly of you because Harry is very careful about choosing his friends. This afternoon I asked about you and he told me. I roomed with you for 6 years. But the Lavender he told me about was not the one I remembered. That Lavender, and the one Ron described, is smart, determined, patient and very brave. That Lavender would never hurt me on purpose. I realized that everything that happened regarding you and Ron was Ron's fault and not yours, and had Ron listened to you, like he should have, what happened would not have come to pass and maybe things would be different. I do forgive you, Lavender. Thanks. And those two darling are his children? Lavender asked. They are. How'd that happened? Ron asked. Ronald, Lavender began. Ronald, Hermione continued, if what Harry's told me is true, you are the father of 4 children and you're expecting a 5th, right? Ron nodded and Lavender beamed. Surely you know where babies come from. Something like that happened to you. Or am I mistaken? That was my fault, Lavender said. One night I honestly forgot to take my birth control. What happened was an accident. But our Gabby is not a mistake. She certainly is not, Ron added. Something like that, Hermione said. My romance with Harry lasted barely 3 days. But I was taking birth control. I asked the doctor in Australia about that when she told me I was pregnant, and she said it does not always work. Harry and I agreed back then that our brief romance was a mistake. That's what we told each other before I left. Neither of us really believed that though and those 2 angels are anything but a mistake. What's this Sissy and Janie business? Ron asked after a pause. Well, Daphne is my little sister. She was a little over a year old when I finally found my mum and her. Her first words came some months before I arrived. Her first was Mama. Days after I found them she said, Sissy, meaning me. She's called me that ever since. I think it's adorable, but then again so is she. As for Janie, Jane is my middle name. I wanted to keep a low profile so I would not be pestered with questions, so I have been Janie Granger since the morning I stepped off the plane from London. The only person who knows I am Hermione is my mum. Honestly, I like being Janie Granger. Must have been hard being a single mum, Ron said. I'm sure Lavender will agree that being any kind of a mum is hard. Ronald. Lavender nodded. Much less a mother of twins. But it's not like I was all alone. I had loads of help from Mum and from our friends where we live. Had I been all alone, that would have been hard. My mother freaked when I told her about being pregnant. Lavender began. Hermione nodded. Imagine my shock. It had taken me almost 2 months to find out where my parents were. I was in Sydney the whole time living with another single which named Amanda. She was attending university there. I thought it was stress when I started getting sick every morning. A couple of days after that started, Amanda convinced me to see a doctor, and that day I made an appointment by computer. It was with that computer I found my parents. They were in Shoalwater, Western Australia, about as far from Sydney as one could get. That was a Saturday. I would have left then and there, but I promised Amanda. On Monday I went to the doctor and she ran some tests. I then made an appointment to have my teeth checked at my parents' dental practice in Shoalwater. The following Monday, a couple of days before my flight to Perth, I went back to the doctor and she told me I was definitely pregnant. I had so been looking forward to seeing my folks again. Now I was dreading it. I knew I was going to get it. Still, it had to be done and I was going to keep the child. Didn't learn it was twins until later. So off to Western Australia I went. That first day was shock after shock. First, I learned my daddy had died, and on the way to where my mum lived, she let me visit his grave. Then, we get home and I learn I have a little sister. Maybe it was because I was pregnant. I fainted dead away when I was told that. Then Mum tells me she and Daphne are moving to the States in only a couple of days or so. I never got around to telling her that day. I told her a day or two later. I was amazed at her. Really? She was so supportive, provided I carried through with my promises to move with her to the States and to try and go to university. I had plenty of money, so that was not an issue. While I was pregnant, she taught me everything she knew about raising a baby, and I also learned loads by helping her take care of Daphne. I started school only days after we arrived. It was 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. The school was for witches and wizards who had not been educated in the States or Australia. In those countries, you take magic on top of the same courses you would take had you never been a witch or wizard, so we had to make up for 7 years of schooling before we could even think of college or even a decent job. All this while you were pregnant? Lavender asked. Hermione nodded. My water broke during a history lecture. She laughed. I thought I had it rough, Lavender commented. Anyway, my class and professors agreed that since I was due right around the time we would take a week off for spring break, that our first day of spring break would begin the day I went into labor. So, a classmate of mine drove me to the hospital and all my classmates followed. My mum came and they were all there when little Harry and Luna entered this world on March 22, 2000. Much better than my first, Lavender said. I was all alone. She glared at Ron. Sorry, he said meekly. Anyway, in May we took our college boards, graduated and got our high school equivalencies, and I was accepted into St. Louis University beginning in the fall, which gave me 2 months to mother my darlings to death before I'd have to hit the books again. Is that where you live? Ron asked. Oh, sorry. My mum and I moved to St. Louis. Actually, at first we lived in Clayton and now in Chesterfield, but it's the St. Louis area, yes. Ronald. Lavender scolded. What? I can tell by that look in your eyes, Ronald. What? You were going to start talking about baseball and your Chicago Cubs, weren't you? Well, I swear. Lavender turned to Hermione. He's much better about some things, but his conversational topics are so limited. Me, our kids, his work, Quidditch as in the Chudley Cannons, and the Chicago Cubs, and not necessarily in that order. So you went to university? Hermione nodded. I studied applied magical theory and business administration. My mum suggested I broaden beyond purely magical studies, and it paid off in the end. I was hired as a researcher at Pack Riley Company in St. Louis. They specialize in combining magic and technology, and I focused on magical laboratory equipment for forensic analysis and such. My department supplies most of the major magical forensic and pathology labs in the country, including the magical section of the FBI. More recently, I've taken on an additional role as a special project sales representative. That's why I'm here. We're trying to crack into the European market, which I hope shouldn't be too hard, as we don't think we have any competition for our equipment over there. Good, Ron said. What? Well, we're not really competitors then. Weasley Industries sent me to try and get into the American market. Weasley Industries? My Ronald here has become quite the tycoon, Hermione. Best thing that ever happened to him was when Harry fired him from the Auror Corps. Isn't that right, dear? Indeed it is, Ron agreed. You see, Hermione, when Ron got fired, his brother George hired him to work at Weasley Wizard Wheezes. Entry-level, hourly wage, mind you, but it was a job. Ron spent 6 months learning everything he could about the business serving customers, the mail order side, suppliers, inventory management, bookkeeping. You were a huge help there, honey, Ron added. Lavender blushed at finished, contracting, finances and investment and all of that. Don't forget product development, Ron added. It was basically a crash course into how to run a business, Hermione. Anyway, Lavender continued. Ronnie wasn't but a few months into the job when he began thinking. He told me. Oh, until then I wondered about him and us. But he told me his ideas and I told him he was brilliant, and he set to work. We set up our spare bedroom as an office and he began working at home o' nights, and every once in a while he would call me in and we'd talk and he'd ask my opinion. And sometimes he would actually listen to me. I was pregnant with Molly then. It was after my first near miscarriage. So he worked and worked. He was getting prepared to present his idea to George for advice and backing when I had my second near miscarriage. I was on bed rest and George, bless him, gave Ronnie time off to be with me. He moved his office into my bedroom so he could work and be with me and ask me stuff. 2 weeks before our Molly was born. Before I nearly lost you, love, Ron added. Ronnie went to his brother with his business plan. George thought it had potential, but it was outside his areas of interest. He was one of my first investors, and he and Bill made sure Gringotts got in as well. Lav here went over the books and finances. She really has a knack for that sort of thing, and I was certain I could make a go of it. Then I almost lost her. My business, I did it for her and Gabby and Molly. If I lost her, I don't know. I told you earlier I had finally realized what I had in my Lav, and having finally realized that I could not lose her. Not now. And you didn't, Lavender said softly. I almost did. I believe you brought me back. I know I've told you that still. Our miracle Molly was born November 4th, 2000. She was small, but she was healthy by the time I woke up the morning of the 12th. I was in hospital for another month, and Ron was there most all the time. Company meetings were in my room, held in a whisper if Ron thought I was asleep. When I woke up, if I asked, I joined the meeting going over finances and such. As often as not, though, I was alone with my Ronnie, and he'd rub my feet and back and tell me what he was thinking and ask my advice about things. It was even better than our honeymoon. Except no boom boom, Ron said. Only 'cause the healers, the bastards. I happened to agree, but we had to think of Molly. I know. Anyway, despite everything, Ron's shop opened on time and under budget. Piccadilly's opened on January 1st, 2001 as scheduled. It was a huge success. Piccadilly's? Hermione asked. The Piccadilly's? The first true magical department store? That was you, Ronald? It was, Lavender said. He brought in the idea following a trip to Harrods. Wanted something like that for us magical folk, although most of what is sold you could buy in any non-magical shopping center. Of course, Harrods is more upscale across the board. But if you include mail order, well, you can buy it through Piccadilly's. We have a Piccadilly's in St. Louis, Hermione said. It opened just after Thanksgiving 2004. I shop there all the time, and I thank you and all of our loyal customers for helping put food on my table. Ron said with a laugh. Within a year, I had no choice but to expand. The original Piccadilly's in Diagon Alley was so crowded. The alley was so crowded I learned that it seemed people were coming to London from all over Europe to shop, and our shelves were empty far more than is good for business. I got investors from all over. In the 5.5 years since I opened the first store, I've opened 50 more throughout Europe and the United States. We also have one in Vancouver, Canada, and another we just opened in Sydney, Australia, and another in Melbourne. I spend a lot of time here in the States, mostly in Chicago where our U.S. headquarters is located. It was in Chicago where I was introduced to baseball. Been hooked ever since, and Lav, our numbers cruncher, she really loves the game. It's subject to so much relevant statistical analysis, Lavender said. I've learned to keep a scorecard and such. I never was into Quidditch nearly as much. So I take it you've been to a game, Hermione asked? Several. Ron's trips are never more than a few days, and he takes me somewhere at least 6 times a year, sometimes more. The kids stay with the grandparents for a few days. Meanwhile, I get to see the world, or at least the Piccadilly's world. Paris, Madrid, Rome, Milan, Amsterdam, Copenhagen, Athens, Vienna, Munich, St. Petersburg, Moscow, Chicago. Lots of trips to Chicago, San Francisco, Seattle, Miami, Boston. This is my first time to New York, though. Don't forget our occasional side trips, darling, Ron said. You loved Florence and Venice. One long honeymoon, Hermione. I swear, every child we've conceived since Molly was in a romantic hotel room overseas. If I wasn't already expecting, we would be after this trip. Ron makes it a point to bring me with him to Chicago at least 2 to 3 times a year. That's where his American corporate headquarters is located. We go at least once during baseball season so we can take in a few games, and once before Christmas. It's a lovely city, Hermione. Ron laughed. What she loves is the $1 Million Mile, the shopping on Michigan Avenue, and everyone loves their Christmas presents. Don't they, love? Only because you have good taste. I should hate the two of you, Hermione said. But I can't. You are happy as I've ever been, Ron said. If it took infantile Ron to bring us here, then it was worth every tear, Hermione. Infantile Ron, the one who broke your heart, broke mine time and again, drank till he passed out and cheated on me left and right. The one I waited for to grow up. You have grown as well, Lav. Maybe one day we could be real friends. Thanks, Hermione. Harry is, but give me a break. He's a dear, but he's still a guy, and there are some things a gal can't talk to a guy about. Hermione nodded in agreement. So who's looking after your kids for this one? Hermione asked. This one is different. Before, when Ron took me away, the kids stayed with my parents or his. Not this time. We always planned to one day bring them with us so they could experience at least some of what I had. This trip, our oldest two are certainly old enough to remember it years from now. The kids are upstairs with my mum, who came along to help out and because she's never left England before. Hopefully, the motley crew is asleep. Ron's here as a favor to George. Ron's really good at drumming up business and George is hoping to expand his defense magic line overseas. I know Ron will do well and I am here to help with any financials. Mostly though, while Ron's stuck here wheeling and dealing, Mum and I are planning to take the kids to see the sights. We're taking them to their first real baseball game tomorrow. Yankees, I admit, but the week after this we'll be in Chicago and Ron's got us tickets to the Cubs. Week after that it's Disney World. Ever been there? No, both said. Took mine the last 2 summers. They love it. So what about you and Harry? Lavender asked. I take it you've been planning this for a bit? A chance for him to meet your lovely children finally? Hermione shook her head. This day will go down as without a doubt the weirdest day in my life. Wonderful but weird. Makes finding out I was a witch pale in comparison. I came here strictly on business. That's it. Business trips are a part of my job. But this one sucked. I am to be here a week or more. I've never been away from my babies for more than 3 days since they were born. Even then it was so hard. I came in around noon yesterday to make sure everything was in order and such. I already missed my babies. I always do, but I've never been away this long. Not for a whole week or more. I did wish they could come, honestly. But that was not the plan. I certainly did not know about Harry. Until breakfast this morning when he sat at my table while I was reading the paper. I had not seen or heard from him since 10:45 a.m. London time, on July 10, 1999. Harry brought me to Heathrow for my flight to Sydney. He was flying to Rome on business. We both were flying British Airways and his flight was a few gates down from mine and about 2 hours later. I was flying first class, why not? I could afford it at the time. So I could board whenever. I was practically the last on. Until this morning, I never heard from him again. My kids were not supposed to be here. That was my mum's idea, her surprise. She knew I had never spent more than 3 days away from them since they were born. She knew I'd go spare without them for so long. She decided days ago to make a trip of it and surprise me so I would not lose focus and such. Around noon, I got a message to call home. That's when my mum said she was coming with the kids. They would see the sights while I did my job, but we could have breakfast together and dinner and I could be their mum in the evenings, just like at home. Mum did not know I had run into Harry. A bonus really. I didn't tell him. I wanted it to be a surprise for him. Last thing I expected was to run into you two just as I introduced Harry to his children for the first time. Surreal if you ask me. But I think it worked out. I don't hate you guys like I did this morning when I woke up. Maybe one day, maybe. Lavender agreed. Your mum said something about tomorrow's Yankees game? Seems we're going to, Hermione responded. Mum got tickets. Yankees suck, Ron said. The Cubs fan speaks. Hermione exclaimed. Well, as a Cardinals fan, that is one baseball thing we can agree on. Although what? Ron asked. My sis thinks Derek Jeter is a hottie, and she has decided to cheer for the Yankees. Traitor, Ron exclaimed. I regret to agree with King Git, but he is right. No self-respecting fan of the game not from New York is a true Yankees fan. You respect them, but you are bound by natural law to hate them too. Well said, Ron replied. Go Cubs. I regret, Lavender added. Hermione, I am a Cubs fan too. But at least we can agree on the need to hate the Yankees. Agreed. So, Hermione, you and Harry? What do you mean? Please. We saw you before you saw us. You kissed and I think we are both hoping for? We seem to still love each other but he has his life in London and mine is in St. Louis. So, he has invited me to his picnic? Oh, that's perfect. That's a wonderful time. I don't know, it's Hermione. Lavender said, he's my friend. I know him. Don't you dare let him go. He loves you and always has. Britain is not perfect, but there are those of us who believe in his version of it, those whose children attend the severest school and are a part of the severest system. We have the life you surely found here for your children. My oldest even plays baseball. You must make it work. You both deserve to be happy, Hermione. Agreed, Ron yawned. Mommy. A small voice interrupted. It was little Harry, and Hermione could see he had an odd expression on his face. Are you all finished with your dinner? She asked. Little Harry knew he was not allowed to leave the table until he finished his dinner. He had eaten most of his pizza, but it was too much for him and he was full. No, he admitted, but it was a big pizza. I'm full. Well, that's okay, I guess. Something else was bothering little Harry. Hermione recognized that frown on his face. What's wrong? Sweetie? I'm mad at you. Why? Why are you mad at me, sweetie? Because you never told us. You never told us about Daddy. I told you lots of stories about him. You never told us that he's Harry Potter, the very famous Harry Potter, and you never told us that you are the very famous Hermione from the books. Why? It's not important. What? Why? When did you find out who your daddy was? Just now. Before then. Did you like him? Yes. I like him a lot. So, you liked him before you knew he was Harry Potter? Yeah. And did you like me when you woke up this morning? I love you, Mommy. And that has nothing to do with your being the son of Hermione Granger, right? Right. It's because you're the best mommy in the world. And back home you and Luna have friends? Yeah. They like you? Of course. They like you because you are Harry Granger, right? Little Harry nodded. They like you even though they do not know that your mommy and daddy are famous, right? Right. Do you think it would have been the same if they knew? Wouldn't it? No, sweetie, it probably would not be the same. Ask your daddy about being famous. I have. And what did he tell you? He doesn't like it. And why not? Because people want to be his friend because he's famous and not because they like him. Oh, and I wanted you to like your daddy because he's a wonderful daddy and not because he's famous. Oh, you mean if you told us we might not really like him, right? That's correct. Were you going to tell us, Mommy? One day. I was going to tell you if your daddy and I found each other. If that had not happened, it's something I was going to tell you when I decide to answer your grown-up questions. Why then? I am not going to answer that because that, too, is a grown-up question. Okay. Do these people know who you and Daddy are? They do. They went to school with us years ago, sweetie. Oh, that's Ron Weasley. Isn't it? Harry said, pointing at Ron, who was in the middle of a huge yawn and could only nod and wave back. It's rude to point, sweetie. But yes, that is. Wow. Now, Harry, Mommy was talking with her old friends just now. What have I told you about interrupting people? It's rude. Hermione nodded. And did you excuse yourself before you came over here and interrupted? No, Harry said meekly. I want you to go back and say you're sorry to Gran and your daddy. Okay? Okay. Harry then leapt into his mother's arms, had hugged you. I love you, Mommy. Even though you're really Hermione, you're my mom. Thanks, sweetie. I love you too, now do as you were told. Right, little Harry said as he climbed down and walked back to the others. Ron yawned again. Hermione shook her head. Some things probably never change. Looks like my oldest one needs his nap, Lavender said. Hermione? Yes? I want you to meet my kids and I want ours to meet. Ron stayed here before and said the Sunday brunch is to die for. Say the word, and I'll reserve a table for all of us at 10. That should give us time to sleep and plenty of time to make it to the game. Sounds like a plan, Hermione said. I'd love to meet your children, Lavender. Love to stay, Hermione, but it's pushing well past 3 in the morning our time. Ronnie's fading fast and I am not far behind. Sorry, I understand, Lav. You forget. I've got my own fading fasts to deal with. True, Lavender laughed. Be gentle with Harry. At least for tonight, she whispered. Lavender. Just a suggestion, Hermione. Lavender winked. She then stood up and led Ron away. Hermione sat there for a moment. She had not paid much attention to Harry and the others while she went through the conversation with the two people she had long thought she hated most in the world. She could now see them in the distance at the far side of the atrium. They were seated around a round table with a totally unnecessary umbrella, but it looked like an outdoor cafe. Harry's back was to her. Rose sat to Harry's right. She could not see Luna, but guessed she was next to Rose. Then there was little Harry and Daphne and an empty chair next to Harry. They seemed so comfortable together, Hermione mused. To anyone else, they looked like a family. It took Hermione all of 2 seconds to make up her mind as she walked to rejoin her now complete family. This was going to work. For years she had plenty of first dates, few second dates, and not one third date. Every man was found wanting in some respect. Every man but one, the one seated at that table right now. Hermione had long ago concluded that romance was so much nonsense. You don't just fall for someone. There was no such thing as a soulmate or whatever. But she did just fall for Harry years ago. And if they were not meant to be together in the end, why didn't she ever have a real boyfriend? I'll probably never be able to answer those questions, she thought to herself. And if this is what God meant for me, I won't even bother to try. Hermione took her seat next to Harry. What happened next seemed to happen in slow motion. A memory was being created, one which would last for the rest of her life. Harry turned to her, concern on his face given she had had to face the demons of the past just as he had. She smiled at him to tell him all was well, and he smiled back. She never would know who moved first. She would later like to think back on it as they seemed to move at the same time and in concert. But before she could think, her lips and Harry's were as one and she was in his arms again. Her mother, her sister, their children were watching, but she did not care at all. It was as it was supposed to have been. She and Harry forever. Their moment was soon interrupted by a small voice. Gross. The kiss broke, but Harry and Hermione continued to stare into each other's eyes. Hermione had that smile on her face, her mouth partly opened, her lips and eyes smiling softly, her eyes sparking. Harry had never noticed this smile before that night when he first kissed her. It was the expression she wore after the kiss, and many more that followed. It was loving and inviting, full of wonder and joy, and screamed to him to kiss her again, which was about all he could do in public. Who was Harry to deny her anything? He thought as he leaned in again and was welcomed enthusiastically. Yuck! The voice replied, they're doing it again. This time, they did not break apart simply in response to a complaint from one member of the audience. Rather, their kiss ended when it ended and not 1 second before. Hermione blushed and bit her lower lip. Harry had learned this one as well. She was content for now. Yucky. Gross. Little Harry complained. Why were you kissing? Because we like to, Harry answered. It's what mommies and daddies do, sweetie, Hermione added. Especially when they love each other. Love is yucky, little Harry complained. Is not, Luna and Daphne said in unison. Is too. You say that now, Harry said. But in 10 years you might not think so anymore. Will too. We'll see, Hermione added. Do you love Daddy? Luna asked. Yes, sweetie, I do. I have for a long, long time. And do you love my mommy? Luna asked, looking at Harry. Always have, Harry replied. Then why aren't you married? Because we lost each other, sweetie, Hermione replied. We did not want to, but it happened. And now? And now, your daddy and I want to see, Hermione replied. There are a lot of things we need to talk about and work out. But who knows? Are you going to marry mommy? Luna asked. Good question, Rose Granger added. Harry laughed. I never thought I'd get the what are your intentions question from my own daughter. It's still a good question, Rose added. One day, maybe, if she'll have me, Harry replied. But we'll see. Right now, Hermione added, I'd say it's more likely than not, but not absolutely certain. Harry, Rose asked, are you serious or just saying this? As serious as I can be for having just run into the love of my life for the first time in almost 7 years only 15 hours ago or so. And is this because of her or the children? Her, most definitely. The children as well, but I would be thinking this way regardless. Thank you, Harry, Hermione whispered, putting the cart before the horse as it were, don't you think? Rose asked. I'd prefer to think of it as better late than never, Harry said with a smile. And what are your thoughts about this, Janie? Mother, Hermione said, while I am willing to discuss this new development with you and Harry and even both of you, I know where this conversation is going and I am not going there in front of the children. Okay? We're having it tonight, Rose began to insist. Depends upon how Harry feels, Mum. How do you feel, Harry? Whipped, he replied. It's almost 4 in the morning in London. Way past my bedtime. Speaking about bedtime, Hermione began. Mommy, Harry and Luna complained. We want to talk with Daddy more, Luna added. It's after 11, well past your bedtimes, Hermione said. I let you stay up to meet your daddy, now it's off to bed. And oh, they cried. Do you want to see more of Daddy? Yes, Mommy. Then to bed. You can see Daddy tomorrow and the day after, but only if you go to bed and get a good night's sleep. Okay. Can Daddy tell us a bedtime story? Luna asked. Only a short one and only if you ask him nicely. Please, Daddy? The two asked. Okay, Harry said, but only after you three are tucked in. He's not my daddy, Daphne said. Why do I have to tuck in? Because I am still your mum. Rose said. And I say join your niece and nephew. Mother, I am 8, and still not old enough to stay up till all hours, love. Now do as you're told. Yes, Mum. Daphne sighed, knowing it was futile to argue. Granger room. The children had brushed their teeth and changed into their jammies and had been tucked into their beds. Little Harry had a bed to himself, while Luna and Daphne shared a huge bed. Harry sat on the end of little Harry's bed and did his best to face all three while Rose and Hermione stood behind to watch. Your mum, or Sissy, Harry said, winking at Daphne when he said Sissy. She has told me she has told you Daddy's stories. The kids were tired and merely nodded. Well, turnabout is fair play, so I am going to tell you a mommy story, or a sissy story if you prefer. The children smiled at Harry, who was smiling back. Once upon a time, Harry began, in a land far across the sea, where there really are castles and queens, princes and princesses and dragons, there lived a young couple who were not royalty or even magical. But they loved each other so much, and even though they were still in school, they married. And like any husband and wife who truly love each other, they wanted a child. One day, while still in school studying to be dentists, they had their child, a daughter, a most beautiful and magical little girl. Then again, all children are magical in a way. Still, their little princess was so magical to them. They gave her a name befitting a fairy princess. They named her Hermione. What Hermione's parents did not know is that she was truly magical. She was a witch. Still, they loved her. She was smart and funny, and when she did do magic by accident, as all magical children do, they found it strange in a way, yet it only made them love their Hermione more, for she was truly special in their eyes. When Hermione was old enough, she was sent to non-magical school. For in her land there was no magical school before one turned 11. She was so smart that many of the other children picked on her, so she decided books were all that mattered, especially because the other children could not read, write or learn as well as she did. While her parents loved her so, she really had no real friends, and even for a little girl as smart and as gifted as Hermione, not having friends is hard. She loved school and learning and reading, but hated going to school where she was teased and picked on, or ignored altogether. She worried, as did her parents, that she might never have a true friend. Then one day, a couple months shy of her 12th birthday, a woman came to her home. The woman was a witch, but not just any witch. She was a very good witch and a teacher at a school that taught magic to witches and wizards. She was there to invite Hermione to attend and to tell her parents just how special Hermione really was. Her parents, as many are like, were taken aback. Like most people, magic was in fairy tales and not truly real. But it is real, it's just very rare. Her strange abilities now made sense, and she was happy that maybe she was not odd or strange, as the children her age seemed to think. Her parents, while a little scared, decided to give the school a chance. Anything if it might make their precious daughter happy. To get to the school, she had to ride a train all by herself along with all the other students who would attend. She was not on board long. The train had barely left the station in London for its trip far to the north in Scotland, when she ran into a boy who was crying. He was a young wizard from a long line of magical folk stretching back centuries. But he was sad and scared. He had a pet toad he loved dearly, and it was lost. She felt sorry for him and took it upon herself to help him find his pet Trevor. If you must know anything about Hermione, it is that she has always been kind-hearted, selfless, and brave, although there was nothing brave about hunting for Trevor. Well, for a child who knows no one, hunting through a train of magical folk that, until very recently, she did not know existed, maybe there was a bit of bravery there. In her search for Neville's toad Trevor, she entered a compartment where 2 boys were sitting. Like her, they were headed to this school for the first time, One was a son of a long line of witches and wizards and knew all about magic. The other was a famous young wizard who knew nothing about magic or his fame, for his parents had died when he was just a baby and he had lived a life in a non-magical household, with relations who knew he was probably magical and hated magic. That boy had never had a friend before, not unlike our heroine Hermione. She bounces into the compartment, where the one boy without a friend thinks he had made one with the other, and she takes his breath away. She was so enchanting. She did not take much care in her outer appearance like many girls do, but there was an inner beauty he saw immediately. The other boy was trying to show off with a spell his older brother had taught him. He was going to turn his pet rat a different color. The problem was, his older brother was a prankster and had taught him nothing, except how to look foolish. He cast the fake spell in front of his new friend and Hermione, who had only just walked in, and, of course, nothing happened. Hermione saw the other boy. He had a broken pair of glasses held together with tape, and she decided to try her luck at a spell she read about in a book. Sure enough, she fixed his glasses to his great relief, and she became his friend forever. She would be only a friend for a while. However, he was always her friend even when no one else at school seemed to want to be. One day they would become the best of friends thanks to a troll, but that is another story. Is that the end? Little Harry asked. For now, Harry said. It's time for sleep. Is that a true story? Daphne asked. Indeed it is. It is about how I met your sis, Daphne. Your sis is Hermione and I was the boy with the broken glasses. It is true. Mommy, is it? Luna asked. Mommy, why are you crying? Harry looked and saw that Hermione was indeed crying. It's true, Hermione said, although with a hitch in her voice. That was how your daddy and I first met. Daddy tells good stories, Mommy. Indeed he does, sweetie, Hermione added. Now it's time for bed. We'll see you in the morning. Okay? Okay, Mommy. Mommy? Yes, dear? Is it okay for me to love Daddy? Yes, Hermione could not finish. The tears were almost overwhelming her and she walked into the adjoining room. Good night, you three, Harry said softly. Night, Daddy, Luna said, as Harry kissed each on the forehead and left the room as well, making sure to turn off the lights as he left. Hermione's room. Harry walked Hermione to her room in part because he wanted to spend every possible second with her and in part because she had asked. You are such a good storyteller, she said. Practice, Harry replied. You forget I have a little one at home as well. That was a lovely story. The truth, even a little decorated, I find it always works. Harry? What have you thought about today? Amazing, Harry said. And if I was not so knackered, I might say this day was nearly perfect. Knackered? Exhausted? Hermione. It's after 4 in the morning for me. I am wiped out. Here we are, Hermione said. This is my room. So this is good night then? You don't have to leave me, Harry.
I'm knackered.
I'd love to not leave you, I'd love to. Well, but I am practically asleep now. I don't mind. I really don't. I just am tired of being alone and I hate the nightmares. The few times since the war that I have not had them, it seems I was asleep in your arms. If you don't want more from me tonight, can you at least give me that peace? Sure, provided, if I feel up to it later, I would not invite you in otherwise. Thanks. Oh, and Harry? Yes, love? I agreed to do brunch with the Weasleys tomorrow. They have their kids here and I want to meet them. Do you mind? It's been a day, might as well, Hermione. Thank you, Harry. Now let's get some sleep. Yes, dearest. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Sunday, June 18, 2006, New York City, NY. Harry woke up in the diffused light of an early Sunday morning. He barely remembered going to bed the night before. He knew where he was and whose curly, brown-haired head was now resting upon his chest. It was a little after 7 in the morning and Harry knew he had a decent night's sleep, one of the few that he had had over the years that did not involve alcohol. It seemed it was only with this woman that he could sleep without being hounded by his nightmares. He was amazed at how awake he was in more ways than one. His last memory was of Hermione coming from the bathroom to join him. The room was already dark and he could barely see her at all. He knew she was wearing a t-shirt of some kind. He could feel that when she crawled into his arms. Harry was shirtless, as he was most summer evenings at home. He remembered her kissing him goodnight and settling her head against his chest. He knew, once his arms were around her, he had fallen into a peaceful sleep and dreamt about this woman in his arms right now. He loved how he felt. Warm, loved and safe. He never wanted to sleep alone again, although for a time he knew he would not have that option. He wondered if she was awake, but was not about to try and wake her if she was asleep. He squeezed his arms around her to feel as close to her as he could, hoping not to wake her all the same. He heard a sigh escape what he thought were the most amazing lips in the world and hoped she was dreaming of him. He felt content just holding her to him. Hermione had woken up only a few seconds after Harry. She lay there with her eyes closed listening to his heart beating. She could stay like this all day being warm and held. She had forgotten how wonderful it was. Then again it was not like she had a lot of experience, she thought. Just those few wonderful days almost 7 years ago. Still, she was amazed she had missed this so much. She missed holding him and being held by him. It seems for years that had been almost the full extent of their more romantic relationship. He kissed her as she did him, but not like yesterday. Not until their final days together did she finally really kiss Harry. Whatever doubts she had had about how she felt about him had vanished with that first kiss, just as whatever doubts she had about how she still felt about him vanished when their lips first touched last night. She felt Harry's strong arms tighten around her and pull her gently closer to him. She sighed, for she loved being close to him. She loved it more than anything. She had thought about that night for years. Harry had been her first real kiss. He was not the first boy she had kissed, but it was her first and so far only real kiss. For years, even a simple kiss on the cheek from Harry seemed to have made her go weak at the knees. With Victor, following their one and only date, his short kiss goodnight, she had felt nothing. With Ron, yes, she had felt something, but not like that. With Ron, it was snogging, Ron trying to control or even overwhelm her. He never succeeded. With Harry, she was overwhelmed immediately and knew he was not trying. It was never snogging with him. She felt as if they were truly sharing something amazing. Hermione had been very straight-laced as a girl and young woman. She never dreamed of getting seriously physical before marriage. She was 19 when she caught Ron and Lavender, still a virgin and had no desire to lose her innocence until her wedding night. She thought about that. Most of the girls she knew in school, all of her friends except maybe Luna, had lost their virginity before they finished. Many before they even had turned 16. Ginny had waited until 1 minute after midnight on her 17th birthday before she stole into Harry's room at his place in London and threw caution and her innocence to the wind. Hermione remembered that conversation. It was all Ginny talked about for weeks after Hermione had returned to school. She knew a fair amount about privacy, Hermione did. She had heard graphic details from her friends about what they did with their boyfriends whenever they could get away with it. Hermione thought about it years later. Why hadn't she? One reason she knew is a part of her did not feel pretty and found it hard to believe any boy might be interested in that with her. Ron proved her wrong on that score, but she was not really interested in that from him. She should have figured that bit out, that she did not really love him. Rather, she was settling with him because she did not think she could ever be with the one she loved. Then she was. Then he kissed her as a woman for the first time in her life as a lover. Scared as she was his in every sense within an hour of that first kiss. She had been terrified, yet he seemed to sense it. He was so kind and gentle that she gave into to her passion far more readily than she though ought be possible. She was afraid it would hurt the first time. She was not disappointed. It had, but only for a moment, and Harry had not forced the issue. He had allowed her to get used to having him inside before he really began. When he did, she was ready. Until that moment, she really had wondered what all the fuss was about. She then knew that most of her girlfriends probably had never really had a good lover. What she experienced that first time, and every time afterwards for the next few days, was far more amazing than any of the stories her more experienced friends had told her. She remembered that long before she was overwhelmed by her very first peak of feeling. For the first time in her life, she stopped thinking altogether and was just lost in the ecstasy of Harry. The moment turns private. The details are intentionally left off-screen. After several amazing minutes with Harry's face between her legs, not a half hour after waking up that wonderful morning, She knew he could truly do anything. What shocked her was how much she enjoyed pleasuring him. Minutes after being on the receiving end of a sexual experience she had once considered at least intellectually disgusting, she had Harry in her mouth and enjoyed pleasuring him at least as much as she had enjoyed being pleasured. Even after he warned her what was about to happen next, giving her a chance to stop just short, she had continued with almost renewed vigor. She had wanted Harry in her, all of Harry. It was not nearly as bad as she expected, and knowing she had brought him there made it the height of erotic enjoyment for her. To this day she was certain that when she walked aboard that flight that took Harry and her apart, she was walking funny. Yet she did not mind. On the drive to the airport, they both had said it had been a mistake. She knew that was a lie even then. A mistake is doing it once. In the 60 hours they had been lovers, they had made love at least 25 times, almost half of which she had initiated, and that did not include other ways they had brought each other to their special place. That was not mistake. The mistake was letting Harry go. That was 7 years ago, this was today. She knew he would be just as amazing as he was then, and this time, he would not get away and she would not run away. She sighed again and stretched her arm across Harry as he squeezed her just a little more. She moved and turned so that they were now face to face, inches apart and staring into each other's eyes. She dragged her upper leg across his legs and slowing up, almost to his waist as absently as she could. When it reached him, she realized he must have been thinking the same thing she was. "Good morning," Harry said as innocently as he could. Hermione did not answer him verbally. She moved closer and kissed him for as long as she could stand. When they finally broke, she looked into his eyes and smiled at him for several long moments before she finally had the courage to speak her mind. "Good morning, darling," she said. "Sleep well?" "Never better." "You still tired?" "Wide awake. Just enjoying the view." "I've noticed you're awake." "Have you now?" "Harry?" "Yes." "Spend time together to me, please?" Later, Hermione had called a few minutes earlier to say that she and Harry were coming up. She then asked her mother to make sure that everyone was wearing their Cardinals jerseys. Her mum found that odd, considering that while she always gave in the end, she always had complained about packing them for vacation. As much as Hermione loved that team, she could not fathom why one would want to wear a jersey at Disney World or the Grand Canyon or anywhere that was not a Cardinals game. "You are not planning on walking around New York, much less Yankee Stadium like that, are you, dear?" Mrs. Granger had asked. "No, Mother. We'll change before we leave the hotel. But we are having brunch with the Weasleys this morning. I want to meet their kids who are here, and they are Cubs fans, so." "You sure you're a good witch?" her mother teased. "Only when it counts," Hermione replied. Oddly, Mrs. Granger loved the idea. Hermione and Harry showed up at her door as the kids were washing up and getting dressed next door. Mrs. Granger noted 3 things. First, that Harry was also wearing a baseball jersey. Hermione had on her Jim Edmonds jersey and red Cardinals ball cap. Her hair was in a ponytail. Harry wore a blue cap with a red bill and a white A on it to go with his John Smoltz Atlanta Braves jersey. Baseball. She also noticed they were holding hands and certain of their mannerisms, subtle to be sure, told her that if they had spent 2 minutes more than an inch apart since they had left the room last night, it would have been a miracle. She was sure they had been very intimate. "All right, you two," Mrs. Granger said. "What went on last night?" "What do you mean, Mother?" Hermione asked innocently. "You were with us until almost midnight. After you left, what happened? Were you intimate?" "Define intimate," Harry said. "Did you sleep together? In the same bed?" "That's the idea." "Did you?" "I swear, I fell asleep almost as soon as my head hit the pillow." "Wasn't that fast, dear," Hermione said. "But he did fall asleep as soon as he had his arms around me, Mother." "So you had privacy last night?" "Heavens no," Hermione said in mock horror. "Honestly, Mrs. Granger, I fell right asleep." "But you were in the same bed?" "Okay, that bit is true, but I had the most honorable of intentions." "Did you now?" "I really just wanted a decent night's sleep. That's all." "And how does sleeping with my daughter do that, pray tell?" "For once, I did not have nightmares about the war. Best night's sleep I had in years." "I see. So you did not have privacy with my daughter?" "Not last night, no." "Then you did?" "I've never had privacy with your daughter. We made love." "Big difference. So you admit to that, eh?" The evidence is in the next room, isn't it? Well, that's partly my point. What is your point, Mother? Hermione asked. You were intimate once? And look what happened. I thought you loved them, Hermione began.
Ido, dear.
That's not what I meant. What I meant is that you should never have had to go through this alone. Mom, I didn't. You've been with me every step of the way and… Hermione began to tear up, and we have never been closer. Never. I love you so much, Mummy. I always have, but not like since I found you and had to tell you about the babies. You have any idea how scared I was? I was never as close to you before as I was to Daddy. But ever since that day you have been, well, amazing. I could never have done any of this without you, and I fancy I am a wonderful mother, and that's your doing, not mine. You helped me in ways you cannot imagine. Were it not for you, I might not have gone to school because of the little ones, yet I did. Because it brought me closer to you. Our accident years ago is the best thing that ever happened to me. Still, Harry should have known. They're his children too. You know what we thought? That he didn't care. Do you think that now?
No.
He was what you told me he was. I believe he would have been there for you. Hermione nodded. It's not his fault he never had that chance before yesterday. It was his girlfriend's fault, his wife's fault. She stole my letters to him and he never knew. Harry, Mrs. Granger asked, had you known? Assuming none of my letters were stolen, I would have learned of Hermione months before I got married. I'm almost certain I would have dumped that brat to have a shot at being with your daughter. I just did not know that she feels for me what she does, or that she has given me the one thing my ex absolutely would not, a family. I meant what I said last night, ma'am. I don't want to lose your daughter ever again. What Hermione and I need to work on now is, I hope, simply a question of logistics. Logistics? She lives in St. Louis, I in London. We need to work that bit out. We also need to get to know each other again, to catch up as it were. But I'd like to think that it is merely a question of logistics. Haven't had much time to think that one out yet. I only found her about 25 hours ago. So you two did not spend time together last night? Mrs. Granger said in disbelief. No, ma'am. Honestly, we did not. Well, that's a load off my mind. She began. But, Harry, Hermione whispered in fear. If you had asked since sunrise or even in the last hour, I might have a different answer, Harry finished. I don't believe you, Hermione began. If you think I am going to lie to your mother, Hermione, Harry countered. But I do agree with you, my angel. Certain things are really none of her business. What? Rose Granger began. Angel? Hermione asked. She turned to look into Harry's eyes. Since I was 11, Hermione, Harry said, focusing on her but talking loud enough for her mother to hear, I have stared certain death in the face countless times. For years you were either by my side, helping me, or my inspiration to live. Since you left, your memory has lived with me and carried me on. Were it not for you, I'd have died countless times over the past 15 years. You are my guardian angel. So long as I believe you care, I cannot die, Hermione, at least not violently. This was not romantic sophistry at all, and both women saw that. Harry truly believed what he had just said. Rose fell silent. Whatever she had thought about this young man had changed over the last day. He was not the useless father or uncaring friend she had thought him to be. She could see by the way he and her daughter looked at each other that they loved each other and had been torn apart not by choice. She had seen the way he was towards the children. So few men were as good. Her daughter had better not mess this one up, she thought. Hermione could not believe what Harry had just said. He had said what she had felt. They were not two people, well but they were one. Together they were far better than when they were apart. This must work, she thought. This has to. This is my and his last, best chance at happiness. She threw herself into his arms and kissed him. Yuck, a little voice said. Gross. They're doing it again. Oh, Harry, you're such a jerk. Another voice added. Am not. Daft. You boys are such dunderheads. Am not. Are so. A third voice said. Am not. Kids. Rose began. Knock it off. And Harry, it looks like you'll have to just learn to live with this. Okay? It's yucky. And I don't think your mother or father cares what you think, young man. It's still yucky. So's leaving the toilet seat up, doofus, Daphne said. Why does that matter? The kiss broke as Harry began to laugh. Hermione looked at him, wondering what he found funny. Harry asked. What? Do you leave the toilet seat up at home? Yeah, so what? You live with a bunch of girls and you leave the toilet seat up? So, having learned the hard way myself, don't do that. Why not? Because they don't like it, okay? Why not? Great, Harry thought. I am his father biologically, but not really his father. Not yet. Is it my place to tell him such details? He's only 6. Because boys and girls are different. Why? Because they are. How? For now, Hermione said we can leave it as they are. Okay. Why? Because Harry said girls have to pee too. Okay? They do? Yes, Harry, they do. And they have to do it sitting down. Why? Because they are girls. Okay? Why? Look, that's all I can tell you now. But they consider it the height of rudeness for them to walk into a bathroom and finding the toilet seat up. So when they say don't do that, don't. Okay. It's stupid. Maybe, but that's the way things are, so get used to it and be nice to your gran, your mom, your aunt and sister. Okay? I'll try. I can't believe it, Rose said. What? Harry asked. Little Harry has never said that before. Rebelling against the estrogen, Harry said. Never had another male to tell him to do otherwise, I guess. Although, I'll have to get Teddy trained up too. Why? I asked Hermione yesterday, Harry said. I invited her and the rest of you to join Teddy and me on holiday, beginning with my end of July barbecue picnic in England and ending with a trip to Disney World. Not Euro Disney. No ma'am. Teddy thinks it's crud as much as I do. When we lived in Atlanta, we'd go to Orlando in the summer. Wait a minute. You lived in the States? When? 2 years, 2002 and 2003. I was assigned to the Atlanta field office of the FBI with my American mentor. We had been partners for over 3 years by then. Long story as to how that happened. But Teddy and I learned to love baseball and real barbecue and this country. You are not talking about grilling? That too, but I am talking about slow smoked ribs and brisket. My specialty. My picnic has been held around my birthday ever since Teddy and I returned to Britain. A bunch of us were sent to the States to learn and get degrees. I got my master's in political science from Georgia Tech and worked as an FBI magical agent. Other friends were elsewhere. My picnic is with them, our American friends and their families and others. We grill, barbecue, eat chili and Mexican foods, play baseball, quidditch, soccer, swim in the lake near my house and have a grand old time. I invited Hermione yesterday, suggesting she could then invite Teddy and me to St. Louis and hope to change our minds about the Atlanta Braves, and then we could all spend a week or so at Teddy's favorite place, Disney World. He and I go every year, you know. And just how are we going to fly to England and back? Rose began. I'm planning to pay for that. You are my guests, least I can do. Can you afford that? Easily, ma'am. I mostly live off what I make at work, but I earn so much more. My annual income is at least £9 million a year. Well, 6.5 after taxes. No worries about a few plane tickets. So you're rich? Comfortable, Harry said. I live in my place in London most of the year. Teddy's magical primary school is only a block away. I have my vehicles, my Aston Martin, Land Rover and motorcycle. In the summer, I can choose between my parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow and my family manor outside Oxford. My London place is big, but the manor is huge and on a large property. That's where I hold my picnic. Lord Potter, ma'am. 34th Earl of Godric's seat in the House of Lords for generations and such. Course, I only show up for that nonsense for the Queen. But there you go. Bloody heck. Rose said, too right you are. I am hoping, ma'am, that Hermione will take me off the market as it were. I am so tired of every witch old enough to breed thinking she could be the next Lady Potter. Bloody annoying if you want my opinion. All I have ever wanted is your daughter, previous mistake of a marriage notwithstanding. Wow, which was all Rose could bring herself to say. Now shall we? Harry asked. It was obvious he meant the brunch, and Hermione added, we shall. Weasley room. It was a little after 8 in the morning when Ron and Lavender woke up. Their youngest, Arthur, was asleep in a portable crib near their bed. Arthur reminded Lav of his father. Given his druthers, Ron would sleep until noon and little Artie loved to sleep in and had practically from the time he was 2 weeks old. They had both been exhausted when they finally had put all their children to bed last night. Their girls were in the adjoining room and Lavender's mum was just across the hall. "Canute, for your thoughts?" Lavender asked her husband. "Last night," Ron replied. I thought as much." "What about last night?" "The whole thing was unexpected." "Understatement." "Talk to me, lover," Lavender said. Ron did not need to be asked twice. With the exception of the first time he had dated his love, he had never had difficulty talking to her. "Well, I'd love to say I was stunned to see Harry was here, but when I heard that Parker was not going to be here, that thought did cross my mind." "But what does Harry know about purchasing?" "Honestly, he's deputy head of his department," Lavender said. "Wouldn't be a bit surprised if he became head when Savage retires." "Maybe they wanted him to learn this?" Ron nodded. "Probably. Still, I didn't really expect to run into him. If you had not come with me on this trip, I would have avoided him like the dragon pox. Instead you took my advice. Should have taken your advice years ago when Harry filed for annulment. He and I were not best of mates, but we were still friends. You advised me not to take sides and let those two sort things out. Right up until the hearing, my family sympathized with Ginny, but only I supported her. Like a fool I believed her, and like a fool was the only one on her side when it all ended. I lost the best friend I had all because I wanted to believe and stand by that selfish, conniving, totally mental brat. I hadn't spoken to Harry since before he left for the States. I was so ashamed for standing up for her. How could I talk to him? I know, love, but you did." "I was terrified to," Ron admitted. "I would not have blamed him for a moment if he had hexed me into oblivion after what had happened. But I was so surprised at how that went." Lav. "Okay, I don't think it'll ever be the same way between us as it was years ago, but at least I think I can come to the picnic with you this year." "I'd like that, Ron. I always said he would not kick you out, and I know he won't. Unless Draco is a friend of his, not best mates, but a friend. You are not allowed to openly dislike him, love." Ron grumbled. "I still think he's a git. But so long as you're with me, I promise not to openly hate Ferret Face. Deal?" "But Hermione?" "After all these years," Ron went on. "I was gobsmacked. You know, I never believed most of the crud in the papers about her. I never believed she died or ran off with some rock star, or lost her powers and was a muggle or was really a space alien. Okay, that one was almost believable in a way. But if you had told me yesterday morning that I would run into her as well, I would have had you committed to the St. Mungo's ward for permanent spell damage." Lavender giggled. "You and me both, love. That talk went even better than the one with Harry, I thought. I mean, maybe not for me, but she forgave you, Lav. That's all that really matters to me. Thank you, love. And they seem to be a couple. And they had children. Bloody heck. You have a problem with that?" "No, love, I don't. I probably would have years ago. But no. I just hope they can make it work between them. They both deserve to be happy. If they are ever as happy as we are, it might make these last 7 years seem worth it. I really do miss them. I know, love, but one step at a time. I know. Thank you for being Harry's friend all these years. Love. At least I feel like I know a little about him. I know. But I was his friend because... I am so sorry, Lav. Do you really love me? I love you more than life itself. And if I don't tell you that 1,000 times a day, I mean to." The cries from the room ended the conversation. "Bugger," Ron said, "the barbarian horde is at the gates." Lavender laughed as the two of them got out of bed to start their new day. "So, love," Lavender said as the Weasley clan left their room, "why are we wearing our Cubs kit?" "Your mum's not," Ron observed. "I meant the rest of us. You heard last night. The Grangers are from St. Louis. Cardinals fans, if anything. You know the kids love this kit and would kill us if they had to wait for Chicago to wear it, and besides, you trying to rile them up?" "No," Ron said. "Just want them to know that even though we are from England, we're fans too. Of their arch rivals. Love, it's not like the Yankees, Red Sox. It's not. Not even in a pennant race. The fans are mad for their teams but not with each other. Besides..." "What?" Lavender asked. "Galleon says Hermione is in a Cardinals jersey. Double or nothing, the lot of them are. Well, maybe not Harry. You're on Mr. Atrium." They entered the atrium and saw a family that had one half of a table to themselves. all but one were in red tops with the red birds on a bat and the word Cardinals emblazoned over it. Their children saw the one stand out. "It's Uncle Harry," Gabby shrieked. She tore away from the adults with her 3 sisters all yelling Uncle Harry at the top of their lungs. "Uncle Hoy," their youngest said. "Uncle Hoy." But little Artie was kept behind. "We'll be there in a bit, dear," Lavender said to her boy as the adults walked over to the table. "Pay up, love," Ron said. "2 galleons. You can be such a scoundrel," Lavender whispered with a laugh in her voice. "I know, but a bet's a bet." "Good morning, Harry and Janie," Lavender said as she, Ron and their son reached the table. "Good morning," they replied. "Janie?" Ron asked. "Sure. She told us yesterday she's been called Janie since she left home. I am guessing she's not used to being called Hermione. Might even make her a bit uncomfortable." Ron: "Besides, mind you, I just thinking and it's up to them. But if we remember to call her Janie, we can tell people that Harry has a serious girlfriend without spilling the beans about it being his one and only his Hermione. What do you 2 think?" "I don't know," Harry began. "Which part?" Hermione asked. "About Lavender telling people you have a serious girlfriend or about your having a serious girlfriend?" "Hermione, it's about telling, at least for now." "Are you embarrassed by me?" She said it somewhat teasingly, but there was a serious side to that question.
No.
"Absolutely not, Hermione. I'd just rather wait until the picnic to let the British wizarding world know about you. About you, Hermione, not about us." "Are we serious?" "I'd like to think so. I think we are. I am more than willing to let Lav loose to tell the women back home that I am definitely off the market. It's just that your being gone has been big news for years. If people know I am dating an American named Janie, the press might annoy me, but not you. Otherwise, there'll be reporters at your door in St. Louis within a week. You don't need that, do you?" "Thank you, Harry," Hermione said, kissing him on the cheek. "Lav, I think you can say what you want, but I think it might be fun for the world to learn that Hermione Granger is not dead later like at Harry's picnic." "My thoughts exactly," Lav said. "Most of the guests will be gobsmacked when they see it's you, Janie." Lavender giggled a little. "I can't wait to see their faces. And oh, will Parvati freak when she finds out I knew all along. Our secret for now," Hermione agreed. Right then, Lav went on. "I think introductions are in order." She looked at Hermione's mum. "I am Lavender Weasley and this is my husband Ron." Rose Granger stared at the blonde-headed witch with daggers in her eyes. These were the two who had almost ruined her daughter's life and definitely broke her heart. "Mum, it's okay," Hermione said. "It was a long time ago and I am mostly over it. Besides, if what happened had not happened, I might well have married the wrong man. In a way, I thank them for what they did because I found lost, then found Harry again because of then." "If you are fine with it, dear," Rose began. "I am, Mum." Rose relaxed. "This is my mother, Carol Brown," Lavender added, indicating the woman who looked like a slightly older version of her daughter. "Pleasure," Hermione said. "And these are the Barbarian Horde." Ron laughed, indicating the 4 blonde to strawberry blonde children each, Hermione noted, had deep blue eyes. "This is our oldest." Lavender continued, placing her hand on the tallest girl. "Gabrielle. Everyone calls her Gabby. She always preferred that name and besides, it suits her. Give her a chance and she'll talk your ears off. She's 7. This next one," she said as she moved behind the next tallest girl, "is our Miracle Molly. She's 5. Our youngest daughter is Rosalind, but we call her Rosie. She's 3. The little boy Ronnie is holding is Arthur. We call him Artie too as not to confuse him with his granddad. He's 18 months old and is becoming a little terror. I swear the girls were much easier at his age." Lavender laughed. Finally, Lavender said, placing her hands on her belly, "There is the Weasley to be named later." "You're expecting?" Rose asked. Lavender nodded with a radiant smile. She loved being pregnant. "I forgot to ask," Hermione said. "When are you due?" "The healers think around the end on January. They'll have a better estimate at my next appointment." "Congratulations," Rose said. "Thanks." Everyone took their seats at the table just as a waiter arrived. With the breakfasts ordered, the table erupted into several different conversations. Harry could hear the older children and mostly Gabby and Daphne talking about baseball. Gabby was excited to be going to her first real baseball game and even more so that it was with her daddy. She was more excited about the game next week when Daddy was taking the family to see the Chicago Cubs, her favorite team, play the Milwaukee Brewers at Wrigley Field in Chicago. The two older girls also played on baseball teams and talked about playing with each other. The two grandmothers were talking about seeing the sights and what they planned to do with their week in New York. Hermione was talking with Lavender. 5 kids, Lav? Hermione asked. Seems like a lot, doesn't it? Lavender replied. It's not that bad. Not really. Gabby's old enough to help out and she usually does. Ron calls her the enforcer, 'cause any rule breaking by the others is duly reported. What about her rule breaking? Requires effective interrogation technique absent evidence that only an 8-year-old could have done it, Lavender laughed. Still, I might say it looks like a Weasley thing except they most have boys, right? We're having 5 because I want them. You know I was an only child like you. I love having these darlings. I love that they are all different and that they all have siblings. I'm not yet going to categorically say that I'm done cranking them out. One day, I know, I'll hit a wall as it were and I'll be done. It might be with this one, but if not, and if Ron can stand the madness, maybe. And, by the way, Ron's generation of Weasleys is cranking out girls left and right. Ron says that Ginny broke the all-boy curse, although I think that's nonsense. I knew Bill and Fleur had a daughter, Hermione said, but I know nothing about the others. As you know then, Bill and Fleur had victory on May 11, 1999, the first anniversary of the start of the Battle of Hogwarts that ended the war. You remember the battle ended when Harry killed Voldemort just before sunrise on the 12th. Still, they named her victory in honor of the battle, and because Fleur had been pregnant when she fought there and had miscarried on the 12th after the battle. I didn't know that. You did. We only found out a couple of years ago. Took a while for Fleur to come to terms with that. Anyway, they had Dominique, their second daughter, on March 6, 2001. Their first son Louis on October 31, 2003, and Fleur gave birth to twins, Colette and William, this past May 5. The boys are redheads like their father. The girls take after their mum. That'll be fun in a few years, Hermione laughed. Every boy in school will be chasing them, Lavender agreed. Charlie is not married, but he has a serious girlfriend he met in Kiev. Tatiana. We'll see about that one. Percy. Oh my. You know he was the first Weasley boy to marry? He was? Hermione asked in disbelief. He became persona non grata in his family in the summer of '96. December that year, he married Penelope Clearwater. The only relation in attendance was his Aunt Muriel, who none of the others can stand. I don't like her much either. Anyway, they had their first child, Artemis, in November of '97. Rachel was born in June of '99, Christine in March of '01, Lance in November of '02, Edward in August of '04, and little Maggie this past February. They are the only Weasleys with all red hair in this generation. 6, Hermione asked. Yeah. Not sure if Penelope is done either, to be honest. Goodness. Then there's George. Bit of a late start for him. He married Angelina Johnson finally in May of last year. Their first child, a boy they're going to name Fred after his brother. He's due in August. That's a lot of kids. Not really, not now anyway. What do you mean? Most magical folk who have been married as long as Ron and I have at least 3 children, usually more. Bit of a baby boom since the war ended. There was one after the last war as well, but not nearly like this. What do you mean? Our class at Hogwarts was the smallest in decades. There were only 42 of us. It also had the highest proportion of children without magical heritage in years. Close to 40%. What's that? Used to be known as Muggle-borns. An average class over the last 2 centuries had between 55 and 60. 25% of those were Muggle-born on average. The year after us had 57 and the year after them about 68 students. Then the numbers returned to the normal range. But now, when Vicky starts Hogwarts, Victory, Bill and Fleur's girl. Only Fleur and her family call her Victory. Everyone else calls her Vicky. Anyway, the year before hers, Teddy's year, they might be as small as we were. It is estimated Vicky's year might push 80. Artie, by the time he starts, it may be well over 100. They say they may have to build more schools by then if the schools that do exist can't expand to take on the boom. Hogwarts, of course, can. some of the others? And it's not just children of magic, Janie. The Muggle-born births are way up as well apparently. Why? No one knows for sure. Harry laughed. What's so funny? Hermione asked. She's right. Bit of a breedathon going on in magical Britain. We've had to open 2 new Severus system primary schools in London the past couple of years due to the increase in magical births. Throw in the fact that more and more magical parents want their children to attend, and the supply is far short of the demand. We cater to the children without magical families, but we want all magical children to attend. In addition to the 3 London area schools, 7 more are now open and 2 more open their doors this fall. The magical child education business is booming, and you're paying for it? A lot. We do require tuition from those who can afford it, and we have loads of donations pouring in. The Weasley companies pay a huge amount tax reasons. But there is now a bill before the Magical Parliament to help pay for the costs and make magical primary school compulsory within 10 years. So maybe I won't have to spend a small fortune educating our youth. Sounds like things are really busy back home, Hermione said. A lot has changed, Harry agreed, mostly for the better. Chapter 17. Giambi was in the lineup that day, but I have no idea if he hit a foul ball into the stands behind the first base dugout. It would have been an ugly one since he batted left-handed. Chapter 17. Sunday, June 25, 2006. British Airways Flight 77 New York to London somewhere over the North Atlantic. 3.5 hours into his flight to London, Harry finally closed his laptop. He had extended his stay in New York by 1 more day. He wanted 1 more day with Hermione and the kids. Actually, he wanted hundreds and thousands of more days with them. For now, the week was all he could manage with their jobs demanding their return. Harry reflected back over the past week and was amazed at all of it. It turned out by accident, the Weasleys were seated right in front of Harry and the gangers at the baseball game. Harry managed to catch a foul ball the first time he had ever done that. He gave the ball to little Harry, who seemed thrilled, especially when the hitter sent a note saying that if they wanted he would sign it for them. Soon, little Harry had a ball autographed by Jason Giambi. Little Harry became a Yankees fan right until the end of the game when the Yankees lost to the worst team in the National League, the Washington Nationals 5-4. Hermione's mum had brought a camera with her, as had Lavender and her mum. They took pictures of each of the families at the game, in front of Yankee Stadium and in the seats as well. The Weasleys and Grangers agreed to see the sights together over the week while Harry, Hermione, and Ron worked. More pictures. They went to the Empire State Building, Ellis Island and the Statue of Liberty, several museums, the USS Intrepid, and other sites. They shopped in both the magical shopping district near the Battery and the non-magical one on Fifth Avenue. They spent a day in Central Park. Harry had all the pictures on his computer and now had restarted it so he could look at his family. For the last week, Harry had breakfast with what he now knew was his family. He and Hermione shared a room and bed, and it was amazing being with her again. He loved waking up with her in his arms and loved falling asleep that way. While breakfast was with everyone, lunch usually was just the 3 former friends. Harry knew things would never be the way they once were. But the fact that he no longer hated Ron was a good thing, wasn't it? Hermione seemed comfortable with her old friend as well, and lunch frequently led to remembering the good times they had once had together, and the trouble they had caused. Dinner was more intimate. Harry ate with Hermione and her family. He would then spend time with them until he and Hermione put them to bed. The old friends would then spend some time with Hermione's mum before returning to their room to get ready for the next day and continue to fan the flames of their romance. Harry had renewed his invitation for Hermione and her family to come to Britain at the end of July for his picnic. She accepted, and they had already planned it out. Hermione booked Magical Portal for herself, her mum, and the kids on July 22nd. She had never traveled by international portal before, although she did know about it. Between 8 o'clock and 8:30 on July 22nd, her family would pass through a door at St. Louis Lambert International Airport and exit the door in Heathrow Airport, London. Once they cleared customs, Harry would be waiting to pick them up and take them back to Grimmauld Place. It was less than a month away, Harry thought, but still it was not soon enough. He missed them already. He really missed Hermione. He knew he was in love with her and was certain she was in love with him. He never wanted to lose her again. Somewhere over the Atlantic, just before slipping off into a peaceful sleep, Harry decided that he was going to ask her to marry him. Something he knew he should have done many years ago. He would take her to dinner the night she arrived and ask her. If she said yes, he would then try and convince her to get married the following Saturday at the picnic. Why not? The location was beautiful and there was a ready-made reception already planned. It seemed perfect. Soon, Harry was asleep dreaming of Hermione in a white dress, and without one. Sunday, June 25, 2006, Southwest Airlines Flight 1327 New York to St. Louis somewhere over Ohio. They were seated at the front of the plane and were the first to board. They had taken seats in the front row, 2 sets of 3 seats facing each other on the right-hand side of the plane. Hermione had always liked this airline. True, it was no frills and inexpensive, but she felt it was family-friendly while most other carriers were not. Little Harry and Daphne sat by the windows watching the ground below and trying to guess where they were with the help of a road map Daphne had brought along. Luna sat next to Daphne and Rose next to her. Hermione sat next to little Harry. She was working at her laptop. She knew her employers would be very pleased with the results of her trip. In addition to the bids she had prepared for Harry, and by extension the British magical government, Harry had introduced her to several of his European counterparts. She now had bid proposals from Magical Interpol as well as several European countries, far more than her employers had anticipated. It would be more than enough, she had thought. They would have to open up a European office. Her boss, Hank Riley, had mentioned that if the show went well, it would be necessary to build a plant somewhere in Europe to meet the demand. Hermione thought maybe more than one. She had been told that she was first in line to head up European operations. She had lived there after all and spoke French and a little Italian. Jack was thinking Paris, but Hermione now knew it would be London. As the potential head of the European operations, she could make the recommendation, and as several Americans would have to move, London was the best choice for their families. They spoke English, for one, and based upon what she had learned from Harry this week, the children could attend the severest school and not lose ground in their education, as they would in France. Harry, she now thought. She knew she was in love with him and it hurt to leave him again. Could not be helped, not yet, but it still hurt. It had only been a few hours and she already missed him. Their children did too. Harry was certainly a wonderful father, she thought. In the evenings, he took time to get to know their children and sent them to bed every night with a new Hermione story to complement the daddy sorties she had told them over the years. Hermione knew. She knew deep down she was meant to be with him and he was meant to be with her. But things were complicated. While there was a good chance she might get transferred to Europe, it was by no means guaranteed. Even if she was, her children would have to leave their friends. And what about her mum and sis? Could she move so far away from them? Would they move too? Still, these were details. She knew if no when he asked her. She knew what she was going to do. She knew, Harry knew, and her mother knew. Wednesday, June 21st, 2006, New York City, NY. It was late and Hermione lay in Harry's arms again, her head resting on his chest in what had become for her a most relaxing sleeping position. She was tired, for it had been a long day followed by a rather physical and incredibly enjoyable evening. They had put the lights out and said goodnight to each other about an hour ago according to the clock. But, as tired as she was, she had not fallen asleep. Her mind was racing. Harry was all she could think about. More exactly, what was their future? Did they have one at all? She could tell Harry was still awake as well. She had learned to tell the differences in his muscle tone, heart rate, and breathing. She knew something was keeping him awake and wondered what it was. Curiosity got the better of her. Harry? She whispered very softly on the off chance she was wrong and he was really asleep. Yes? He whispered back. You still awake? Harry chucked. Obviously. He drawled in an imitation of a long-dead professor they both knew and did not know at all. Why? Thinking. About what? Me too. Harry? Yes, Angel?
I'm scared.
Of what? Love? Is this real? Is this real or just a fling or something? For me? Yes, real. Definitely. How do you know? 'Cause I was thinking earlier of the end of this week, when we each have to leave and go home, and I know how much it will hurt me to leave you again, even if I know it's only for a little while. Me too. Harry? What's going to happen? I don't honestly know, Angel. I'd like to believe that we are on the verge of the rest of our lives. The lives we should have had but were denied because we were afraid to face it. What do you mean? It's different this time, isn't it? He felt Hermione nod her head against his chest. Last time we felt, but we did not say. I kept waiting for you to tell me you loved me as more than a friend. Hermione. Kept waiting for you to ask me if I loved you that way too. I was afraid to tell you how I felt for fear that you did not feel the same way. This time I told you. I told you, you told me, and I am not afraid of how I feel about you then or now. If only, I had said that years before. I would have come back. As I said, it's different now though, is it? I want us to work. Not just for this week or this summer, forever. If I have to quit my job and move to St. Louis, I can't ask that of you, Harry. If it is the only way, you won't have to. I want you in my life more than any darn job. Harry, I want you from now on, from this day forward, forever. I love you, Hermione. I love you too. Harry? She said with a hitch in her voice. Harry could soon feel the wetness of her tears on his chest. I never want to lose you again. I need you in my life, Angel. I don't want to lose you again either. But how are we going to prevent that? Only one way I can think of, Angel. Harry, I want to marry you. Are you proposing? Just saying. I will propose, Hermione. That I can promise you. But not now, not here. Why not? Because... Did I ever tell you about how I proposed to Ginny?
No.
She never really said either. It was something like this. We just made love. I was holding her and I proposed. You know how that worked out? No. You deserve better. You deserve romance, a special moment. A moment you can tell your mom about and our children. This wouldn't count. You deserve a ring and a time that you can never be embarrassed about sharing with anyone, and one which can never be forgotten or truly duplicated. But yes, I will propose to you. Probably before the year is out, maybe even sooner than that. I want you in my life if you want me.
Ido, Harry.
And, is this and or a but, Harry? And, I need to talk to Teddy first. Why? Because he's my son. Because I think he should know in advance that I am going to propose to his new mum. It's been only the two of us for so long, and his last mum experience was not a good one. He needs to know, Hermione. What if he doesn't want this? Not going to change what I feel about you and that I want to be your husband. I just would like to know what I need to do as his father to help him adjust. Hopefully not much, but you will ask me? I will. In person. Of course, silly. What if I say no? Will you if I did? No, but what if? I'd be heartbroken and consider entering the priesthood. You're joking. About what? The priesthood? Been celibate for 7 years before this week. Don't see an issue with that. The saving people thing is still there, except it's saving souls and not necessarily physical lives. Same calling, different rules and methods is all. You're serious? About what? The cloth?
No.
Not really. But losing you and I can kiss my one chance at a happy family life goodbye. So, Harry, there have only been a few people in my life who saw past the boy who lived crud. Hagrid did, but I wouldn't marry him. Remus did, but ditto. Severus did, but no way there either. Neville did, again I am not into guys. McGonagall did, but I am most definitely not interested in a romantic liaison with her. Luna did, but we are just friends. Malfoy did, mostly out of spite at first, still he's a bloke. You are the only one you did, and you was there for me all the time. Even when I did not want you to be. Darn. I know I owe you my life more times over, and I never asked anything in return. I know now your love was always there and had nothing to do with any bloody scar or Dark Lord. You loved and love Harry Potter, the boy who never wanted his name in the papers and just wanted a normal life, and you did not love nor want to know Harry Potter, the boy who lived. And here's the real kicker. You are the only person for whom it was the same for me. Hermione, I know you almost as well as I know myself, assuming I know myself at all, of course. It's always been that way. Without you, it's as if I'm only half here. Another half, the important one, that half is missing. I have missed you more than I could have imagined. I never want to miss you again, Hermione. Never. Worse still. Worse? I've only been with 2 women in my life. The other one was a nightmare. It never felt right with her. With you, my God. I know it has nothing to do with the physics of romance. Without the emotional component, you're just getting shagged. With it, it's making love. Big difference. I shagged Ginny or she shagged me. With her, it was always a Quidditch match, a competition. I think we share something special, Hermione. We share, we don't take or demand. That's different and hard to find. I think. I mean, darn woman. Just kissing you is amazing. Then there's the final thing. There's more? When I sleep with you like this, I don't get the nightmares. It's only when I sleep with you. Those nights we spent together years ago and these last few nights are the only times I don't dream of a field full of dead bodies and being the only person left alive on Earth. My dreams with you are about life, love and family. Not death, destruction and loneliness. Hermione, Life without you is merely existence and I am tired of just existing. Harry, I love you too. You ask, I'll say yes because I feel the same way. People say we've always been on the same page. Pity we didn't listen. Harry, While we are on the topic, there are 2 other things we need to discuss. What? First, there's Mum and Daphne. Before this trip my boss told me that if this was a big success they would be opening an office and maybe even a plant somewhere in Europe. They are leaning towards London because a fair few of the people to staff the facility will be coming from the States, and Britain is currently the only country in Europe with magical primary education and an available secondary education similar to what magical children receive here. But there are other options. Brussels, Paris, Milan, Rome. Anyway, I am one of the people they are thinking for a European office if it opens. I spoke with Mum and she agreed that I should take the job if offered. It's a huge opportunity. I was reluctant because, well, Mum and I are really close and I like our current arrangement as housemates. She said she would have no problem moving back with me, provided it's under similar circumstances. What are you asking? That if we marry, Mum and Daphne can live with us. No problem. That easy? Over the past few days I have seen how important you all are to each other. Even if they lived next door, it would seem like breaking up a family. Besides, I like your mum and sis and there's plenty of room at my London home. 6 bedrooms. The manor is much larger still. It's no bother? None. Thanks, Harry. You're welcome. Next there's children, Hermione said. You should talk to your kids and Daphne about us. I know and I will, but that's not what I meant. You meant more, right? Are you saying you want more or are you asking if I want more? Harry asked. Both. I was thinking about that earlier too. And? At least a couple more would be great. Why not only one more? Hermione asked. Is that all you want? Harry asked with a slight sound of disappointment in his voice. No, just asking why at least a couple. Let's assume we got started on kids right now. Let's not. Hermione gasped. For the sake of discussing my reasoning only? Okay. Well, if we got started right now, the little tyke would be 7 years younger than Harry and Luna, right? Harry commented. Right. Daphne and Teddy would be heading off to Hogwarts when the kid is 2, Harry and Luna when it's 4. It would be, for all intents and purposes, an only child and I don't wish for that. By the time he or she is old enough for Hogwarts, the older 4 will have already finished and moved on. I see. Would having twins count as 2? Hermione asked. It would, but I am not placing any upper limit on the Potter family yet. Why not? Because you may want more than just 2, maybe? Maybe. Or it may be 2 and through, right? Why? Hermione asked. Because I'm not the one who's going to be pregnant. I'm not the one who has to actually live through that. I can only experience it vicariously. I am also not the one who will have to give birth at some point. How many pregnancies is your call, not mine? Why no upper limit? Because money is not an issue. Space might become one in London, but it's not one at the manor. If we get too big to live at Grimmauld Place long term, we could turn it into a weekend place for when the family needs to go to London. You really have been giving it some thought, Hermione said. I have. I really want this. Love. At least 2 then, Harry. Thanks. More if it's twins. Your call on more. Love. I'm glad we had this chat. Me too. Mrs. Janie Potter, she sighed. Love you, Angel. Love you too, darling. and within seconds they both fell into a most restful sleep. Saturday, June 24, 2006, New York City, NY. Harry? Rose asked. Yes, Rose? Would you be a dear and take the kids down to the pool? I want to have a chat with my daughter. Which one? Daphne, who was already in her bathing suit, asked. The big one with the goofy smile on her face. Love, Rose replied. Good. I'm not in trouble. Yet, Rose chuckled. Now away with you. Harry led the three children out of the room. Once the door closed, Rose turned to her daughter. Interesting week, isn't it? She said. Hermione knew where this conversation was going and what it was about and was hoping to avoid it until after they had returned home. She tried to change the topic. Brilliant. My boss is going to be so pleased. If even half of the proposals are accepted, we'll just have to open a European office. That's not what I am asking about, and you know it. Sorry. You've been sleeping with him, Janie. What? She replied, hoping to look innocent. Don't try and deny it. You've had that goofy, besotted look on your face practically since Sunday last. You're sleeping with him, aren't you? Hermione nodded. Well, you're 26. I really can't tell you what you should and should not do, especially because it's not like the children could walk in on you too. But do you think it wise? What do you mean, Mother? Hermione asked suspiciously. Look, I like Harry. I really do. He seems to, well, you look happier than I've seen you in goodness knows how long. And the kids love him. But is this for real? Is this something long-term? Or is this a summer fling? Mother, I would never have slept with him if I did not think there's more to this than a moment's passion. I love him. I really do. But, does he love you? Hermione nodded. How do you know? Aside from how he behaves around me, you mean? Rose Granger nodded. We want to get married, Mom. He's already proposed?
No.
Well, not officially. But he has told me he wants to marry B, and I have told him I want to marry him, and, so you are engaged?
No.
Not yet. Soon. He needs to talk to Teddy. I need to talk to you and the kids. You don't need our blessing, but, I know, but I want it. I want this to work. Mom. I really do. I see. He seems like he'd make a great father to the kids. I think so. What about me and your sister? Where do we fit into this life plan of yours? I'm not going to ask you to move and uproot your life. Janie, it is my life. But what do you want? I really don't want to live in London while you two live here. Mom. 10 years ago, maybe. When I was younger, you and I did not get along all that well. Rose snorted. That's an understatement. But when all this happened, I don't know. What? I was terrified when I found out I was pregnant with Harry and Luna. I was afraid that I had ruined my life. I was even more afraid of having to tell you. I knew you would be very disappointed in me, Mom. I was afraid you would hate me. But you were so amazing about it. I never would have gotten through this without you, and I've come to see us as a team, and I don't want to lose that. Ever. I won't lie to you, child, Rose replied. I was a little disappointed when you told me. But I was in no position to hate you. Now was I? I was a widow with a young child. You were about to become a single mom. I needed you to, love. Still, you were 19 when you got pregnant, 20 when they were born. You had no job. You only had a secondary school education, and one that did not mean much in America. Your prospects on your own were, well, bleak. You're my daughter. I could not cast you aside and let you founder. I know our relationship wasn't the greatest years ago. You were always Daddy's little girl, and honestly there were times when I felt like a third wheel. I've always loved you, Mom. I know. And when you told me you were pregnant, yes, I admit I was a little disappointed for a moment. A moment? Only a moment? Only a moment. Janie, you were 19, an adult. Had you been 3 years younger, I would have been very disappointed. I was hardly a virgin before my wedding night, so I can't fault you on that. You were not and have never been promiscuous. You loved the man who, well, had it been little more than a loveless one-nighter, I would have been very disappointed. You did not get pregnant to trap him or just because you wanted to play mummy. Had you gotten pregnant on purpose under those circumstances, I would have been very disappointed. You chose to sleep with him. Had he pressured you or had you slept with him out of curiosity or spite, I would have been very disappointed. You'd been on birth control for ages, admittedly not because you were sexually active. Harry was your first. Had you not been using birth control, I would have been very disappointed. But we both know these things happen. Birth control is not foolproof. You did not want to get pregnant. Had you wanted this, I would have been disappointed. This was an accident, plain and simple. You had your romance for all the right reasons, you took all the proper precautions. Aside from not having privacy at all, and despite everything, there you were. I was not disappointed for what you had done. I was disappointed for what had happened. You're a mother. Would you be happy if Luna were in your shoes? No, but, but. You're a mother, you know what the but is. She's my baby. Exactly. When you told me, I did not see a 19-year-old unwed mother to be with no prospects. I saw my little girl, scared, worried and lonely. I was her mom. I had to help her make things better. And then, the most amazing thing happened. What? If you had taken the easy ways out, I would have been very disappointed. But you did not. You did not get an abortion or put them up for adoption. You did not put off any chance of education. You did not become a burden to me. You did not run out to find a husband. I've seen women do that. You did not. You picked the hard road. You chose to keep the children. You went right back to school. Your water broke in class, of all places. You finished secondary school with top scores on your college entrance exams. You finished 2 degrees in 3 years, where most students take 5 just for 1. You did this while raising twins. You then got a decent job and are moving up the ladder fast. You did all that, and yet I see your number 1 priority is being a mother. And, as exceptional as you are at education and in your career, you're even better as a mom. Your children come first. I see it and they see it too. I always saw you as bright and independent, Janie. What I've learned these past 7 years is what a truly remarkable woman you have become. Getting pregnant was an accident. But, as time has shown, it was no mistake. Having Harry and Luna made you the woman you are today, and that woman is no mistake. I am not and can never be disappointed in you. Janie, I admire you so much. Rose's voice hitched. Raising a child is not easy, but you make it look easy. I am proud of you and all you have done. Now, if you were to ask me to go through all that again, I would do it gladly. I love you, Janie. Thanks, Mum. Love you too. If I seemed like I was coming down on you earlier, it's just that I don't want to see you get hurt. No mother wants that for their child. And, as I have learned, you will always be my daughter and I will never stop being your mum. I will always worry about you, just as you will always worry about Harry and Luna. I never wanted to be a burden to you, Mum. You never have been, Janie. Never. You have been a constant joy and I thank God every day for giving me and your daddy such a wonderful daughter, even if she isn't perfect all the time. After a long pause, Hermione finally spoke again. Mum? Yes, dear? A few nights ago, when Harry and I told each other we wanted to get married. I told him I would be willing to move to London, if that's what it takes. But, I also told him I could not do that and leave you and Daphne. And what did he say? Essentially, he understands we are a package deal. Really? Hermione nodded. He says he has more than enough room in his London house for all of us. And that's the small place. Rose smiled. Have you also discussed children? As in more? Rose nodded. Not in great detail, just generally. And? At least 2 more pregnancies. At least? Well, we agreed on a minimum of 2 more kids, Mum. Seeing as I had twins last time, well, chances are better than average I could have them again. As it is, if we only have 1 more, it would be as if that child was an only child. We both were and we don't want that. Harry pointed out that even if we got started now, and we're not, our next child will be 4 when all the others head off to school. When that child is 11, the older brothers and sisters, counting Daphne as 1, will all be off at university. We both think our next child should have at least 1 younger sibling. And at the most, Harry says that's up to me. Really? He doesn't have to get pregnant and give birth to them. Rose laughed. No, he does not. Janie? Yes, Mum? I hope you 2 do get married. Thank you, Mummy. Hermione was now crying. Sunday, June 25, 2006, Southwest Airlines Flight 1327 New York to St. Louis somewhere over Ohio. The children had cried when they realized their daddy was going away again. She was crushed by that and could not think of any way to make it better. She finally calmed down when she told them she was going to take them to see their daddy in about a month. Still, even for her, a month seemed like an eternity. She told them they would go to London and then to Harry's manor house and, if they were good, maybe even Hogwarts, the place where most of the daddy stories actually happened. She then said that their daddy and Teddy would come back with them to America. Forever? Little Harry asked. Maybe one day, sweetie, but just for the summer now. We are going to show him where you live and go to a baseball game, and then all of us are going to Disney World together. What about after, Mommy? Luna asked. She told her daughter that was for later. Now, as she looked at her daughter, she wondered. What about later, really? Hermione knew what she wanted. She wanted the same thing she had when she boarded that flight to Australia and left Harry behind. She knew now he loved her. But even back then, she wanted more than that. She wanted him in her life forever. She wanted to be his wife and to be the mother of his children. She was the latter by accident. She now wanted the complete package. Harry was much better at talking to her than he ever had been before. She had no doubts about how he felt. He told her every night and every morning. Still, he had not asked her to marry him. It was obvious to Hermione he was thinking about it. But a part of her feared he might balk at actually doing it. His last marriage was a disaster, and she sensed there was still some baggage left over from that nightmare. She hoped and prayed he could see that things would be different with her. Before they parted, she gave Harry all of the letters she had written to him over the years. While she had stopped mailing him years ago, she continued to write. She hoped that when he read them all he would know that things would be much different with her. Harry had given her all his letters as well. Hermione vowed to read them all between now and the trip to see Harry. She might even read some of them to the children. He bloody well better propose to me, she thought. She decided that if he did not, she would propose to him. She saw a wonderful life ahead and did not want to wait another 7 days, much less 7 years, to begin to live it. She did not know that there was a bump in the road to her dream life. Sunday, June 25, 2006, 32 High Street, Hogsmeade, Scotland. Harry arrived at his cousin Dudley's house at around 6 that evening. When his flight had arrived in London and after he had cleared customs, he returned briefly to his London home to drop off his bags and car, and then head off to Scotland to retrieve Teddy. Although he was certain Teddy had a wonderful time his first week of the summer holidays, he always hated leaving him. Harry had traveled to Hogsmeade by Flu, a magical transit system run by the government that connected one magical location to another. A pinch of magical powder and you could travel anywhere on the system, provided your destination was open to arrivals. Private residences could shut themselves down, of course. Harry had traveled to the pub, the Three Brooksticks. It was only a short walk from there to the Dursley home. Harry rang the doorbell. The door soon opened and a thin, middle-aged, blonde-haired woman with deep blue eyes opened the door. It took her a second to recognize him, but her severe expression softened when she did. "Harry," she said, "welcome back." She pulled Harry into a hug. "Thanks, Aunt Toonie," he said. She smiled at him and continued. "So how was your trip?" "Long but interesting." "Where's Teddy?" "He's out back with the others playing. Dinner's in about an hour." "You staying?" Harry smelled the meal cooking. "Is there enough?" "It smells wonderful. Beef stew, nothing fancy." "Yours?" "Of course." Petunia Dursley smiled. "I'm still waiting for you to tell me the secret. If there's enough, you bet I'm staying for dinner." "What am I thinking?" Aunt Petunia said.
Come in, Harry.
"Thank you." "Tell you what, Harry," Petunia said. "You tell me your Barbie secrets and I'll tell you mine." She knew Harry would never do that. "I guess I'll just have to keep trying." Harry moped. "It's good to see you again, Aunt Toonie. You really do look well, Harry. New York must suit you." "I had a decent time," Harry said. "Are Dudley and Jenna?" "Harry," a man's voice boomed. "Love, Harry's here." A large blonde man practically ran forward and pulled Harry into a hug. Harry laughed. "Guess that answers my question," he said. "Good to see you, Big D." "How was New York?" Dudley asked. "Still there," Harry said. He then saw another blonde woman emerging. "Jenna," Good to see you too. Welcome home, Harry, Jenna Dursley said. Teddy giving you any trouble? Harry asked. No more than usual, Dudley replied. They're out back playing. Should I call him in?
No, dude.
Your mum invited me to stay for her beef stew, so I can't resist, Dudley laughed. Not sure anyone can, really. Can I talk to you? Harry asked his family. Harry, Petunia asked in genuine concern. Is something wrong? No, Harry said. Nothing's wrong. Quite the opposite, in fact. The adults had moved into the living room and were now seated on the sofa, while Harry sat in a chair. I met someone in New York, Harry said. By that you mean some bird? Dudley began, but stopped when he saw Harry's expression. A woman, yes, Harry said once he regained his composure. Dudley had not meant to be insulting. Harry knew his social life, or lack thereof, was a topic of discussion amongst all his friends and his family. They were polite, but he knew they all felt sorry for him in a way. They had moved on past the war and were starting families or rebuilding ones torn apart by the war. Harry had been stuck in limbo, pining for a girl he loved who had left him. He married another and was stuck in a loveless marriage for years. When he finally ended it, he dated. But it was nothing but a chain of groupies who wanted him for his fame and not for who he really was. They were all basically carbon copies of his ex. So, out with it, Dudley said eagerly. Her name's Janie and she lives in St. Louis in the United States. We met at breakfast my first morning in New York and hit it off. I'm thinking of asking her to marry me. Bit quick, don't you think? Petunia said cautiously. Love at first sight doesn't always work. I should know. Oh, I don't know, Harry began. He was intentionally beating around the bush. Harry, I just don't want you to rush into anything. I thought you rushed into engagement the last time and we all know how that turned out. This time's different. How so? Because it's not like I only just met her. I met her years and years ago. I've been in love with her for years. Bloody heck, Dudley exclaimed. You're talking about Hermione Granger, aren't you? The two women gasped. Harry nodded. He had told Dudley about her years ago, not long after he moved back from the States and had yet another in a seemingly endless string of horrible dates. Harry had gotten a little drunk that night and told Dudley of the love of his life and how he lost her. How? I mean, nobody knew where she was or even if she was alive. She was at the conference for her company in St. Louis, Harry said. I saw her sitting alone at breakfast and as all the other tables were full decided to join her. I didn't know for certain if it was her. Not until I saw her eyes. And? Still carrying the torch for her? Harry nodded. And it seems she's been doing the same for me. Then why'd she disappear? Why no letters? Someone nicked her letters. I never got one after her first one, but she sent them all the same for years. She finally stopped sending them thinking I wanted nothing to do with her. Nothing was further from the truth. Who would do such a thing? Jenna asked. His ex, Dudley replied. She's a right mean brat. Harry nodded. It gets both better and worse. How so? Janie, as she's now called, gave birth to twins in March of 2000. Our twins. Bloody heck. She wrote to me about them all the time. I never got those letters. I never learned I was a dad or about my children. If I had received the letter she wrote at the end of August '99, the one where she told me how she really felt about me and told me she was pregnant, things may have been very different. Instead, I thought she hated me and she thought I hated her. We were wrong. Moreover, we now know we are still in love and I have 2 children. 2 wonderful children. I missed 6 years of their lives because of the wicked witch. You think she knew? Harry shook his head. I'm certain she just binned the letters unopened. She would have ripped my head off if she had known.
Brat? Dudley nodded.
So, Jenna asked, are you going to get to meet your children? Already have, Harry smiled. Their gran brought them to New York as a surprise for Hermione. I just had a most wonderful week getting to know her again and getting to know little Harry and Luna. It's a boy and a girl. They are wonderful. She had no idea you were coming? Petunia asked suspiciously. How could she? I was only tapped to go the Thursday before. Parker's name was still on the official registry when the conference began. It was a fortuitous coincidence, Aunt Toonie, nothing more and certainly nothing less. You want to see a picture of them? I'd love to. She replied, feeling guilty about accusing someone she did not even know and someone it was clear Harry cared for of intrigue. Harry handed them a normal, non-moving and unmagical photo of Hermione, little Harry, Luna and himself. It was one of several taken at the Yankees game in New York. Is this her? Petunia asked. Is this woman Hermione? Harry nodded. Dudley whistled. She's a looker, Sparks. She really is pretty, Jenna agreed. Yeah, Harry said quietly. I think so too. Your children look adorable, Petunia added. Thanks, Harry replied. That was a fun day, he added more to himself than anyone in the room. When are you going to ask her? Jenna asked. I mean, assuming that you do, of course. She's bring the family over for the picnic, Harry replied. The dates are not set for their visit, but I plan to ask her then. You think she'll say yes? She said she would. I'm happy for you, Harry, Petunia said. Me too, Jenna added. You deserve it, Dudley added. Thanks, Harry replied. Could you all do me and her a huge favor for now? What's that, Sparks? Dudley asked. Keep this kind of quiet for now? Why? You aren't embarrassed by this, are you?
No.
I'm really happy about it. But I don't want it getting out that Hermione is returning, or that we are thinking of getting married, or that we had those 2 lovely children out of wedlock. Harry, Petunia said. It's going to get out sooner or later. I know. I'd rather it get out on my terms. I'd rather Hermione and my kids be spared the inevitable media circus as long as possible, at least until the picnic. You can tell anyone you want that I met a wonderful woman in New York named Janie, and I am significantly serious about her, that I am off the market for now. You can even say she should be at the picnic, but no more. Please? No problem, Sparks, Dudley said. Isn't that right, Mum? Petunia looked as if she was going to disagree for a few moments before she finally shrugged. I guess that's better than telling me to keep quiet altogether, she said with more than a hint of disappointment. Harry shook his head. While his aunt had changed so much and so much for the better since he was a boy, she retained 2 annoying habits. She was infuriatingly nosy and an incurable gossip. Chapter 18. To respond to some readers. Yes, I am going to have a bit on Dudley's backstory. It'll be in a later chapter when Hermione meets him for the first time. It will not be a flashback bit. Yes, Luna will appear as well. Yes, Ginny will appear. I have not decided yet whether she'll actually meet H/HR or not. I really haven't. Again, later chapter that I have not written yet. Yes, one day, hopefully soon, I will begin posting one of the other fics. The story under the working title Time Changer is most likely. It is totally different than this one. Chapter 18. Sunday, June 25, 2006, 42 Wheaton Way, Chesterfield, Missouri, USA. Has everybody finished? Hermione asked, looking at her 2 children and sister at the dinner table. Yeah, they said.
TV?
Harry asked. Not yet, Hermione replied. But the Cardinal Games is on. Family meeting in the living room, Hermione said sternly. Now, the 3 kids wondered what was wrong. A family meeting usually meant one of them broke a rule that applied to all of the children. Rose and Hermione each had rules for their own kids, such as bedtimes and what they could and could not do. For those rules, their own mum was the only one who could enforce the rules, although all 3 knew that their gran or sissy were not above telling the rule enforcer that a Janie or Nana rule had been broken by their child. But there were also agreed upon rules that all 3 children had to obey. These were usually serious ones, like no lying to an adult and such. These rules either grown-up could enforce and almost always were preceded by a family meeting. Of course, not all family meetings meant someone had done something wrong. Hermione and her mother took their usual family meeting seat on the couch, and the 3 children sat on the floor, each of them with a concerned look on their face. What did we do wrong? Luna asked apprehensively. Why do you ask? Hermione said. You're not smiling. When you're not smiling, it's usually because you are not happy about something. Hermione relaxed a little and smiled. I'm not angry, she said, but I need to talk to you about something important. More important than the Cardinals? Little Harry asked. Hermione nodded. And we're not in trouble? Luna added. No, sweetie, you're not. So why? Little Harry asked. We're having this meeting to talk about Daddy and England, sweetie, Hermione replied. You know that Nana Rose and I are from there, right? Little Harry nodded. And Daddy lives there, right? Little Harry nodded. Do you know where England is? I do, Daphne said excitedly. Sis, the questions for Harry, Hermione went on. Daddy told me it was across an ocean. It is, Hermione agreed. It is a large group of islands on the far side of the ocean we saw when we were in New York. How big an ocean? You remember how long it took us to fly from here to New York? Little Harry nodded. Well, to fly from New York to London, where Daddy lives, takes that long and that long again and that long again and maybe a little longer, almost all of it over that ocean. And there's no land in between? No land. What happens if something is wrong with the plane? Hopefully, you're close enough to land to make it to an airport, Hermione replied. She never liked hiding things from her kids. Certain topics were just not talked about, adult questions, she called them. But otherwise, she was up front with them. And if you're not, hopefully you can land in the water. Does that happen? It has, Hermione nodded. Most often the plane makes it to an airport. But when we go to England to see your daddy, we won't be flying in an airplane. We won't? Little Harry and Rose Granger asked. A boat then? Daphne asked. International magical portal. Hermione replied. We go to the airport just as if we were going to fly there. There's a room there for magical travel. In the room there is a doorway, and at the right time the doorway opens and we walk through. When we all walk through, we will be in a similar room in Heathrow Airport just outside London. You mean we get there instantly? Daphne asked. Hermione nodded. I'm told so. Never traveled by portal before myself. I'm told it's just like waking through a door. Nothing to it. Why haven't you used it before? Rose asked. I mean, hours on a plane. It's relatively new technology, for lack of a better word. My company developed the prototype system in the mid-1990s. Difficult to set up as spells must be cast at each potential destination at exactly the same time. That requires careful coordination. Anyway, while it works, it has only been recently approved for commercial transport. Why? Rose asked. Security concerns, Hermione replied. It could have begun going online around 1997, but the U.S. magical government put it on hold. They were concerned it would be used by Death Eaters either to spread that war overseas or to flee capture. It was set to start operating in 2001, but the attacks on New York and Washington delayed it some more. Again, security concerns. So why did you fly to New York if this system is operating? I assume it's available in New York. Right now, it is limited to international travel. This is due to the limited number of portals. That will change in time as more portals come online. The portals can only handle so many passengers for so many destinations. That too may change as the magical technology evolves. It works though? Oh yes, most certainly. It's just not as flexible as flying is right now. What about me? Rose asked. You lot are magical and I'm not. How can I possibly use this portal thing? Anyone can, Mom, Hermione replied. You need a lot of magical skill to establish the portal and skill to activate it, but none to use it. All you need is a magical sponsor to use it, me. Well, I could do without another long flight. Thanks. This isn't about our trip to England, Daphne observed. No, sis, it's not, Hermione replied. Then what's it about? Hermione sighed. Kids, we are probably moving to England sometime between now and January. Daddy? Luna asked. You're getting married? Daphne added. He hasn't proposed yet, Hermione replied. He says he's going to. And I've told him that he'd better because I want to say yes. But that's not the reason. What's the reason, Mommy? Little Harry asked. My job, sweetie. Your job? Hermione nodded. You know I was working while you were out with Nana and the Weasleys last week, right? Harry nodded. You know I was there to sell things for my company, right? He nodded again. Did you? A lot of things, sweetie. More than I or my boss thought was possible. And I was selling our things to England and France and other countries across the ocean. And that's why we're moving to see Daddy? Luna asked. That's why we may be moving to England, sweetie, Hermione replied. I sold so much that my company may need to open an office across the ocean to handle those sales and others. My boss already told me there was a high degree of probability that I would be sent over there to help run it. The office will be in London, where Daddy lives. Little Harry asked. Hermione nodded. She then heard a sniff and looked at her younger sister. Daphne was crying. Daphne? She asked. Why you're leaving us, sissy? Daphne cried. Why you're leaving mommy and me? You're leaving and will never see you again? Why you're taking Harry and Luna away? I though W we were a family. You may be my sissy. B but why you're also my mom, my other mom. Harry and Luna may be my niece and nephew. B but they're also my brother and sister. You can't leave. You can't. Daphne. Hermione said in a soft yet stern voice. Look at me. Daphne complied, looking at her older sister. Hermione had a smile on her face, even if her voice just then was not smiling. I will never leave you or Mum. We will never leave you, not like this. We are a family, understand? So Mommy and we're a family, Hermione continued. If I have to move to England, we all do. Got it? But what about school, sissy? You told us that when you were a little girl you didn't get to learn magic at all until you were 11. Almost 12. You couldn't even have a wand. Not when you were 8. Even then, you couldn't do magic at home at all. It's different now, Daphne. There's a school in London that is not unlike the school you got to hear. You start magic at 6 and get your wand at 8 there, just like here. And they teach things other than magic? Just like here, sis. And what about our friends? We have to leave them, too. Some, for certain, Hermione said. Some, however, well, some will be moving to London as well. Who? Don't know yet, sis. But if the new office opens, and especially if a new plant opens, fair bet some of your friends will be moving over with their families as well. And what if they don't? I made my best friends after moving, love. Friends are, well, if you look, you will find them even if you never knew them before. You'll be okay, sis. What about baseball? Little Harry asked. They play some there, love. Not professionally, so far as I know. But there are other Americans at the school and they play. A fair few Brits as well, love. Remember Gabby? She's a Brit and she plays. It won't be the same, little Harry grumped. No, sweetie, it won't, Hermione admitted. But it is a new adventure and that is always worth something. I guess. So, are you all ready? I suppose. Will we see castles and dragons and such? Luna asked. Yes, sweetie, Hermione replied. Count me in then. So long as we're family forever, Daphne added. We are and always will be, sis, Hermione replied. Then I guess. Monday, June 26, 2006. Major Crimes and Special Operations Division, Royal National Magical Police, London, UK. Harry sat down at his computer and checked into his email accounts. It had taken him nearly an hour to read through the 100 or so emails on his office account, most of which were typical interoffice memos that had been dealt with during his absence. Several he had already answered from his own laptop while in New York. There were only a handful of new ones that garnered his attention, all from this morning. His boss wanted to see the results of his trip as soon as possible ASAP, as did the finance and accounting folks. Fortunately, he had already finished his report and had it on a flash drive which he promptly forwarded to his superiors. There were also several emails regarding ongoing investigations that required either his attention or response. Between the email and the stack of papers on his desk, it was going to be a long day. Much as part of him liked to get away from the office, he hated the pile that always seemed to greet him on his return. He had already decided to bring his own lunch so he could work through. As he ate his sandwich, he decided to access his personal account, something he had been too tired to do the night before. There were not a lot of messages as most of his usual writers had known he would be away for a week. There was the usual invitation to tea at the elder Weasleys, which he had missed while he was away. Not that it mattered. He knew his former mother-in-law would have invited Ginny if she were available in yet another of her seemingly endless efforts to get them reunited, as if that was ever going to happen. Draco had written to remind him that some of the 30 would be getting together for lunch on Wednesday, and to remind him that he had agreed to have lunch with Draco and his wife the next day. Harry wrote back to say he could attend. There was another email from Tony Masterson, an American working in Britain who was the coach of Teddy's junior league baseball team, reminding Harry of the game between the Kensington Dragons and the Diagon Alley Tigers this coming Saturday. The next one he would have ordinarily discarded as junk or spam or a potential Trojan horse, as he had never seen the sender's address before. But he knew who it was from. It was from Hermione. Harry, just put the little ones to bed. It's probably after 3 in the morning in London, and I don't expect you'll see this until tomorrow sometime, but just needed to write to you. I am finalizing all the paperwork from the trip to New York. I really outdid myself. I exceeded my company's sales expectations by a factor of 6 or more, not just from the proposal I did for your ministry, but I also have significant proposals or actual sales to several other European governments and agencies. No doubt about it. My company will probably have to open a European office and maybe even a plant. I should know in the next week or two what they intend to do. But I'd say it's highly probably I will be moving to London sometime this year. I am so thrilled. Mum and I spoke to the kids about England. I told them that we are probably going to be moving there, in part because of you. They asked if we are getting married and I told them we'd like to. I hope that's okay for you. Anyway, Harry and Luna were excited. They've been talking about our trip to see you almost nonstop, and they were thrilled that we might be moving there and that if we do they can see you all the time. Daphne was upset at first. She thought her and Mum were staying here. Perish the thought, as Mum has agreed to move with us. If you can give some idea of what you plan to do with us when we are there. The kids have picked up my old habit from childhood of trying to learn all they can about any place they are going to visit. I think we should show them both magical and non-magical places. Such as Tower Bridge, the Tower of London, Buckingham Palace, perhaps Hyde Park or Kew Gardens, Westminster Abbey, Windsor Castle, Stonehenge perhaps. Oh, and maybe take them shopping in Diagon Alley? Daphne needs her first wand, and I would love to get it from Ollivanders. Also, do you think a trip to Hogsmeade and maybe even Hogwarts is possible? After all, that's where we spent so much of our time when we were younger. Just some thoughts. This past week was so wonderful. I still can't believe what has happened. I still can't believe how much I love you or that you love me too. I cannot wait to see you again and hear your voice. I cannot wait to wake up in your arms again, and all the other things leading to that. The kids miss you, and I miss you terrible, darling. I love you so much, Janie. Harry immediately wrote a reply. Hermione, at work. I've already forwarded your proposals to the people who need to make the decisions along with my specific recommendations as to certain of your company's products, most notably the Pensive database. Got an email from my head of department not minutes ago who seems, at least initially, very impressed indeed. I don't know how your first day back is for you, but it always amazes me how things pile up around here. Even when it's been a quiet week, picked up Teddy from Dudley and Jenna's last night and had dinner with them. When I got there, the Dursley kids and Teddy were out playing. Told Dudley and Jenna about you. I want to tell everyone, but I also want to spare you the press for as long as possible. They know who you are, of course, because I've talked about you often in the past. They were stunned at how we met again. I was too, quite frankly. Even more stunned that we're seeing each other. Although they really are happy for me and us. Wow, never thought that before. It really is nice, though. Anyway, the Dursleys know to call you Janie. Dudders and I have a bet as to how soon the story of the mystery girl from America who has taken most eligible wizard off the market hits the press. Dudley figures next week. I'm betting on Thursday latest. I swear. It seems I go to the loo and it's front page news. I haven't told Teddy yet. When we finally got home, all he wanted to do was play with Willie. I think I forgot to tell you about her. She's our old English sheepdog. She's 3 and we got her 'cause Teddy begged me to death to get a dog. Sometimes I fear I spoil the boy. Then again, having never been spoiled, maybe I am overcompensating or something. Willie may have missed Teddy more than I did. She was staying with a neighbor of mine. Teddy faded fast though, so it was bedtime. I really missed him, Guess tonight I'll sit him down and tell him. Hope it goes well. I miss you, Angel. I miss hearing your voice, your laugh. I miss seeing you smile. I most certainly miss having you in my arms. I miss the smell of you. I do hope your company does open a London office, and certainly hope it opens sooner rather than later, so I can have my Angel all the time. I'll think about what to do when you all get here and let you know. I love you so much, Harry. A few hours later, just before he decided to call it a day at work and go home to his son, Harry checked his email again and saw a response from Hermione. Harry, a mystery girl from America? You make me sound so exotic, I guess. Part of me wants to think you see me that way, Harry. Tell me how it turns out with Teddy. I miss you loads. And I love you even more. Janie, exotic beauty of the West. Harry replied immediately. Exotic beauty of the West. My fairest angel. I didn't think to tell you this earlier. As much as the last 7 years have pained my heart for not having you in my life, there was one silver lining amongst the dark clouds of emptiness. Had I seen you every day, I would probably not have noticed, not appreciated how you have grown as a woman. The Hermione I said goodbye to was a pretty woman who I loved very much. The Hermione I had breakfast with last Saturday was so beautiful she takes my breath away, and I love her more than I think could ever be possible. I never want to lose my angel again. I am now so glad that my thought about going back in time to change things never went beyond mere musings. This reality is turning out to be so pleasant. I love you and need you in my life. My Arwen. Harry wondered whether Hermione would pick up on the literary reference. He knew she was going to scold him about his time travel idea. In fact, he kind of counted on it. It did not take Hermione long to respond. My Aragon, I never knew you read The Lord of the Rings. Did you know it has always been one of my favorite books? Daphne is trying to read it now, you know. As for little Harry and Luna, I've read The Hobbit to them and they have seen the DVD. I'm sure they'll love it too when they're older. Time travel? You weren't serious about that, were you? Do you have any idea how dangerous that could be? I'm just glad you never tried a fool stunt like that. Sorry. I really should not scold you for something you merely thought about. But I have been so worried about you these past several years. I've missed you so much. I love you, my Aragon. Your Arwen. Harry was hardly surprised by Hermione's response. My Arwen. My angel. Of course I have read The Lord of the Rings. How could you think I would miss out on one of the great works of English literature? Oh, that's right. The me you knew hated to read. Sorry, forgot. Things change. Yes, I have read it several times. It is one of my favorite works of literature. Yes, I knew it was one of your favorites, which was why I found the time to read it after The Hobbit. For the first time the year you went back to school. I was planning to talk to you about it, but it never came up and then you were gone from my life. Sigh. Not long after you left, I read some of you other favorites and some you never mentioned. I've read Jane Austen and some of the Bronte sisters' works. Didn't like them that much. Too girly, I guess. I've read Dickens and do like his works, although they are somewhat depressing at times. Jules Verne is cool as well. I've also read a collective work of the writings of Mark Twain. His real name was Samuel Clemens. He was an American author who lived a century ago or more. He's most known for Tom Sawyer and the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. But my favorites are The Prince and the Pauper and A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Then there's The Bard. Shakespeare is a must-read as well. Certainly his better-known works are, although I can't say much about Hamlet. Although, in some ways I could identify with him. Isaac Asimov's Robot and Foundation series is a read I enjoy repeating as well. For pure absurdity, Douglas Adams' A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series is worth the time. Enough about reading. Yes, dear, I did consider time travel. I considered it practically from the moment Sirius died all those years ago. I seriously began considering it again after the war and then after you left and I was stuck in a disaster of a marriage. So much so that I studied it and its theory and practical and philosophical complications and consequences from both magical and non-magical sources. Having studied it, I can safely rule it out as being anything any sane person should wish to attempt. Which means you and I are not quite sane, as you did it to attend classes for a whole year, and we did it to save Sirius and Buckbeak that same year. If I knew then what I knew now, I would not have been so eager to try it at all. The common belief is that if you change something in the past, all time and all existence must follow. Not true. To you and me, life exists in 4 dimensions known as spacetime. Spacetime is linear, slowing from the past to the present and into the future in a logical progression and affected all along by past events and decisions. Interrupt that logical progression to any degree, and that timeline cannot continue. But to assume that there is only one possible timeline is folly. The timelines are infinite and as varied as the stars in the universe. For simplicity, it can be stated as follows. Anytime anyone makes any decision, there was the chance that they would have decided differently. The timeline we know is based upon the collective decisions that were made. But every conceivable decision has been made, and there are timelines that move off in another direction based upon the different decisions. If you change a decision in your own past, collective, not singular, you change the present and the future such that the timeline you knew ends at that point and you cannot go back. Thus, every time you used your time turner, you altered the timeline, creating a mini-time paradox. You were in ancient runes and absent from Muggle studies, then you were in Muggle studies. The reason all hell did not break loose was that your alteration was only a short time and did not create a full-blown paradox. That is why your professors never caught on. However, what would have happened if you had gone back that hour or two and killed or hurt someone who otherwise would not have suffered? Paradox. The original timeline is now destroyed. When I learned all about this stuff, I wondered why Dumbledore ever encouraged us to go back 2 hours or so that day near the end of our 3rd year. In the original, unaltered timeline, Buckbeak, Sirius, me and maybe you were destined to die. The events had reached a point of no return such that decisions could no longer alter the outcome. Buckbeak had been executed and the Dementor attack could not be stopped of its own accord without the intervention of a mini-paradox. After months of pondering, I now know Dumbledore did it because my death was at issue. Had I died that day like I was supposed to? Well, he knew the prophecy. Only I could stop Riddle and prevent the world from being cast into darkness. So what is a little paradox amongst friends? After all, it was only 2 hours that arguably changed the world as it could have been. The 2 hours that created a real paradox, however, were not substantially affected by the butterfly effect. The farther back in time you go, the more likely your actions will create unintended consequences. Far enough and any action is likely to create an inalterable consequence. I pondered that reality for a long time. The butterfly effect is a concept from chaos theory. Conceptually, a butterfly in the Amazon beats its wings and months later as a result it rains in London. Change even the smallest thing in the past, and if it is far enough in the past, the result of such seemingly insignificant change cannot be predicted. You may think you changed something for the better when, in fact, they are infinitely worse. Therein lies the rub. The first question the time meddler will ask is, what about my present do I wish to change? For me, it was losing you, my angel. Everything else I could deal with, but losing you? No. That is what I first wanted to change. Second question was, in what way did I wish to keep you? I wanted you back as the best friend I had ever had and ever could have and as the love of my life. But I also wanted you back where I was the same person for you. My Arwen. My angel. I did not know that you felt the same about me as I did you. Thus, I focused on a time when I could help you fall in love with me and a time when I was already in love with you, the lead up to the Yule Ball our 4th year. After all, it was at that time I knew I should be in love with you. I'd have found a way to convince the then me to invite you right after it is announced. Perhaps as a letter from Sirius who I would have listened to at the time? Perfect. At least that was what I thought. Darn brain. I soon realized that would have been a potential disaster. The more I thought about, the more I realized the folly. I would have bent over backwards to keep you safe and alive. That's what you do for the woman you love. Even when they want to be there for you. I would have taken risks to keep you safe that I did not take. I would have died in the end without you and I knew it. You saved my life and I knew the result had I not been saved. It was then, when your importance hit me between the eyes, it was then that I knew changing the past was a fool's errand. So sanity returned. The past remained unaltered, and I accepted the fate dealt to me. It hurt, my angel, but it was for the best. Then I saw you and chose to talk to you once again. What happened was for the best, my love. As painful as it has been, what we now can have is far better than what we might have had. To be honest, I was not really ready for you when you left. I was a wreck. I had been unloved for so long, or so I thought. I was not ready at 18 to be your true love. I am now. Please be mine. I love you more than life itself. I love you, my Arwen. My angel. Your Aragon, Harry. Yes. I need to go now. Teddy needs to be picked up and I need to talk to him. I hope it goes well. I love you, my Arwen. Monday, June 26, 2006, 12 Grimald Place, London, UK. Sit down, Teddy, we need to talk, Harry began. I didn't do it. Teddy protested. Do what? It was Vicky. She's the one. Teddy. I'm not talking about anything that might have happened at Aunt Fleur's today. Okay? I suppose. Besides, she didn't say anything to me, and she would have if she thought you did something you were not supposed to have done. Okay? I guess. Teddy replied, seeming relieved. This is about something that happened when I was away. I didn't do it. Harry had to laugh. Teddy was definitely the son of his old friends and was always getting into trouble. Cousin Dudley said you were very well behaved when you were with him, Teddy. Harry sighed. This is about something that happened to me when I was away. I met someone. You mean like a girl? Harry nodded. Ew.
Gross.
Did you get all kissy-faced and stuff? Whether I did or did not is not important here. I met her and I like her, and I just wanted you to know that you'll probably be meeting her in a few weeks. You did get all kissy-faced, didn't you? Maybe, Harry drawled, but that's not important. What is important is she and her family will be coming here for our picnic, and I hope you will like them. Why? I mean, Dad, you told me most girls only like you 'cause you're rich and famous and you don't like people like that. This girl doesn't care about any of that, Harry said. How do you know? You said you thought the wicked witch like you for you, and you were wrong, Harry protested. How do you know? I don't want another wicked witch. I don't. Teddy protested. I know because I've actually known her a long, long time, Teddy. She has always known I hate being famous and I really don't care about money and all, and she has always respected that about me. Like Luna and Fleur and stuff? Harry nodded. Teddy gasped. It's Hermione, isn't it? Hermione, Harry corrected, and yes it is. How'd you guess? 'Cause she wasn't met here. You said she left here and never came back, and you meet someone you've knew long ago over there. You said she was lost. Where was she? Right now, she lives in St. Louis in the United States. Oh, she's not a Cardinals fan, is she? Harry nodded. Yuck. Teddy, we like people because of who they are, not what teams they like. You like Harry Dursley even though he's a Tornadoes fan, right? Teddy nodded. Puddlemere. So, I can like her even though she's not a Braves fan. I guess. Harry pulled a picture out. It was taken at the hotel in New York and showed Harry with Hermione. He handed it to Teddy. That's her? Teddy asked. Harry nodded. She's not a wicked witch, Teddy stated. How can you tell? She has a nice smile, Teddy replied. The wicked witch never smiled, at least not around me. She looks nice. I'm glad you approve, Harry chuckled. He then handed his son another picture. This one was of Rose and Daphne. Who's this? Teddy asked. More girlfriends? Harry could not help but laugh. No, not girlfriends. When Hermione comes to visit, she's going to be coming with her family. Remember the story I told you about her? About why she left. She went to find her family in Australia. Teddy nodded. Harry nodded. She found them. Her daddy got sick and died before she did. But she found her mum and found out she had a baby sister. Rose is her mum and the little girl is Hermione's little sister Daphne. It's sad her daddy died. Indeed. You have some things in common with Daphne, though. Oh? What's that? She's supposedly a good baseball player and really smart. Top of her class. Yeah. Big deal. She's still a girl. She was born on April 10th, 1998. Harry added. That's my birthday. Teddy exclaimed. There's more. Really? Harry nodded. Remember what I told you about time zones? Teddy nodded. You were born here in London at 12:37 in the afternoon. Daphne was born in Perth, Australia. Perth is 8 hours ahead of us. So if you were born at 12:37 in London, what time was it in Perth? Teddy hesitated. 8:37 in the evening? Right, Harry said with a smile. Daphne here was born at 8:37 in the evening Perth time on April 10th. Really? So we're like exactly the same age? Seems so. Cool. Harry slid another photo over to Teddy. It was of Harry and Luna. Who are they? Teddy asked. Those are Hermione's children, Harry said softly. They are twins and about 2 years younger than you, Teddy. The boy is named Harry and the girl is Luna. So Hermione's divorced like you? Teddy asked. Harry had not thought it necessary yet to distinguish between divorce and annulment. Teddy understood divorce, as he had friends at school whose parents had done that.
No, Teddy.
Hermione was never married. Then how can she have kids? Grown-up question, Harry replied. But I will tell you marriage is not necessary to having babies. So they don't have a father? They do. They never met him before and he never knew about them. But they do have a father and know about him now. Who? Me. I am their daddy. What? How? But Harry stopped. He saw the expression on Teddy's face. Teddy was about to throw a tantrum of some kind and Harry knew it. Was time to act as he pulled the little boy into a tight hug. What's wrong, Teddy? He asked. You're going to leave me, Teddy wailed. You found your own kids, and you're going to leave me just like my real parents did. That's not going to happen, Harry said, tightening the hug. I love you, Teddy. You are my son, and I will never stop being your dad, and I will never leave you. But you have real kids now. Teddy shot back. I'm just adopted, Teddy, Harry replied with feeling. Don't you ever think that of me. I've known you most all of your life. I've taken care of you since you were 2 months old. When your gran died, it's been you and me. I adopted you. You are my son, and that will never change. It has always been you and me, Teddy, and I am not about to change that. But the wicked witch was your wife and she hated me. She wanted me to go away, Teddy wailed. Hermione is not the wicked witch, Teddy. She would kill me if I ever thought of making you go away. Why should I believe that? Because she is your godmother, Teddy. She's loved you your whole life and she will think of you as her son too. She will. And teach the others? You're a great kid, Teddy. They're gonna love you. You're gonna be a big brother to Harry and Luna and, I hope, a great friend to Daphne. I know it will be hard at first. It's been you and me for so long. But you're a great kid and they will need you and well, it will work out in the end. Think about it. The 3 of them have never flown a broom before. Never? Nope, Harry replied. You're brilliant at it. Not as good as you, Dad. You're only 8, Harry chuckled. But you can teach them. And, if this does work out, they'll need a friend and brother who knows things about where we live and such. They've never been here before and a new place can be quite scary for them. You still love me? I always have and always will. I adopted you, right? Yeah. I did that because I chose you to be my son. That's special. Most parents can't choose their children. I chose you, and nothing is ever going to change that, Teddy. Not even your real kids. Not even that. Dad? Yes? What should I call Hermione? That's up to you, really. If or when we get married. She is your godmother and may be my wife. You think you could call her Mum? I always wanted a mum too, Teddy said as he slowly calmed down and soon fell asleep in Harry's arms. After putting Teddy to bed, Harry retired to his office to email Hermione about his talk with his son. All in all, he thought it went quite well. Although there would be more talks in the near future as Harry knew that the change would require adjustments on both of their parts. Wednesday, June 28, 2006, somewhere in Holyhead, Wales, UK. Ginny Weasley was the captain of the Holyhead Harpies. She had held that position since the retirement of Gwenog Jones in 2002. She joined the team in 1999 as a mid-season replacement and the team had never really been the same since. Before Ginny, the Harpies, the only all-female team in the league, were usually contenders who missed the playoffs almost every year by a game or two. In her first season, Ginny had won Rookie of the Year honors, and behind her play as chaser led the team from middle of the pack to their first playoff spot in 20 years. Since then, she had led the league in scoring every season and led her team to 5 championship titles. In 2002, she became the youngest captain of the English All-Star team that played in that year's World Cup and led that team to the first win for England in over 300 years. She was now the highest paid player in the history of the sport and, after over 6 seasons, still had yet to miss a match for any reason. Another league record to add to her portfolio. She woke up in a hotel with a couple from America. A 3-way like she had more than once last night was a rare yet welcome change of pace for her. Ginny was also setting records on her back or face as the case may be. The day after her ex-husband left for America for 2 years against her wishes, she had her first affair. It lasted 3 days or nights. She followed on with more affairs, although she knew the truth was it was just about the privacy. If asked, she could not tell anyone how many men she had slept with since 2002. At least 2 a week, usually more and sometimes many times more. She knew. Basically, she liked getting shagged often yet did not want anything or anyone to tie her down. Harry had been a wonderful shag, but wanted her to be a wife too. He denied her what she really wanted. Fame, glory, a wealthy lifestyle. She made up for his shortcomings in the beds of countless others. A habit that had cost her when Harry had sued for an annulment. She had wanted to counter for divorce on grounds of adultery. She was convinced he had been having an affair before he left her for the States. Her problem was, she was told by her solicitor, while there was no evidence he had unfaithful to her except her own beliefs, there was plenty by then that she had been unfaithful to him. She stood to lose her job and anything if she accused him of anything, as her nightlife would then come to life. Begrudgingly and cursing all lawyers, she kept silent. She rose from the strange bed quietly and made sure not to wake last night's entertainment. She gathered her things. There was not much, just a slinky dress, some sandals and a purse. No underwear, as she did not wear any when she set out for a good and anonymous shagging. Her things gathered, she operated back to her flat to begin her real day as the Harpies' Quidditch captain. She saw there was a letter in the morning's post and she opened it. Ginny was in New York last week. Saw your ex with another woman. It looks serious. Thought you'd like to know. No, didn't see her clearly at all and don't know her name. Your special friend. Bless Cho, she thought. For a woman, she's a good shag. Then the message sunk in. No. How dare he? He's mine. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Wednesday, June 28, 2006. Applebee's Grill Bar. Chesterfield, Missouri, USA. 6 young women sat around a large table at a popular chain restaurant outside of St. Louis. They were waiting for the 7th member of their weekly lunch group to arrive. Jeanette Pino owned and was an executive chef at an Italian restaurant nearby. Today she was taking a day off. Brianna Antonelli, Michelle Dunstan, Adriana Garza, and Agnes Smith were employees of Pack Riley Corporation. Although she had the right last name, Megan Riley was an attorney and in-house counsel for Pack Riley. She's late, Brianna observed.
Odd for her.
Big meeting, Megan said. Apparently that New York thing went far better than the boss man thought. Far better. Really? Michelle asked. Megan nodded. I've only seen some of the reports. If even half of the contracts she brought back are agreed to by the overseas buyers, it will more than double the size of our company within 6 months. Amazing, really. That may not explain her odd behavior since she got back, Brianna observed.
Odd?
Agnes asked. She just seems happy to me. I've known our Janie for nearly 7 years, Brianna said. She never seems that happy. She wasn't even that happy when she graduated at the top of her class fro SLU. I've noticed as well, Megan added. That's not the look at me overachieve again Janie happy. Something else is tickling her. You don't suppose? What? The others asked. You don't suppose she's found a man? Nah, Adrienne added. Can't be. She's had dates and never fancied any OT them. Still, if she has, then all those blind dates were a waste, Michelle noted. We all tried hard to help her in that department. I was beginning to think she wasn't into men at all. Girl's been obsessing over a lost love, Megan said. Has been since we met. She said there's only one man for her, the father of her children, and he's neither available nor interested. Whoever this mystery man is, assuming there is one, Agnes said. Assuming, Megan agreed. He must be one amazing hunk to break into her fortress. All of this assumes a man, Jeanette noted. Maybe she's just, I don't know. I haven't seen her in over a week. I really am in no position to speculate. Oh, here she comes. Jeanette noted an odd smile on Janie's face. Man, she whispered. Not only that, but $5 says they were doing the nasty all week. And he can throw a leg. How, Megan began. That's the, I've had the best privacy of my life smile if I've ever seen it. Jeanette giggled. The others joined her. Sorry I'm late, Hermione said in a dreamy voice her friends had never heard before. Most wonderful meeting, she added softly. The other young women looked at each other and smiled. So, Megan said, how was New York? Perfect, Hermione sighed. Okay, Michelle said. Out with it, Janie. Out with what? It was a damned convention. I know you hate those things. Oh, this one wasn't so bad. You've never liked business trips, Megan began. True, Hermione agreed. And this one should have been the worst. A whole week away from my babies. I've never been away from them that long, not since they were born. My mum came to my rescue. She showed up with the whole troop the day after I arrived. Made a vacation out of it. She did. Course I still had to work. Still, it was as if I never left at all. It was wonderful, she sighed again. You've always been a terrible liar, Adriana said. Honestly, my mum did show up with the kids. Hermione protested. Have you all ordered yet? We were waiting for you. Well, no more about my trip until we order. The others knew she had put her foot down, but they also knew she was hiding something. For now, the young women ordered their lunches. Hermione ordered a spicy chicken wrap she had grown fond of. She wondered if they would be available somewhere in London, but doubted it. Not unless Applebee's crossed the pond, she thought. So, Michelle pressed once their waitress had left. What really happened in New York? Yeah, Megan added, and none of this what happens in New York stays in New York bull. I don't know what you're... Hermione began. You've been acting out of sorts since you got back, Janie, Adriana said. We've been your friends for years and we've never seen you. This... Adriana was at a loss for words. Perky? Agnes suggested. Spacey? Jeanette said. Bubbly? Michelle added. Giggly? Brianna added. Happy? Thought Adriana aloud. In love? Megan said what the others were thinking. Hermione could not help herself. She blushed furiously and her mouth dropped open. She could not look her friends in their eyes. Was it that obvious, she thought. She was going to tell them today. She had to. Megan was her best friend and she had known Adriana, Jeanette, and Brianna for almost 7 years. She had known those four almost as long as she had known Harry. She thought. They deserved to know. And Agnes and Michelle were good friends as well. They all deserved to know. She nodded. Get out, Michelle said. As Hermione began, it's true. The Saturday after I arrived in New York, I was sitting in the atrium of the hotel drinking a cup of coffee and reading the paper. A man sat at my table and began small talk, which you hate, Megan added. Hermione nodded. Anyway, I was going to ask him to either be quiet or leave, so I looked at him for the first time and, love at first sight? Jeanette suggested. Hermione shrugged. Something like that. You're not telling us everything, are you? Megan said. What do you mean? I've known you for almost 7 years, Janie. Love at first sight? Please. You've been carrying a torch for some mystery man all that time. The father of your children. You never had much of a love life in all the time I've known you, and now, all of a sudden, you're in love? With a total stranger? What's really going on? Can't you be happy for me? I'd love to be, Janie. I am worried about you. You're my best friend and I don't want to see you hurt. None of us do, Brianna added. Hermione sighed. Okay, maybe it wasn't really love at first sight, or maybe it was. The man in question was not a total stranger. I've known him since we were 11. I just haven't seen him in a long time. Megan gasped. You found him? The mystery man? The father? Hermione smiled. Actually, he found me. We would have probably run into each other anyway. He was attending the same convention, but he saw me and sat down and... Well, it was almost as if the last 7 years never happened. But you said he was married and wanted nothing to do with you, or your wonderful kids. He was married. Not when I was last with him, but some months later he did get married when though I wanted nothing to do with him. How could he think that? You showed me some of the letters you wrote to him. They seemed to make it clear that you wanted everything to do with him. He never got my letters, Hermione said softly. What? How? His then future and now ex-wife threw them away. He never got my letters. He never knew how I felt about him. He never knew he was a father or about how wonderful our children are. He never knew any of that. The whole thing was tragic in a way. When I left him I was so in love with him, but thought he didn't feel the same way about me. He did, but thought I didn't feel the same way about him. He had had such a tragic life up to that point. He was so guarded with his feelings. So afraid to let anyone in who might hurt him. I was the romantic fool with a broken heart who thought that my knight must make the first move in that regard. He didn't, and I left assuming he did not love me the way I loved him. But he did, and thought I didn't love him. It was a vicious circle of misunderstanding. I hadn't seen him in 7 years. I was stunned when I saw him. He thought I never wanted him the way he wanted me. He said that almost from the start. But when I saw him sitting there, all those feelings came back and I knew I still loved him more than anything. You have no idea how my heart leapt when I learned he was no longer married. He told me he never stopped loving me and still does. When we finally kissed, well, it was over. I'm never going to let him lose me again. Janie, Megan said cautiously, you know that kind of thing only happens in fairy tales, not real life. Ordinarily I'd agree, Janie said. But this did happen, has happened, and is still happening. I can't really explain it except that I knew I loved him. I still love him. So, Brianna began. Tell us about this love of yours. Well, Hermione said with a smile, I went to school with him. We know that, Adriana said. Tell us about him today. He's a chief inspector with the Royal National Magical Police. He's second in command of their Major Crimes and Special Operations Department. You're in love with a cop? Agnes chuckled. He was a cop when last we were together, so yes, cops don't make much. He doesn't seem to mind, Hermione sighed. Money is not that important to him. Not important? Megan asked in shock. He inherited a sizable fortune from his parents and from his godfather. His annual investment income is over $10 million a year in dollars. You lucky girl, Jeanette said. And yet he works as a cop? Michelle asked. He likes the job. He's been a cop since the end of the war and was the youngest in history and is one of the best. His boss is scheduled to retire at the end of this year and he's going to take over the department. How old is he? Megan asked. He'll be 26 at the end of July. He must be pretty good at his job then. He's part of a lot of very successful young people in the British magical government known as the Young Turks. Back in 2001, they wrote the British Magical Charter which replaced the enabling statutes of 1692 as the Constitution of Magical Britain. One might say he's one of Magical Britain's founding fathers now. So was this his first time in the States? Megan asked. Oh no, Hermione replied. His first time was in '98 when he spent 3 months in Virginia training with the FBI. His department is the equivalent of the FBI, so he's been back often as he has a good working relationship with the Bureau. He spent 2 years as an agent in the Atlanta field office where, apparently, he picked up a taste for Southern cooking, barbecue, and baseball. Don't tell me he's a Braves fan, Agnes said, rolling her eyes. I never said he was perfect. He's close though. He's not married, right? Brianna asked. Divorced? Hermione replied. His ex used to be a friend of mine, but she turned out to be a real piece of work, that one. Kids? He adopted our godson when the boy's gran passed away. Your godson? Megan asked. Teddy, Hermione nodded. His parents were friends of ours and were killed during the war not long after Teddy was born. Harry and I were his godparents. Well, Harry was only 17 at the time and starting his job as what was then called an Auror, and I was going back to school, so Teddy went to his gran's. I haven't seen him since he was a baby. He and my sis share the same birthday. He knows about the children? Hermione nodded. He spent the week with them along with 4 other young ones. He's a wonderful father. For others? Who? My ex-fiancé and his family were there as well. Awkward. Michelle laughed. It wasn't that bad, Hermione admitted. Any feelings for the ex? Agnes asked.
No.
Hermione said firmly. My ex has become a Cubs fan. Ouch. The women laughed. Although he also turned out to be a very successful businessman. Really? He owns Piccadilly's. Get out. Brianna exclaimed. What was he doing in New York? Jeanette asked. He's on the board of his family's business, Weasley Industries. He was there for the same reason I was. And he brought his kids, 4 of them, and his wife and mother-in-law. My kids and mum had a wonderful time with them. So where does your beau live? Brianna asked. When Teddy's in school, they live in a large house he owns in London. It's a block from the American-style primary school he founded back in 1999. During the summer, they usually live at an estate he owns near Oxford. So Megan asked, where is this romance heading, Janie? We're probably getting married sometime in the next 6 months. Get out. Hermione nodded. He's proposed? Brianna asked. Not officially. He wanted to wait to get home and talk to his son first. He has asked for and received my mother's blessing, so I guess this means you're moving to Britain, Brianna said with a heavy heart. Hermione nodded. I probably would be anyway. What? Several voices asked. This just means I won't have to look for a flat. What are you talking about? Michelle asked. Had a meeting with the boss this morning, Hermione said. The convention was a huge success for us. The company is going to open a European headquarters in London and probably a manufacturing plant there as well. I was told that they expect me to head that office and I'll be moving not later than the end of August. So you're leaving us? Adriana asked. Hermione nodded sadly. She really liked these friends and wished she could bring them all with her. I'll be back often enough, she said. And you are all welcome to come and visit as well. But yes, I will be moving back home. You really do love him, Janie? Megan asked. I really do. Then I am happy for you. And I'll see to it that Pat, the kids and I take you up on your offer as often as we can. Besides, the kids should see the old country. Thanks. Does this friend snatching Lothario have a name? Agnes asked. I mean a name other than Harry friend snatching Lothario? The young women laughed. Yes, he does, Hermione said. It's Harry Potter. You don't mean the Harry Potter, do you, Janie? Megan asked. Not the boy who lived? Who's that? Agnes asked. Only the most famous and most eligible bachelor in magical Britain, Megan explained. He defeated Voldemort as a baby to end the First War and again to end the Second. Never met him myself, but I did have a bit of a crush on him as a lass. Most girls did. He's the magical equivalent of Prince William. Teen Witch Weekly had an annual issue solely dedicated to him. A celebrity? More than that, Megan said. A living legend, as I recall. So, Janie, is that your boyfriend? Hermione was blushing furiously. She could only nod. Megan laughed. Talk about a secret. I've known you practically since you arrived here. Almost 7 years. And here you are getting ready to marry the boy who lived. He hates that name, Hermione said softly. And you're not really Janie? Are you? Jane is my middle name, Hermione whispered. You're Hermione Granger? Megan asked. Hermione nodded. She wanted to cry but fought back the tears. Janie, are you okay? Michelle asked. Hermione shook her head. What's wrong? You all must hate me, Hermione said in a small voice. Why would we hate you? Megan asked. For keeping my past a secret. Janie, Megan said, it was a horrible war. There are things that happened to Pat and we don't tell anyone. And we were not part of the Golden Trio. We never fought scores of Death Eaters or had to face Voldemort. I can understand why you wanted to forget. It's not that, Hermione said. I can have been able to live with that. I never could stand the attention. Harry hates it too, but he's used to it. I could not face that. I could not have my children face that, and now you plan to marry your one true love and in so doing return to that world. Hermione nodded. I want this quiet for as long as can be. I want this quiet for my children. Our secret then, Megan said as the other witches nodded in agreement. Oh, and we are happy for you, Janie. Our Janie is going to run off and marry her Prince Charming. Michelle cooed. Oh, what a lucky girl. Just try and remember us little people when you're famous, Jeanette added with a laugh. I'll try, Hermione said laughing in return. Thursday, June 29, 2006. Ristorante da Vinci, Central London, UK. Harry sat at a table in his favorite restaurant waiting for his 2 guests to arrive. To pass the time, he drew a folded-up copy of an email he received from Hermione to read for at least the 5th time. It was this email that had prompted him to invite his guests to lunch today. Harry was planning something. His eyes fell on the now treasured paper and he began to read. Harry, my love, the most amazing thing has happened. My Aragon. I had a meeting with my boss this morning about the results of the New York trip. And no, it was not about meeting you but what I managed to accomplish. The accounts I signed up far exceeded our expectations even if you do not include the bids from the British Ministry. The result will more than double my company's business in the next year or so. So what does this mean? I'm moving to London. I've been made the head of European operations, and we are opening up our London offices this fall. I can move whenever I want provided I am in London not later than the beginning of September. Isn't this wonderful? I've already spoken to Mum and the kids about it. The kids are a little concerned about leaving their friends, but they all cannot wait to see you again, and Harry and Luna cannot wait for you to be there. Everyday daddy. And I cannot wait to be your everyday girl. I love you so much, Harry. I miss you so much. But now it is as if my prayers have been answered. I am coming to you, and when we meet again, I will never, ever let you leave me again. I wish you were here now so I could celebrate properly by hugging and kissing you and then making love to you until we both walk funny. But that will have to wait a bit. As I am already planning on coming to London in a few weeks, would it be possible to use that as my family's move? Do you want me? Do you want to be a family? Can we move in with you and Teddy? I cannot wait. I love you more and more each day, Harry. Hermione. Harry looked at a copy of his reply. Hermione, in answer to all of your questions. Yes, love, your Harry forever. Low sparks. A deep voice sounded. Harry looked up and saw Dudley and Jenna Dursley taking a seat at the table. Toonie's watching the kids, Jenna said. Harry nodded. So what's this about? Dudley began. Later, Harry said. There are others who will need to be here. The two Dursleys nodded and began looking at their menus. Hey Harry. Another voice called as Neville and Luna Longbottom joined him at the table. So what's this about? Sure, Dudley said, or he'll make you sign the official State Secrets Act. Oh, what's that? Luna added. Something that you don't want to sign, Dudley replied. A few minutes later, the last two chairs at the table were filled. Harry smiled slightly as Draco and his wife Astoria sat down. Ah, now the gang's all here, Harry said brightly. Much as I like this restaurant and appreciate a free meal, what are we doing here? Draco asked. You have been my friends ever since the war and, in Neville's case, long before then, Harry said. I need your help with something. This wouldn't happen to have anything to do with that bird you met in New York? Draco asked. Harry nodded. I'm going to marry her. That's wonderful, Luna said. But who is she? Some American named Janie, according to the papers, Draco said. The reporters are falling all over themselves to figure out who she is and where she lives. Astoria Malfoy added. And that's why I need your help, Harry said. I want them off somewhere else for a while. How long? Neville asked. End of July they're going to find out. Until then, I want them as far away from her as possible. Why do you care? Draco asked. She's going to be in the spotlight anyway. Why delay? There are extenuating circumstances. Such as? Harry handed Draco a photograph. That's me with Janie and our two children. Bloody heck! Draco exclaimed. You found her? You found Granger? Harry nodded. Always the last place you would think of looking. In my case, it was a table at breakfast at the hotel I was staying in New York. Children? Neville asked. About 7 years ago, Hermione had a falling out with Weasley. She came to my place because she really had nowhere else to go. She had caught Weasley with another woman and... Well, I think you get the picture. I took her in as a friend. My former wife came by and ordered me to kick her out. Couldn't do that. She was my friend. The ex gave me an ultimatum and I dumped her. Not Hermione. Hermione was only there for a couple of weeks. She was then heading off to Australia to find her parents. Well, we kind of got together and you knocked her up, Draco sniggered. Crude but accurate. You knocked her up and had nothing to do with her since? Actually, I never heard from her since. So why now? Why after all these years does she come back when she seemingly wanted nothing to do with you? She wrote me, Draco. She wrote to me often. She told me about the kids and everything. And you did nothing? Draco seemed almost incredulous. Never got the letters, Harry said. Ginny was filtering my mail. Had I found out, I would have been on the first plane to the States to see her. That brat.
Luna exclaimed.
And to think she used to be a friend. Harry shrugged. I picked the wrong girl. Obviously, Draco said. It's a wonder you never caught a disease from her. Harry shrugged. It wasn't long after Harry had moved to Atlanta that he had learned the truth about Ginny Potter. She was a professional Quidditch star at the time and enjoyed the perks that went with it. In her case, it meant sleeping with players and fans when she was on the road. In preparing for the annulment, Harry learned that she had slept with no less than 100 men during the course of her career to date, and it was well known within the league that she was into multiple partners as well. If you wanted a party, you called Ginny Potter for some carnal fun. Harry never used that information. It was his trump card if it looked like she might have a case. She didn't, but if she ever interfered with his family in any way, the reports, photos, and videos would be made public. So, you and Granger, Draco said. She's moving back, Harry said. She and her family are going to move in with me later this summer. I've asked her unofficially, and she has agreed. We will be getting married. Congratulations, Draco said. About bloody time. Thanks. When? Neville asked. That's why you're here today, Harry replied. Hermione and I are not yet officially engaged. I feel we are, as does she, and I've already asked for and received her mother's blessing. But no ring yet. What I am planning to do it, ask her the day she arrives. And when is that? Dudley asked. July 22nd, Harry replied. She and her family will be here then and will stay in London with me for a few days before we head out to the manor. So you need help proposing? Jenna asked cheekily. I think I can handle that bit all by myself. Thank you, Harry replied with a laugh. No, I would like your help with the following Saturday. Your picnic? Neville asked. Harry nodded. And I hope my wedding day. Wedding day? Astoria asked. Does she know? Nope, Harry said. Not yet. Why not? I figured I'd make it a surprise, sort of. We'd get it all arranged and such. Nothing we can't back out of, mind you. When I officially propose, I will hopefully be able to tell her that in 1 week she'll have the wedding of her dreams at my manor. The guests are already the people I would invite anyway. So, aside from certain arrangements I hope you'll help me with, it's ready to go. What about her guests, Harry? Jenna asked. Her mother and sister will be there. Surely she has friends. Surely she has friends she would want to be with her on that day. Sorry. I hadn't thought of that. You should have, Astoria scolded. A wedding is about the bride and her family, stupid. Harry nodded. I want this a secret. I want it to be a surprise for her. But you're right. First off, she'll have to know before it happens. Secondly, if I didn't invite her friends, she'd be upset. Still, I want this to remain a surprise for as long as possible. Why? Neville asked. Press, Harry said. They get wind that Hermione Granger is coming home. They'll have a field day. They find out she's coming to be with me. It's even going to be worse. I want us married so Hermione family and my family are spared any of the more creative articles about our relationship. Besides, Jenna said, it is kind of romantic. Got a honeymoon planned? Yeah. You don't? Kind of, I guess. After my birthday, we are going to St. Louis for a few days. I want to see where she and my children lived, and she's taking us to some baseball games. After that, the whole horde is off to Disney World for about 10 days. But what about the two of you? Luna asked. I plan on having a nice, private room with just her, just like we had in New York. Still, a little alone time would be nice. I do have a villa in St. Tropez. Never been there, but still. Maybe a couple of days there? That would be a good idea, Jenna said. Not to spoil the fun, Draco said. But just how can we keep this secret? Right now, Harry replied, the only people in Britain who know that Hermione exists and that we are together again are you lot, Ron and Lavender Weasley and their kids and my Aunt Toonie and Teddy. Lavender knows? How? Luna asked. They were at the same hotel we were in New York. That secret won't last 3 minutes, Draco noted. Lavender can't keep that one. She's allowed to tell about Janie. Harry replied. She's agreed to keep the true identity of Janie secret for now. The story is she and I met in Atlanta when I lived there years ago. Lav seems to be on board with the idea. She's thrilled about what will happen when the truth come out because she scooped her friend Parvati. It might work, Luna said. She loves knowing something Parvati doesn't. She's my Trojan horse, Harry nodded. She's gonna keep the press looking in all the wrong places. Does she know about this bit? Dudley asked. No. And she won't know until the picnic. It might work, Draco nodded. You're doing this to keep the media out, right? Harry nodded. That and to surprise her. And how do we fit in? Obviously, I need help with the details. You want us to help plan this wedding? Astoria asked. If you are willing. Yes. You're my friends. I'd love to. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Okay, Harry said. I've got a list of things that need doing. I'll work on the invites for Hermione's friends. I've also selected the bonder, assuming he agrees. I'm meeting with him this weekend. But we need a cake, tent, decorations, stuff for a reception, music, the works. Oh, and dresses for the bride and bridesmaids. And who will they be? Luna asked. My guess is her mum, her sister, and our daughter. Don't you think Hermione should select them? You're right. I'll call her mum. I think she may be able to handle anything from that end. Groomsmen? Dud? You feel up to another round as best man? Got your back, Harry. I'm also thinking Neville, Draco, Teddy, and my son Harry. There are others as well depending upon the number of bridesmaids, I guess. And the rest of us? Draco asked. You three can sing. I've heard you. I know what I will sing, Luna said. Harry saw Draco and Astoria look at one another. We do as well, Scarhead, Draco said. We're here for you, mate. Thanks. We'll make sure Hermione has a day to remember, Astoria added. Thanks, guys, Harry said. This means a lot to me. So tell us, Luna asked, what's Hermione been up to all these years? As Harry passed around photos of him, Hermione, his kids, and the other Grangers, he told them of what his Hermione had been doing since she left Britain. Thursday, June 29, 2006, 42 Wheaton Way, Chesterfield, Missouri, USA. The phone was ringing and Rose Granger picked up. Hello? Rose Granger? A man's voice asked. Speaking. Hi, it's Harry. Hermione's not home yet, Harry. Good. It's you I wanted to talk to. Oh, I want to throw something past you and see what you think. But I don't want you to tell Hermione. It's a surprise. What do you have in mind? Rose said, suppressing a giggle. How's the surprise wedding sound? Harry, just 'cause I gave you my blessing. What are you on about? Here's the idea. You all are coming here the 22nd, right? Yes. Well, depending upon how Hermione is feeling, I was thinking of taking her out to dinner that night and officially proposing to her. Ring and all that stuff. She'd love that, and I am almost certain she'll say yes. She'd better. So, then the question is when? You know she's moving here this summer, right? She told me last night. She's really excited. So I was thinking, and I have this annual picnic at my manor the next weekend where all the people we both knew are going to attend, and I thought, ready-made wedding, Rose chuckled. Half of one at least, Harry said. I want to surprise Hermione with the idea. I already have friends here working on arrangements, but it's her day, and I would like input from you on this. I also was told that I should include her friends in this event and need to find out how to contact them. I will pay for them to come over, of course. Harry, you don't have to do this. What do you mean? Marry your daughter or arrange the wedding? The wedding. I want to do this for her. And you want it to be a surprise? Yes. But I want her input. A friend suggested you could talk to her about what she would like, hypothetically speaking. Then you could email my friends who will make it happen. When and where will this wedding take place? July 29th in a tent, weather permitting, at my manor. Otherwise, it will be in the ballroom. We're Catholic. We'd need a dispensation from the bishop not to have it in a church. I'm meeting with Father O'Leary this week. Father O'Leary? He's my parish priest. I'm Catholic too. So there you go. Also, I looked into this way back when. My family has been married either at the manor or at St. Michael's Chapel a couple of miles down the road for centuries. If we can't get a dispensation, we will just have the marriage blessed the next day at Massachusetts. It's done quite frequently, and with the blessing, the marriage is valid in the eyes of the church. I didn't know that. And your prior marriage? I know it was magically annulled. But what about the church? Annulled years ago. Defect as to form. I was not about to let that stand in the way of a real marriage, Mrs. Granger. Church has already annulled it? Got the papers to prove it. So this is going to be valid? I know she would not want it any other way. So what do you want me to do? I guess get Hermione thinking about it. Select the guests she wants to bring over, bridesmaids, dresses, that sort of thing. I can probably give you a partial guest list now if that will help. I'd appreciate it. First off, there's Jack and Pamela Martin. They've been friends of ours since we moved here. They have 3 children who would have to come as well. Jason, Cynthia, and Alicia. Then there are her friends from school. Megan and Pat Riley and their 4 children. Antonio and Adriana Garza and their 3 children. Brianna Antonelli, Simon and Michelle Dunstan and their 3 children. Jeanette Pino and her husband George and their 2 young ones. And Agnes and Eric Smith and their 3 children. Some list, Harry said with a chuckle.
No worries.
Okay. Should you contact them or should I? I'll handle that. You just make sure they can get there. I was planning on paying for any guests coming across the pond. That includes travel and lodging and a few days for them to see the sights if they want. Wonderful. How many in the wedding party do you think? I suppose that's Hermione's decision, don't you? You're right. Just out of curiosity, how big is this picnic of yours? Last year we had over 300 families in attendance including children. It was over 1,000 guests all told, and they will all know about this. Most will not find out until the day of the wedding. I have a few folks helping me on this end, and I am pretty sure that they can keep this under wraps. Hermione will be thrilled, Rose said with a chuckle. So you'll help out? Of course I will. Thanks. Email me with anything we need to get done over here. Okay? Sure thing, Rose said. Then she heard the front door open and her daughter call out that she was home. Harry? Hermione just got in. Do you want to speak to her? Please? Janie? Rose called. Harry's on the phone. Harry could hear a squeal of delight in the background. Finally, an excited voice spoke to him. Harry, Hermione said with joy in her voice. It's wonderful you called.
Hermione.
But it must be frightfully late over there. Not too late, love. We're only 6 hours ahead of you. But that's almost midnight. What's a little lost sleep compared with talking to the love of my life? So you got my email? She asked in an excited voice. Sure did. Isn't this exciting? We're going to be together even sooner than I had hoped. It's wonderful, Hermione. So why'd you call? To talk to you, of course. And your mum? Why mum? Well, since you'll be moving before the end of the summer, I thought it might be a good idea to start thinking of wedding plans. Harry, she squealed again. That's a wonderful idea, but we're not even engaged yet. Never too early to start planning, Harry said. We don't even have a date. Still, I think we were thinking before the end of the year, right? Right. So we need to get the ball rolling, I think. At least we should know what you want for everything before you arrive this summer. We can then talk about dates and such. Sounds wonderful, Harry. What are your thoughts? Well, aside from where, I'm leaving most of it up to you and your mum. And where will he hold this? One of two places. My family has married at one of them for the past 10 generations or more. Most often, we hold the wedding and reception at my manor outside of Oxford. Occasionally, we've held it at St. Michael's Chapel down the road. It all depends on the number of guests. I haven't even begun to think about that. Well, your mum gave me a start. How so? She suggested we invite Brianna, the Dunstans, the Garzas, the Martins, Jeanette and George, the Rileys and the Smiths. I'd like that. But how will they get there? How will they pay for it? You leave that to me, love. If they accept, I will pay for their trip across the pond. Harry, that's too much. Love, it's the least I can do. You deserve the wedding of your dreams. Thank you, Harry. So how's this going to work? You and your mum will decide what you want. She'll email me and I and my helpers will make it happen. Helpers? I've already enlisted the aid of some friends who can keep their mouths shut and are eager to help in this endeavor. Who would that be? Neville and Luna Longbottom. Neville's married? To Luna? Yes. He married Luna last December. Long story. It's probably best if they tell it. She's expecting, you know. That's wonderful. Who else? My cousin Dudley and his wife Jenna. You two are getting along? Yes, love. What happened before is water under the bridge. Okay. Who else? Draco and Astoria Malfoy. Astoria owns a wedding shop in Diagon Alley, if you must know. She's mailed her catalog to you and you should get it in the next couple of days. You really are amazing, you know that. Thanks. I try. The conversation then turned to the upcoming move and children and their vacation plans. Something Harry was probably going to alter slightly. They spoke for over an hour before Harry let out a yawn which Hermione heard quite clearly. Harry, love? You tired? It's a bit past my bedtime, Angel. Well, you should get some sleep then. Okay. I love you and miss you, Harry? Love you too and miss you. Bye. Bye. Tired as he was, it took some time for Harry to fall to sleep as he went over all that had to get done in order for him to surprise Hermione with a wedding in 1 month's time. The one thing working in Harry's favor was that magic works wonders. Once everything was sorted out, just a few wand waves from the wedding folks and everything would be ready. He fell asleep and dreamed of his future bride. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Monday, July 3rd, 2006. Major Crimes and Special Operations Division, Royal National Magical Police, London, UK. Harry chuckled to himself as he sent an email off to Draco's wife at his shop. The Granger women were truly a force of nature, he had concluded. Harry reflected back upon his last wedding. Molly Weasley had done most of the planning, and it was held at the Burrow just as Bill and Fleur's had been. Even though many of the arrangements were similar if not identical, it had taken Molly and Ginny months to decide on any of the details such as guest lists, bridesmaids, dresses, basically everything of importance. Not so the Grangers. Harry already had the list of guests who were planning to attend. It was the same list that Rose had given him. He also had a list of the bridesmaids and was told that Daphne and Luna would be flower girls. The 6 bridesmaids? Hermione and the girls were planning on getting measured and fitted for dresses the upcoming Saturday, and Hermione hoped to have decided on the dresses by then. She had received the catalog on Friday and had already narrowed down the choices to 2 wedding dresses and 3 different styles of bridesmaids' dresses. She was going to let her friends decide on the bridesmaids' dresses as, after all, they were the ones who would have to wear them, and hoped they'd help her pick her dress. She had already picked the cake, the invitations, the types of floral arrangement she wanted, all white, the tent style, the backdrop where they would say their vows. She had also picked conservative, Muggle-style tuxedos for Harry and the groomsmen. Harry had already received emails from all the Granger guests, all of whom knew of the proposed date of the wedding and were asking for travel information. Last night, Harry had made arrangements for all the American guests, including his former partner Kevin Malone, an agent with the FBI who was eager to return to Britain for a visit with his family. The American guests would arrive at Heathrow by international portal the Wednesday before the wedding. Harry had arranged a bus to pick them up and bring them to the manor where they would stay for the wedding itself. Following the wedding, any of the guests who wanted to was offered a 1-week travel package for London, England, Scotland, and or Ireland, all expenses paid. He informed the guests it was his thank you for coming across the pond for a simple outdoor wedding. With 6 bridesmaids, Harry found himself short on groomsmen, even with his former partner Kevin Malone. As Ron already knew of Harry and Hermione and was part of Harry's disinformation campaign, Harry decided he would ask him. However, Ron would join the party at the last possible moment. He told Ron why, and even Ron had to agree that acting innocent was more important. At least Ron would be there. He decided to ask Dean Thomas, an old friend from school and fellow cop in his department. Hermione had said she wanted everything ready to go, but for the date within 2 weeks so she could then turn her attention to the move. It would seem that she and her mum would more than meet that schedule. She had even already registered at Piccadilly's, under the name Janie. She had sent Harry the gift registration, and Harry knew there were not nearly enough guests in the know to buy everything. No worries, Harry chuckled. I'll just buy what's left. One of the reasons why things were coming together so fast was because money was no object. The phone on Harry's desk rang. Chief Inspector Potter, Harry answered. Hey Harry, a voice answered, it's Ron. Speak of the devil, Harry laughed. I was just thinking of giving you a ring. So you read the article in today's Daily Prophet? No, been busy with other things. What about it? Operation Janie is off and running. Mate, the bloody wankers are chasing ghosts. Lav was brilliant. I'll give it a read. So what were you going to call me about? I seem to be short a couple of groomsmen, Harry said. What? You were talking about our mutual friend, right? Yep. You're getting married? Yep. Bloody heck. And you want me in the wedding? After what happened the last time and all that? I am willing to give it a try, Ron. I need someone who knows and can keep this quiet for now. When is it? Day of the picnic, and no, Hermione does not know yet. Gonna surprise her with it, I hope.
A surprise wedding?
Yep. She's already working on the plans. Just doesn't know the date yet. The way she and her mum are going, it should all be arranged within the next 2 weeks. Bloody heck. Does anyone else know? Her mum does, as do all of her bridesmaids. There are a few of us on this side of the pond, and you, of course. You think she'll say yes to this? Almost certain. When she hears all her friends are going to be there, I'm even more certain. So you're engaged? Not officially. Unofficially, I've asked and she said yes, but I haven't given her a ring yet. What about her job? Her home? All that? She's moving here in a few weeks. Her work in New York is resulting in her company opening a European headquarters here in London. She's been tapped to head it up. Her mum and the rest are coming over as well. Where will she live? Where do you think? Blimey. What about her mum and sis? Package deal.
Man,
I mean, I do like my in-laws, but I'm not sure I'd want to live with them. Then again, Mrs. Granger is nice. I happen to agree, but Mrs. Granger, Hermione and her sis Daphne are three versions of the same person in many ways. Better you than me, mate. So, when are you going to spring this on her? Well, she arrived on the 22nd. I'm hoping to propose officially then. Sometime between then and Wednesday following, I'll let her know. Why Wednesday? That's when all her friends from the States arrive at the manor.
Congratulations?
Thanks, Ron. And you really want me to stand with you? You were our best friend for years. We've seemed to mend some fences. Yes, I won't be the best man, will I? I pretty much bollocksed that up last time. Your replacement has agreed to give it another shot. He did really well in the pinch. Pity I missed it. But no worries. I'm not about to get pissed before you two get hitched. And after, Lav will kill me for anything approaching a repeat performance. Good to know. You in? Is Malfoy in? You won't have to stand next to him or sit near him, Ron. Draco is a friend, so of course I want him as part of this. I guess I can put up with it. I'm in. I'm really happy for you, Harry. Thanks. Can I tell Lav? Can she keep it secret? She's already said that if you two set a date, she's gonna let it leak out you're planning a trip to Las Vegas to get hitched with Janie before an Eldritch impersonator, whatever that is. It's Elvis, Harry laughed. That'll work. You really want me to be a part of this? Yes, Ron. And Hermione? Spoke to her last night. She wants you to be a part of this as well. Harry heard a sniffle over the phone. I'd be honored, Harry. Thanks, Ron. And need any help with the arrangements? Nope. So far the Granger girls are going like gangbusters. Okay. Thanks, Harry. This means a lot to me. No problem. Just make sure you get fitted for your suit. Astoria's in Diagon Alley is where you need to go. Astoria's, got it. Not Piccadilly's? Hermione registered with your store for gifts if you must know. Brilliant. I'll see that she gets the best. Thanks, Ron. Read the prophet, will you? Ron added with a laugh. I'll do that. See you later. Bye, Ron. The two then hung up. Harry then picked up the morning paper and saw the article in question. Chosen by Rita Skeeter. Daily Prophet, June 26, 2006. A loyal reader and frequent source for me was in New York on holiday recently. Who should she see but the most eligible bachelor in all of Wizarding Britain? While the rich, famous, and utterly desirable Harry Potter is frequently abroad, this time seems to be an exception to his clean image and a dash to the hopes of witches throughout the land. He was seen in the arms of a buxom blonde American bimbo, who clearly had our hero eating out of the palm of her hand. My loyal reader informs B that the young tart was clearly enhanced in certain areas or her anatomy by an engorgement charm of some type. They were unnatural, she told me. Chests that big don't float. They sag. Our hero was clearly taken with this trollop and was seen in her arms time and again. My source said that she really hoped they knew to get a room because she was all over him and he all over her. My source did approach them at a time when they were not pressing the laws of indecent exposure and learned that the bimbo in question was an American witch named Janie Grayson from somewhere out west. The obvious gold-digging bint had latched onto our hero and is clearly using her feminine wiles to get her hands on his fortune, says my confidential source. Then again, she is from Hollywood, California. Apparently this is commonplace there in both the magical and non-magical worlds. It's a fair bet she needed no love potion, my source tells me. With her body and her clear desire, few men could stand a chance. Only Avila is more of a threat to a man from a sexual perspective. My source claims that the two had no shame whatsoever. They all but did it in the lobby of our hotel. Could it be? Could the upstanding Auror have given in to pure lust? Was there a potion involved? Or is he just another man? Readers, one thing is for certain, Harry Potter is, for now, off the market. As to the whereabouts of his former flame, Hermione Granger, that remains a mystery. Harry could not help but chuckle. There was no way this woman in the article could be confused with Hermione. The press would be off to California in search of this mystery woman while his love would be safe in St. Louis. He decided to email the article to Hermione, noting that as unflattering as it was, it took the heat off her. He, on the other hand, was going to be grilled by the press and maybe his boss. He didn't care. As long as Hermione and his kids were out of the glare, he would accept anything. He would even be willing to confirm certain aspects of the story just to keep the press looking in all the wrong places. The door to his office then burst open. "Potter!" the woman screamed as Harry saw his boss Amanda Savage enter with her copy of the day's paper. "Tell me this is a pack of lies." "It's a pack of lies," Harry chuckled. "Then why is it in the paper?" "Oh, I don't know," Harry said, clearly feigning innocence. "I guess because Miss Skeeter has not morals?" Savage closed the door. "What are you up to?" "Skeeter baiting," Harry said. "The bint cannot help herself," he added with a laugh. "Skeeter baiting? Why anyone would hire that brat is beyond me," Harry said. "She must be the editor's little whore. I've won 2 lawsuits against that paper, 3 against her. Darn near bankrupted them, and yet they still keep her and print this rubbish. Freedom of the press, they say. So how did they get this? A friend of mine who was in New York planted the story at my request. I did not know what she would say, but I am impressed. She's married to another friend of mine, boss. I'd never crossed that line. She's baiting Skeeter as a favor. Okay?" Savage looked at her deputy. He was hiding something, she could tell, but he was not lying to her. "Why are you doing this?" "Same reason as always. I want Skeeter on the dole." "There's going to be more articles like this?" "Probably. And you're not bothered?" "Not particularly. The profit is not reputable in my opinion." "And what about the other rags?" "My public position is no comment. Let them figure it out." "Is there a woman in your life, Harry?" "There always has been. It is her who I am protecting." "Okay?" Savage nodded. Harry was always so friggin' noble about some things. If he was protecting someone, he would go to the ends of the world to keep them safe. "Who?" she asked. "It will all be made clear in a few weeks," Harry replied calmly. "That's all I will say for now." Savage had never tracked his social life, Harry knew. She probably should have, as he had with his subordinates, just in case. She knew his response closed the door on her curiosity. "Fine," Savage said. "You're just setting them up?" "Most definitely, boss. And I can assume there'll be more of these seedy articles about you?" "Can't say, but I can't rule it out. The bastards will print anything, and Skeeter's source is under my control." Savage nodded. "Try not to embarrass the department too much." "Wouldn't think of it. Private life stuff, you know. Still, boss, it won't cross that line." "Fine. And how's the Drexler case coming?" Harry then changed gears to brief the boss on his most important ongoing investigation. Monday, July 3, 2006, 42 Wheaton Way, Chesterfield, Missouri, USA. Hermione did not know whether to laugh or get angry about the Skeeter article. She knew she and Harry were affectionate in public, but if the article was to be believed, they were practically shagging in public. Then again, she in no way resembled the mystery woman who was now the object of Harry's advances. She wondered who the source was, although she had a good idea. As she pondered his email, her phone rang. "Hello?" she asked. "Hermione?" Harry's voice replied. "Harry!" she exclaimed with momentary glee. Do you mind explaining this article you sent me?" "Lav at her finest," Harry said glibly. "She's got the Fourth Estate looking in the wrong place for the wrong woman. This some kind of plot? I'm taking the brat and her rag down this time. Love. I've had it with them. I've sued them and won 3 times. This time they will lose all credibility. And Lav? She's sick of the bastards as well. She's going to keep feeding them false information as their hordes of reporters head out to California to find the blonde bint with gravity-defying chest. Good luck on that one," Hermione laughed. "Silicon Valley's is not just where the computer companies are. LA is its own Silicon Valley, as in Chess Job Valley." "My thoughts exactly, love. Meanwhile, you and the family are out of the spotlight for now. Skeeter clones will be grilling every potential Hollywood starlet and hooker for weeks trying to find the gal who does not exist. Lav's idea? It was, thank her for me. I will, but the best is yet to come." "What do you mean, Harry?" "Lav's going to leak in a few weeks, mind you, that I am heading to Vegas to marry the bint. She's going to time it so that the press bolts just as you arrive here. She is evil, isn't she? Should have been a Slytherin. She is brave too. And the Mankey hat wanted me in Slytherin as well." "It did?" "It did." "Then why were you sorted into Gryffindor?" "'Cause I wanted nothing to do with Malfoy at the time," Harry said. The git was sorted into Slytherin and I told the hat any house but Slytherin or nor house at all I did. And, after trying to get me to change my mind, off I was to be your friend. You wanted to be with me? Deep down? Yes. I would have settled for any other house, but I wanted to be in yours. Ron was not sorted yet, you were. So I hoped. And then I was sorted into your house, Hermione. You loved me even then? She asked in a whisper. I was 11, he replied softly. I was 11 and had never even been hugged before. I knew what love was, but that was for someone else, not me. But yes, even then, I saw in you, I felt in you a kindred spirit, someone I could relate to on a whole different level. Ron became my best mate, but you were and are always my best friend and the one person I have always loved above all things. Harry? Hermione whimpered. Took me far too long to see it. Had I grown up in a loving household, maybe. I lost you because I did not know what I had and could not understand how wonderful it was. Love. Took losing you to see what I had truly found. Now that I've found it, I am not about to lose it again. Harry could only hear crying at the other end of the phone. Love. Please tell me those are happy tears, he said softly. Th they are. Good. BB, but why you hate weepy women? I did, Harry admitted. But I love you, weepy and all. As long as your tears are happy ones, I can live with it. From now on, Hermione cried softly. From now on, I love you too, she said in a small voice. I miss you. Only a few more weeks, Angel. Then the missing goes away forever. A few more weeks. Wish I could hold you now, love. And me too. Not long, my angel, Harry said softly. Not long till I can hold you again. And not long, Hermione agreed.
Ashari?
Yes, my Arwen? Why me? Harry knew what she was asking. She was asking why did he love her and not someone else. You are my life, Hermione, Harry said. You've been my life for so long. I am not even me without you. Cannot be me without you. You are the kindest, most caring, selfless person I've ever met. Long ago I stopped being me and became us. I did not understand at the time, but I do now. I cannot be me without you in my life. Without you I just exist but do not truly live, nor can I truly live. You are the love I never had before. You are the reason I wake up each morning. In your arms I can sleep. Knowing you love me, I have no nightmares. You are the mother of my children and I cannot see another in your stead. I was complete when we were together before, even if we had not yet figured out how each other truly felt. I am complete now that we have. The 7 years we were apart were 7 years of emptiness for me. Hermione. I knew it from the moment you walked down that jetway. I knew then. I am nothing without you.
Ashari?
She asked in a small voice. I feel and have felt the same way for so long. Then you will be my wife? Yes, love. Are we engaged? In all but proof, Angel. But I intend the proof to be there soon, if you'll have me. Proof? Ring and everything, Angel. I'll have you, my Aragon. Good. Thank you. For what? For being. I love you, Hermione. With all my heart and soul. I love you too, Harry. You are the reason I exist. It's late, love, Harry said. At least it is here. Dream of me? Promise. Good night, my Aragon. Good night, my love. Friday, July 7th, 2006, 12 Grimald Place, London, UK. Harry sat on the couch in his living room going over 2 checklists he had drawn up. The first was the checklist for the picnic itself. Aside from buying food and beverages, taking delivery of about 100 or so pounds of ribs and brisket, and setting up the back lawn as he always did, there was not much left to do to get ready. He was actually a little ahead of the game this year. He turned to the guest list and the mail to add additional names to the list. Each family that decided to attend would need a special port key to pass through the wards that protected his manor. The guest list was segregated into categories. The first category was labeled Young Turks. There were 29 names on the list as Harry was number 30. Over half had families and they were all coming, as usual. They all had attended each of the last few years and they were the ones who brought the food. Harry went down the list of who was bringing what. Harry, of course, would be smoking ribs and brisket, but there would be 2 others doing the same, although with very different styles. Harry smoked with a dry rub for hours before beginning to glaze the meat with a red barbecue sauce of his own invention. Katie Bell Morrison had met her husband while attending the University of South Carolina. He preferred just the rub. Roger Davies had attended the University of North Carolina and used a vinegar-based glaze. It was all very good and allowed people to pick a flavor they preferred. Draco Malfoy, Zach Smith and Elaine Rogers had all attended the University of Texas and developed a taste for Tex-Mex cooking. Draco and his wife always made gallons of his spicy and tasty chili. The other two made various other dishes, again in large quantities. There were usually real burritos, refried beans, rice, corn, enchiladas, tacos, and other local foods. There was a group that had attended Tulane University, which meant gumbo, jambalaya, and blackened fish, among other Cajun delights. A large group had been assigned in Washington, D.C. and the surrounding area. They brought in crab, fish dishes, and they usually did the chicken. There were a few who attended Harvard and Boston, and that meant clam chowder, lobster, and other New England specialties. There was New York-style and Chicago-style pizza, steaks, corn on the cob, sourdough soup from San Francisco, all kinds of veggies, salads, fresh fruit, and cakes and pies. For the kids, there was always hamburgers and hot dogs with American-style French fries. The only departure from regional American food came from the Patil twins, who always brought food native to their parents' homeland of India, and Cho Chang, who brought white rice and at least 3 different Chinese dishes. Harry was debating whether he would offer the 100-galleon prize for anyone who was able to eat a bit of everything. So far, only Rubeus Hagrid and succeeded. Still, it encouraged people to try new things, and as most of the guests had never been to America and ate typical British food most of the time, it was well worth the encouragement. The guest list included all the Weasley family except for Ginny. He had never invited her and was not about to start now. It also included all Americans and most of the foreigners working at the Ministry for Magic and a fair few from the ministry itself. All of the families from the Severa School in London also were invited every year. This was good for Teddy as it meant his friends would be there. The faculty at Hogwarts was always invited, although only Hagrid, Headmistress McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Flitwick and Trelawney, Madame Pomfrey, and now his cousin Dudley and Neville Longbottom attended regularly. He also always invited his magical neighbors and those who knew about magic, which included a fair number from St. Michael's Parish. Another guest he always invited was Xenophilus Lovegood. He was an editor of a weekly that Harry trusted to tell the story straight, and having him there made it hard to claim that he was barring the press. He always invited Luna Lovegood, but she had always been on expedition. Maybe this year, Harry thought. So far, Harry had been blessed with perfect weather for his picnics. That meant games for children and adults alike. Hagrid always brought some rather tame magical creatures and set up a relatively safe petting zoo. There was also football, softball, Quidditch, swimming in his lake, and horseback rides, to name only a few of the recreations he provided. The picnic always started at 10 in the morning, and after the first year's success, most all the guests now arrived within an hour of the start. While food was served throughout, the real eating began around 4 when the cooks completed their dishes. In Harry's case and the case of the other 2 true barbecue chefs, this was following almost 24 hours of smoking. After sunset, there was music and dancing for those inclined, and campfires and roasting marshmallows and other treats for those not so inclined. It always culminated at midnight with a huge fireworks display courtesy of George Weasley. Although this was only the 3rd year of his picnic, it had already become an event, and many families who had been before now planned their holiday around it. This year he had slightly over 400 invitations that had been accepted and was expecting close to 1,400 guests, not including the guests he was bringing over from America for the surprise wedding. Harry now looked to his wedding checklist. He had a problem. The largest tent he could find would only sit about 600. But he had a solution. Including the list Hermione and her mother had provided, Harry selected 300 who he felt had to be there. They would receive special tickets when they arrived at the manor. The remainder of the tent seating would be handed out at random. The 300 or so official guests would hold a reception on the veranda, while the rest of the picnic guests would dine on tables on the lawn as they had each of the prior years. Seating for the wedding would be set up so that everyone could attend, but most would be outside the tent itself. That way, Harry thought, everyone would be able to say they were there. Aside from that glitch, aside from the final setup, the only thing Harry had left to do was get him and the men in his party fitted and to buy the women's dresses. He still did not know what they would be because Hermione had not told him yet, although he expected she would soon. Harry then recalled a conversation with Draco the day before. It must be Granger, Draco said. Didn't believe me? Harry asked. Well, no, not really. But there's no doubt now. Why not? Astoria has got most of the darn things set up. Most women dither about that, according to my wife. They can't decide on anything. But this Janie? All that's left are the dresses, and the only reason that's not done is because she wants her bridesmaids' input. That reeks of Granger. Indeed it does, Harry agreed. You have any idea how much easier this is for me than the last time? I've not been asked my opinion once and therefore never had to offer the wrong one. Draco laughed. Lucky scoundrel. Last time, every little detain required my input and every time I gave it I was wrong. This way's much easier. I just hope I can convince Hermione no chicken dance. Or at least I don't have to do it. Good luck on that one. His list of to-do items was rapidly getting short. He still needed the rings, and most importantly Hermione's engagement ring. But he had that one sorted already. It was after he married Ginny that he learned of the full contents of his estate, and included in that was his mother's engagement ring. Ginny had never seen it nor worn it, so Hermione might find it acceptable. It was not the traditional diamond ring. Rather, it had a huge, deep blue sapphire. He also had to plan his proposal, although that was far easier than the wedding itself. Arguably, it would also be harder to execute, he thought. Harry heard the phone ring and heard Teddy call out that he got it. Harry returned to his lists and knew he had one more to make. He needed to plan the days from Hermione and her family's arrival until the wedding. The only events he had down were the arrival of her guests the Wednesday evening before the wedding, the rehearsal on Friday with a dinner for the wedding party, and the wedding itself. He had days to fill with activities to keep them all occupied and to allow Teddy to begin to adjust to a new life. He also had to somehow slip a few days in for a true honeymoon. He knew he had to be in St. Louis by August 6th, which was the day Hermione had tickets to see the Cardinals play the Brewers. He also felt he should be with Hermione and the kids for his birthday on July 31st, so any honeymoon had to fit into the interim. He also had to figure out where to take her. He wanted to take her somewhere she had never been before. Then he remembered a conversation from New York. She had never been to Rome. Then another thought hit him. There was a name that was not on the list of guests Hermione had suggested. Harry pulled Hermione's letters and read the ones from Sydney. Amanda O'Hare, he read. She was Hermione's flatmate and first true friend after she left Britain, and she was not on the guest list Hermione had submitted. Yet, from her later letters, Harry knew Amanda was still in contact. They emailed each other at least once a week. Harry looked at his watch and knew what time it was in Sydney. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number he knew by heart. Chief Inspector Fanning. The clearly Australian accented voice on the other end answered. Hey, Meek. Harry Potter here. Cricky. You ain't got another one of em Death Eater blokes on the loose, do ya? Nah, Harry said, just a personal favor to ask and an invite. Right. Invite to what? My wedding. Bloody heck. You're getting hitched? When? Where? Who's the Sheila? When is the 29th of this month? Where is a place I own near Oxford here in Pomeland? And the Sheila is the bird I told you about. You found her? Ran into her, more like. Got sent to a bloody conference in New York and there she was. And the spark's still there? Never left. And she? Learned she's been carrying a torch for me all these years as well. You lucky scoundrel. Anyway, you and Maggie and the kids are invited if you want, Mick. Bloody would love to, mate, but travel ain't cheap. All expenses paid and I can throw in a 1-week tour package following. Course it's limited to the British Isles, but Ireland? Got a whole week package just for the Emerald Isle. Need to talk with me better half, but count me as a definite maybe. Now what's this favor? My betrothed spent some time down under. While she was there, she shared a flat with a Sheila named Amanda O'Hare in Sydney for a time. They've kept in touch, but she's not on the list of invites I've got. So, when was this? Back in '99. Bugger. That may be my cousin Amanda. Your betrothed say if this Amanda was at university? She was and was planning to volunteer for the Sydney Games. It may well have been her, Mick said. Mandy is married now and living in Melbourne. Name's Cochrane now. Tell you what, I'll give her a ring and if she's home give you her number. I'd appreciate it. Can I tell her about this? Feel free. And by the way, she knew my wife-to-be as Janie Granger. Got ya. Any other dirty secrets I or she should know? None I wish made public. And she will go off there scot-free as well? Anyone crossing the pond I'm paying for. You are a gentleman and a scholar, sir. Just don't tell anyone that, Mick. It'd ruin my reputation.
Mick left.
Give me a few and I'll get back to you, Harry. Thanks, Mick. This works out, it'll mean a lot to her and therefore to me. Got your back, mate. As always, Mick. In a few. Later. Only moments after Harry hung up the phone, his adopted son Teddy came bouncing into the room. Dad? Darla asked me to tell you that breakfast is ready. Harry bounded out of his seat on the couch and practically ran to his son, picking him up and setting the sandy-haired bow to laughter. Oh, she did. Did she? Yeah. Teddy laughed as he was carried down into the basement where the kitchen was located. Harry placed his son into a chair and took his own seat across from him as the young house elf Darla, dressed in a light blue dress, began levitating plates heaped with buttered toast, scrambled eggs, grits and bacon change. A breakfast Harry and his son had taken to when they lived in Atlanta. On weekends, they had pancakes and maple syrup as well. Harry had a cup of coffee before him, Teddy a glass of milk and both of them a glass or orange juice.